Welcome to Round 4 coverage of the Green Mountain Championship at Smuggler's Notch Resort. I'm Disc Golf Pro Tour CEO and Director Jeff Spring, here to share a message denouncing racism in all its forms. While people may be divided politically, one thing that's not political is human rights. Words like life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. All people are created equal, in a dream not to be judged by the color of our skin, but instead by the content of our character, have helped define the fabric of our society. Now, we say Black Lives Matter, and with it, affirm that the Disc Golf Pro Tour welcomes people of all ethnicities, beliefs, and backgrounds to the sport of disc golf, and commits to continue using our voice and our platform to be a force that advocates for equality and racial justice, because all lives can't matter until Black lives do. Thank you for joining us, and enjoy the coverage.
Round 3 was a treat. Kevin Jones tying the course record at 13 under par. Mr. Jones has birdied 3 out of every 5 holes that he's seen this weekend. And by the way, he's the most accurate Circle 2 putter on tour this year. But it was only a few weeks ago at the D-Glow where this man here, Eagle McMahon that is, picked his pocket and took home his first of 2 consecutive Pro Tour victories. McMahon and Paul McBeth both begin the final round 6 strokes back. With 18 holes left to play at Fox Run Meadows, can Kevin Jones finally climb the mountain in 2020? It's the Green Mountain Championship, final round on Disc Golf Network. The number one question on everybody's minds: can Kevin Jones finally grab that Pro Tour victory this year? Welcome in, everybody. It is the final round of the 2020 Green Mountain Championship. Jamie Thomas and Nate Doss here in studio. Valerie Jenkins standing by as well. We have a great day full of disc golf for you today. Nate, it's all about this guy right here.
Yes, it absolutely is. And a guy that we didn't even talk about on Thursday whatsoever made his way towards the top of the leaderboard on Friday. And then yesterday, it was all about Kevin Jones. We didn't quite know that it was going to be as good as it was, but I think through the first 8 holes, we certainly had an idea, as he only had to make, I think, like maybe a 20-footer within those first 8 holes. And then it dried off in the middle, but boy, towards the end, it was something special.
Once the sun came out, he made that improbable birdie on number 15, and it was just off to the races. Able to tie that course record, like you heard. James Conrad able to do that exact same thing just 2 rounds prior. And I think the biggest surprising thing in all of this is that it's a 6-stroke lead over guys like Paul McBeth, Eagle McMahon, 7 over Heimberg, 8 over Ricky Wysocki. All of these people that I mentioned, they're in the top 5 in Disc Golf Pro Tour points. So Kevin Jones sitting just outside the top 5 right now for the season points, and with a big opportunity to not only get those points, but just to make that statement. He believes he can win. He's been so close so many times. He puts down these rounds, but for some reason he just hasn't hoisted that trophy yet.
Well, he got up into some battles with some incredible players, at a course that you have to, kind of put the pedal to the metal. And let's face it, it came down to the absolute last hole. So, let's see if he can put himself in a position to have a lead heading into the last hole and not so much have to worry about making that Circle 2 putt.
You might be surprised to know that despite tying the course record at Brewster Ridge, Kevin Jones is actually more comfortable on the Fox Run Meadows course.
I'm excited that I tied it. This course is a struggle for me sometimes, and it's a tough battle out here. So it's really nice to conquer that battle and then head over to Fox, which I'm a little bit more comfortable with.
Great. Well, thanks for your time, Kevin. Great round out there, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Now standing on the tee, or just by the tee, it is our chase card.
That being said,
Ricky Wysocki, Nico LaCastro, James Conrad, and Tim Barham.
First in the tee box from Campobello, South Carolina. Two-time world champion, Ricky Wysocki.
Four-time Green Mountain champion, too, by the way.
Yeah, absolutely. And a guy who was as confident as ever heading into the day. And I'll tell you right now, he still has 18 holes to prove that. A good quality round can, well, you never know what a good quality round will do today for Ricky Wysocki. He just got to start out on hole 1 with a birdie.
He's one part of the way to doing that. Good placement drive there. Nico LaCastro having a great season so far. Signed a new contract in the offseason. Already has jumped and grabbed a Pro Tour victory at the Preserve Championship. Starts his day 9 back of the lead. Places a good one right there in the fairway.
Next up from Blacksburg, Virginia, our current United States champion, James Conrad.
James has been impressive in the sense that he has really struggled, and we've seen it throughout the coverage, but he's still here on the chase card. He's done enough. He has enough experience in his career at this point. He should be able to swing free today.
13 under for the first 18 holes and only 8 under since. It's really been his driving that has given him the biggest challenge, and that's a good one off hole number 1, but can he do it consistently for 18 holes?
Here for Tim Barham.
Tim's 11 down. Did a lot of the work for him this weekend. That was yesterday's round to get him into this position. 8th place, 18 under par to start his day.
Yeah, Tim was one of 4 men yesterday to shoot those double-digit rounds, along with Macbeth, Jones, and, of course, Philo Brathwaite.
30 under par is the mark that the leader starts out at, so it will be really important for these chase card competitors to get early birdies, stay under par, and then wait to see if the opportunity knocks for them. It's time to check in with Hannah Macbeth for the first time today. She's standing by on tee of 1.
Hello everyone, it's another beautiful day here at the Green Mountain Championships. Players are already taking full advantage of the warm-up area out in the open. That includes the practice nets and the practice baskets. This is in preparation for any win they might experience here today. But if you're Eagle McMahon, I do want to note, however, that you would be practicing in the player parking area on whatever patches of grass you can find available. This is very on brand for Eagle. He likes to be in solitude, likes to be away from everyone, get into his own mind. Perfectly fine and as to be expected. So good for him for finding an area where you can do that. The winds, of course, today are super low, as are the temperatures, with highs only getting up into 66 degrees. Everything is looking good though, and that sets the stage perfectly for any competitor who wants to play aggressive. Kevin Jones, will he continue to push, or will he be willing to shed some strokes to the rest of the field just to keep it in bounds? We know Paige Pierce has all of the distance. Will she have the accuracy? All of this and more, and to discuss, I'm going to turn it over to the experts in the booth. Jamie and Nate, I'd love to hear your thoughts.
Thanks, Hannah, and the word aggression seems to fit, especially with what the chase card has to do.
Yeah, absolutely. It's good to hear that the winds are low. I've seen a little breeze through the trees, and as I've mentioned before, that is accentuated here at Fox Run, especially with all the OBs, long carries of OBs, things of that nature. But low temperatures, low winds, that's a good thing, I think, for all of our players.
Tim Barham putting himself in prime position to grab a birdie on the first hole here. Castro high on the right side.
Last year it was Nico LaCastro that took solo second place. He got himself to 27 under par for that second place. Last year, Paul Macbeth won in a dominating fashion by 9 shots, shooting 36 under par. I do believe if Kevin gets himself to 36 under par, he probably wins the tournament, but definitely not by 9. So it's going to be a little bit of a different year here in 2020, as it's been all season long. I think one of the most impressive years of all time, if not the best.
Wysocki going with a little bit of a higher line than Nico and just feathering it in there right next to the pin.
Yeah, Wysocki needs to start hot and stay hot. It's been the middle part of Wysocki's rounds that have really hurt him, taking bogeys sort of uncharacteristically on a course that he's obviously very, very comfortable with. And if he can avoid all that in the middle of the round, his starts and finishes have been absolutely on fire. And without a few of those mistakes, we'd certainly we would expect to have seen Ricky right at the top.
The momentum that he's carried through the last few tournaments of this season would very easily lead to that conclusion. Conrad able to go to the backhand as he's played more to the left side of this fairway. Just a little bit speedy there, but right there by Nico LaCastro's disc. Kevin Jones getting focused and prepared. He's been in these situations these days. He's been here before. It's just all about if he can finally hold it together during this final round. And I know there are a lot of fans out there rooting for this to happen as much as there are fans of all the other players that would make some pretty amazing storylines if they could overcome at least a 6-stroke deficit to claim this victory.
Yeah, for James Conrad today is pretty much the epitome of his entire career. He's put himself in position so many times, and he's just been just a hair short so many times as well. He does have the one victory here on the Disc Golf Pro Tour, winning at Idlewild, but he's had so many opportunities, and it sort of feels like to me that Kevin Jones is on the edge of becoming one of the best players in the world, and today is his opportunity. We're not going to give Kevin Jones a break at all today. I know I certainly won't. He has a 6-stroke lead. He's certainly the best player in the tournament so far. He needs to go out and prove that he's not only the best player this weekend, but one of the best players at the current moment in disc golf overall. And wouldn't this go a long way for Kevin Jones as we head into a big tournament next weekend, and then we have the tournament in his home state, and then the USDGC. So this is a really good run for Kevin Jones.
The thing about Kevin Jones is we've always talked about his Circle 2 putting, and that's what's really kept him at pace, even when the other disciplines may not get the same level of statistics. So this weekend, it's really been about Kevin Jones off the tee.
Absolutely, and I think that's a dangerous Kevin Jones. He's put the disc so close to the basket. Yeah, he's made a few outside the circle putts, and we certainly saw the one in the opening. That was outside Circle 2 even. But, yeah, off the tee, he's been really the best, one of the best of the tournament, and that's a dangerous thing.
The whole chase card grabs the birdie on hole number 1. That's a great start for those 4 gentlemen. And here is the man who is 6 strokes back, tied with Eagle. Paul Macbeth. He knows what it's like to be in this position. In the 2018 World Championships, it was the 5th round at Fox Run Meadows where he began his day 5 back of the lead, made a valiant effort to try to run down Greg Barsby, who it was just Greg Barsby's time that year. But Paul Macbeth did use that final round to climb back up into a tie for second.
Yeah, and a lot of similarities between that World Championships for Greg Barsby and this final round for Kevin Jones. A lot on the line, not only personally but also professionally. And I think that there's a whole nother conversation we can have about Paul Macbeth and what this would mean to him to make this run and how he could set himself up for the final stretch of the 2020 season.
Good dodge there by the camera operator, keeping Ricky Wysocki's disc from touching the equipment. And Ricky Wysocki alongside Paul Macbeth, one of those guys looking to get that second Pro Tour victory. We can't reiterate this enough. What a year it's been. Only one player has won more than a single tournament.
Yeah. I was talking about this with Val this morning. having a little breakfast saying, I don't think I have ever seen a season like 2020 for so many reasons. Obviously COVID-19, all of the restrictions and things that Jeff alluded to before the round as well. It's been one of those types of years, but on the disc golf course specifically, it has been unprecedented in so many ways, and I think we've all been very lucky in that case.
Definitely. Nico and Ricky down by the pin looking for birdie. Conrad's attempt comes out low, and that's going to be a long run on a runaway green. One of the signature design elements out here in Vermont. Easy to do when you're playing up the side of mountains and hillsides. Tim Barham, fourth to throw here. Tim hitting the right side of the goalpost there. This is the best performance we've seen out of Tim Barham this year. His best finish on the Disc Golf Pro Tour. Tie for 33rd at the Idlewild Open just a month ago. He's kind of hanging out in that mid-30s, low 40th place spot throughout this 2020 season. But right now, he's sitting inside of the top 10. So lots of storylines aside from who's going to win this thing. There's still Pro Tour points on the line. As you mentioned, we're drawing near towards the end of the season. We only have the MVP Open and the Jonesboro Open to follow this event. And then it's going to all come down to Charlotte.
Yeah, and these points late in the season go a long way, more than the points in the early part of the season, because there's just so much more pressure, and I think emphasis put on trying to make the Tour Championship, and not only just making the Tour Championship, but putting yourself in a high position. There's bonuses and all kinds of different things that can come into play. But, I think for Timmy, he's certainly been consistent, and not in a way that he would want to be, but this is definitely a good shining light for him. That was a good up shot there, save his par hopefully, and we'll see if Tim can't just find himself in the top 10. Let's face it, any finish in the top 10 on the Disc Golf Pro Tour is a good thing.
There's also, if there aren't enough storylines for you early on here in the broadcast, you can also go over to udisclive.com. There's a little slider on the top right. You can see the USDGC spots. Other than the Disc Golf Pro Tour, that's the only game in town and the only major for the MPO division. Of course, it will run concurrently with the Women's National Championship. Right now, Tim Barham sitting in a good spot to try to earn that late season qualifier.
I just see just below Tim, I see that name Dan Brooks Wells. He's also in the position to pick up a USDGC spot at the moment. He's got one birdie today. Now, one thing about Dan Brooks Wells, we've talked about him quite a bit, as there's a good run from James Conrad, but he didn't actually have a bogey on his card yesterday. He didn't have a bogey on his card the first day and had one on Friday. So on a one bogey performance on a place like this, pretty impressive from Dan Brooks Wells. We wish him all the best moving forward. Good luck getting that spot.
I think there's many players in the world who want to play 3 rounds at this complex and only have one bogey. So just accomplishing that in and of itself, that's great.
Absolutely.
Oh, Rick released it low out of his hand.
Talked about that circle one putting towards the end of yesterday's round. Missed a few coming down the stretch. Could have been even lower.
Yeah, that is not the deficiency that you expect to see from Ricky Wysocki.
Not at all.
Nico, on the other hand, he is known to overthink very makeable putts. Really has not been the case this season, though. He started to really rewrite that narrative of his career in 2020.
Tim for par now. It's a good save from back there. We saw in the second round Eagle McMahon take a double bogey from a similar position. So Tim did well to get himself up and in. Wysocki, that's a disappointing par. And now James Conrad tapping in as well.
Nicola Castro taking the box with the lone birdie. We are going to take a quick commercial break. 5 minutes away from your lead card. Come right back and see how these guys get started on the Disc Golf Network.
Hey everybody, I'm Paige Pierce, and today I'm going to talk to you about my 2020 Tour Series disc, the Buzz. What I love about this disc is its versatility. It's almost as far as a fairway driver, but it's so straight like a mid-range. The Buzz is a staple in my bag. I think this mold is perfect for anybody. With its slow speed and its controllable flight, it's good for all skill levels, and anybody would benefit from having a Buzz in their bag.
Hey everybody, it's Vanessa Van Dyken, and today I'm going to be walking you through my Tour Series disc, the Meteor. The Meteor is an understable mid-range from Discraft, and what I love about it is the versatility. It's great for turnover shots. Beginners or low power players are really going to love this disc. It has a great amount of glide, and it's very controllable. If you'd like to try the Meteor out, you can find it on discraft.com or at your local disc golf shop.
Have you discovered disc golf yet? Get started on the right track with a prime starter set from Dynamic Discs featuring the Escape, Truth, and Judge. The Escape is a controllable driver that flies straight at low speeds and can handle enough power to get massive distance. The Truth is a straight flying mid-range for maximum control, and the Judge is our most popular putter trusted by our pros around the basket and off the tee. These starter set discs are made in our affordable prime plastic for a great price. We've got more discs, bags, and everything you need to get better at Dynamic Discs.
Here at Smuggler's Notch. Things are exciting. We thank our sponsor, Discraft, for helping to keep this event alive this year, everything they did, and also all the efforts of the players made to get here and to make this event what it is right now. Without you, we are not here. We thank you for that. This is our lead card, a 1 o'clock start. The order is Kevin, Paul, Eagle, Calvin. everybody good luck out there. With that being said, we welcome onto the tee box from Greenwood, Arkansas, our current leader, Kevin Jones.
It's about that time. Lead card. Final round. One more trip around the mountain and through the Fox Run Meadow.
Just a little nod to the fellow competitors. Good luck, and here we go. I think one of the most anticipated days of the entire season. I know it is for me, and if you missed the first 3 days, well, shame on you because you missed some great action, but this is where we are. It's amazing stuff. I cannot wait.
You getting any of those old jitters? Been in this position before?
Well, I feel pretty good that I'm not actually in the group because this would certainly be a nerve-wracking position to be in, and we got the best players in the world. You got Heimberg, McMahon, Macbeth. These are the 3 best, really, of 2020.
Just a slight redirect to a very favorable position there. Paul Macbeth finds the fairway.
We talked about what this would mean for Jones and for Macbeth, but what would it mean for Eagle McMahon? It would mean, again, the year of redemption for Eagle McMahon, never finishing in the top 30 here at the GMC, and he finds himself in a tie for second going into the final round. It's a pretty good turnaround.
He's rewritten the playbook for himself, and he's seen a tremendously different result through 3 rounds.
Now, what's up with the glasses from Calvin Heimberg? Did he forget his contacts?
Calvin Heimberg making a statement today.
Thank you, Calvin. That's something to laugh about. Good stuff. Safe and sound, well back.
He's made a strong statement with the glasses. Let's see if he can also do it on the course. And I know we're sitting in 2020, but it was just 3 seasons ago when my co-commentator, Nate Doss, took this tournament down, and you got started with a great putt there on number 1.
Yeah, this was actually this was from the second round, I believe. And then, yeah, it was that 3rd round. That was the round where everything really turned around. The group, as it was, started to play incredibly well. A little good fortune here and there, which we'll always take. And it was really a phenomenal experience. And honestly, it has been a phenomenal experience ever since day 1 at the GMC. Vermont is one of the most welcoming states in the United States from a disc golf perspective. So many great people, so many great courses. And wow, what a moment it was to get the high five from Ricky Wysocki, who at the time was the 4-time defending world champion, a good friend of mine. Was a great feeling. And I cannot wait to see who gets to have that feeling today.
Yeah, I mean, that was the first thing I was going to notice. Ricky Wysocki, to that date, he had 2 back-to-back world titles, 4 GMC titles in a row, and you just came up and said, "Don't forget about me, young man." Of course, much easier to sit here in the booth and just watch them do it and kind of get the adrenaline spike anyway. Heimberg shot from the fairway. All 4 competitors putting themselves in decent position off the tee here.
He was concerned about the OB up there. It looks like he might have beaten that. We will find here out in a minute. But a very similar position to where Kevin Jones is, as his disc was just a few feet ahead of Heimberg. Got it on a much better line, much wider, and starting off where he left yesterday with another park job.
It's about the best way you can play the first hole. Just send a message to all these competitors saying, hey, if you want to beat me, you got to get closer than that.
Yeah, I mean, then let's face it. The only thing that can really beat Kevin Jones at this point is himself. I don't think that, it would have to be a mistake by him. and just sort of not keeping up with the pace that he set. And that's one of the things here at the GMC. I talked about it way back on Thursday. Get to the top early because these guys aren't going backwards.
This has to be one of the most pressure-filled final rounds for a guy like Kevin Jones.
Eagle in beautiful position and beautiful speed as well. That'll be a park job for him.
McMahon has been incredible in spurts, and then he's never been bad, but he's just gone quiet in some of the stretches of this weekend. He's just got to go wire to wire today, and so does Paul Macbeth.
Paulie going to the backhand, incredible control, and a beautiful result.
Heimberg going to be the long putter, everybody else within 15. This is what is at stake in Vermont. As we've said, Kevin Jones, he's won on the Pro Tour before, just not in 2020, despite being undoubtedly the favorite to go back-to-back at Idlewild, coming close at the D-Glow. Can't believe that was already a month and a half ago, by the way. The largest margin of victory, Ricky Wysocki, and that performance at that 4-round event led him to be pretty confident that he could take this one down, but right now he's kind of on the outside looking in, and as we mentioned, those coveted USDGC spots, they're at stake today too.
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, we have this event, we have next week's event, we have Jonesboro to qualify for the USDGC. And while most of our top dogs have qualified, it's those people that maybe haven't been there before or have not had a great season. You know, guys like Dan Brooks Wells and guys like Dustin Keegan. These guys are on the edge right now looking for their spot. No Monday qualifying at the USDGC either, so got to get it before we get there.
Heimberg not confident enough to commit to that. With the downhill run on that putt, he is still staring at OB if he were to put that one a little too long. Macbeth's first putt looks good. Eagle McMahon also getting the birdie. Kevin Jones with the no doubt after Calvin Heimberg will tap in the par. Through one hole, Kevin Jones has ceded no ground. If you are hanging out, make sure you check us out on social media. If you're on Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, or Twitter, we're the same tag everywhere. Disc Golf Pro Tour. You can use the hashtag GMC2020. Come give us a follow. We're doing a 50,000 follower giveaway on Instagram. Details on our account.
And that's one thing Kevin did almost none of yesterday was concede any strokes. In fact, through the first 12 holes, he hadn't conceded anything. He had been sitting on top of the box, and he was able to control the speed of the group, which I think was important. And there's a bit of that good fortune that I mentioned that I received at the 2017 GMC, and he's getting a little bit of that as well, in close for yet another birdie.
Sometimes you just got to have the course help you out a little bit. Kevin Jones has gotten 3 strokes further under par with each consecutive round. That would be a scary number if he can accomplish that feat today.
Got to sit, and that will be OB for Paul Macbeth. Hole number 2 is 250 feet straight away. Really, it's a tight gap off the fairway, or off the tee, opens up in the middle part of the fairway, but that's the area you got to concern yourself with. The OB long, it's only about 25 feet back there, so Macbeth will have a putt for par from about 25 feet.
McMahon going to a standstill.
This was his only bogey stroke on the second day back on Friday, and it was actually a double bogey that he took here. He's done much better, although he's nowhere near the basket. He should have a long look at 2, potentially but an easy par if he so chooses.
Heinberg after the par. He's found that same tree the Eagle McMahon hit. And Paul McBeth spoke about his strategy for trying to catch Kevin Jones today. I don't think it included an OB on the second hole, but let's find out from the man himself what he's going to try to do at Fox Run Meadows.
Definitely. I think if I can string some together, especially early, that'll put some pressure on Kevin. I think he's got me by 5 or 6. So, yeah, if I can string them together early, get some pressure on him, maybe he'll make a couple mistakes. But if he shoots like he did today, it'll be tough to catch.
As expected, that's a pretty accurate assessment from the 5-time world champ there. Eagle with what probably should be a layup.
The reality is that when we look at Fox Run Meadows, we have to look at specific holes. We have holes like number 5. We have the holes 7, 8, and 9. Those holes, as we play that front 9, are the key holes for Kevin Jones. Can he get by those without a disaster? That's where the numbers can add up fast. Otherwise, the course is somewhat self-explanatory. Stay aggressive off the tee. Get yourself a couple of birdies. But 5, 7, 8, and 9, those are ones to watch out for.
Kevin doing a good job to keep the putts short for birdie so far through 2 holes, or on the second green. That helps keep the nerves down, and it certainly is helpful when you know that neither of your 2 closest competitors chasing you were able to get in position for birdie here.
Paul going ahead and getting his relief from the out-of-bounds position. And now you can see what he has. This is about a 25-foot putt coming back slightly uphill to an elevated basket. This is for par.
McBeth avoids the bogey. A high-quality putt right there.
Yeah, really solid-looking putt. Lately, I've been looking at Paul's putt, and I've been looking at the angle that it's flying. That was much flatter, beautifully up and over the rim. Nice effort, and just a tap-in birdie for Kevin Jones.
Big thing to watch for Paul McBeth and Eagle McMahon. What do they show Kevin in terms of emotion? We just saw Paul calmly put that disc in the basket, take his time to walk up. He's not going to show any of his cards to Kevin unless Kevin makes the mistake, and that's when you're going to see McBeast come to life. The lead, however, is now 7 strokes.
As I mentioned, there are just those pitfall holes here on the front 9 if Kevin can get through those. He played holes 7, 8, and 9 in the second round, by the way, 3 under par, better than anybody else in the tournament. And that was really what set this all in motion. At that point, he was only 1 under par for his second round, sitting at 9 under par for the tournament. Since then, he's only birdied about 7/8 of the holes that he's played, and it's been an impressive run ever since.
Little breezy here on 3. Jones gets a little bit high and kicks left. That's likely going to be par territory.
This is the scenario where I think off the tee, he has to stay aggressive. He has to take it to the course. But once he gets to these pins, he has to play smart. I think that's a good layup position for Jones, but we'll find out what he's going to do. Hole number 3 is quite tricky. Actually plays up the hill. You have to flatten out a mid-range length disc and control the speed. Just like McBeth did there, it slopes away severely behind this pin, just out of frame there, and does slope away down to out of bounds.
He was not going to overshoot 2 baskets in a row, but he's left with Another circle's edge putt, this time for birdie. McMahon now. He likes the high route. Does he still do it in the wind? No, he's changed his game plan. And gets a great result. I know you're looking at the screen now thinking, what high route are you talking about? Those are just Eagle things. He just decided not to show us that particular skill today. As Heimberg flattens one as well.
Just so you know, they did add a mandatory here on number 3, and the big high route has not been taken this year at all.
Oh, great. No spike hyzers, no grenades either, I guess. So we can roll by and show you that Mando tree we're talking about.
Yep, so as we fly up the fairway here, this is the trickiness to it because it does play uphill most of the way, and a lot of the gravity is pulling left, and you actually need to straighten your disc up. That tree right there does have a Mando sign on it today, and the players have to go up this fairway here. But as you're coming up the hill and trying to get it to flat, the gravity is constantly pulling you to the left, pulling you into these trees right here. This is where Kevin Jones got caught up. And then, as I mentioned, it slopes away behind the pin, directly to out of bounds behind. And it's a tricky little hole. But again, I think from where Kevin Jones found his drive, I think you lay it up, you live to fight another day because it's not that important to pick up a birdie here.
Kevin Jones agreeing with you. Just laying up close to the pin. Smart move by Jones. He has plenty of strokes cushion. He doesn't need to start counting the deficit or counting the differential. Heimberg. About 50 feet here, maybe a smidge closer, but downhill. It's going to get there quickly. Flagstick saving Heimberg some length on that comebacker. Now Macbeth, a couple steps inside the circle.
Ooh, the knee gets him to bring it right back in. He thought it was a little bit too far to the right, but nevertheless, it's in the basket. And with the eagle up in close as well, I'm looking to see. That's just a tap in for eagle. They now chip away, back that stroke that Jones gained. And look, here in the booth, we'll play the chess game. But if you're Kevin Jones, you just got to not even worry about it. Continue to do what you set out to do.
Eagle McMahon looking good early. He's 2 down through 3 holes. So is Paul Macbeth. Let's see this one more time. Eagle just attacking with the light hyzer. Slow flying disc.
See how he got it up to flat and he pushed it far enough forward and played beautiful ground game there, controlled the speed, and had just a tap in birdie.
2 down through 3 is the hot pace so far for anybody on lead or chase. We're going to take a quick commercial break. There's a long walk to the next tee. We'll be right back on the other side with more disc golf on the Disc Golf Network.
Hey guys, this is Michael Johansson. You guys all know me as MJ. Today we're going to be discussing my 2020 Tour Series disc, the Comet. What I love about the Comet is the fact you can do almost everything with it when you get used to it. To me, the Comet shines the most when you're in the woods and you're forcing yourself into having to shape a shot around a tree. So it just really makes woods golf so much easier, which kind of is why I use it all the time. You can get them at your local disc golf retailer or always at discraft.com.
While we were away, James Conrad was putting on hole number 4. Deep in circle 1 with a tailwind. Squares that one up nicely for the birdie.
Really good, solid putt from James Conrad. He is now 3 under par through the first 4 holes. And I'll tell you, this is pretty much exactly what he had done back on Friday. And it was a missed drive here where he threw OB left in the water that it kind of started that slow tumble down, and the drives just never picked back up. So hole number 5, very, very difficult downhill into a headwind, OB on right and left.
Yeah, he had a tailwind putt on the previous hole. Now it's a headwind, and like you said, a very dangerous hole, number 5.
This is a good preview for one of those pitfall holes that I was mentioning for Kevin Jones. And boy, James Conrad has got this on a line, and it is executed beautifully for James Conrad. He gets the green flag, and he should be with inside circle 1.
Back over on the tee of number 4, Paul Macbeth.
Hole number 4, our players are playing out this gap to a blind island, and that is the island that they've landed on. It's a large grass area. It's a fairly big island. You know, it's something that the players would expect to hit 99 times out of 100, but it's completely blind to them. Plus, they don't know the wind out there. Macbeth executing that with perfection. That bush is a good reference for our viewers at home. If they're just to the left of that bush, they should have a beautiful entry to the pin.
Here's Eagle McMahon.
Eagle taking a high overstable disc. There's the bush. And he's got past it, and that will be a very good position here.
Yeah, that area kind of between the bridges, that top quadrant of the island, a really fantastic place to be. Kevin Jones flexing one. It's going to stay higher on the... Ooh, does it stay on the fairway? It's pretty close.
Yeah, might be a visual for us here with the cameras. It looked to me like he was going to be no problem in bounds, but yeah, it looked like he might have been near the edge. We'll find out here in a minute.
Either way, left side preferable to that high right side. Calvin Heimberg tracking the left part of the fairway, and he does so very well. There's a very well-known course designer put in Fox Run Meadow, Steve Brinster. And here's what he has to say. Nate, what do you think here? You agreeing or disagreeing with our course designer?
Well, Steve, one of my best friends, and he's more well-known as a disc golfer and the USDGC champion. But let's put it this way. I totally agree with him on number 1, except hole number 5 plays as one of the most difficult holes on the course. Definitely survive 7, 8, and 9. That can mean the tournament for one of these players. Kevin Jones, those are the most 3 important. Keep it in bounds, yes. Be ready to adjust as the wind picks up. Absolutely, yes. So, by all means, Steve Brinster knows what he's talking about.
Hey, guess you don't get one of those USDGC rings without knowing a thing or two about how the disc flies, right?
Absolutely. And, you know, the design from Jeff and Steve here was really fantastic. And, they've made adjustments over the years here to adjust for local environmental standards to make the course more difficult. Players like Ricky Wysocki sort of forcing the hand of those players, right? When he comes out and shoots at 12 or 13 under, we need to make some adjustments, and I think they've adjusted beautifully here at Fox Run Meadows. I think now it's rounded out into one of the best courses of the entire season. By the way, for all you folks at home, if you look straight in the center of your screen, up on the top of the mountain, you see that little notch? That is the Smuggler's Notch here in the mountains. We come through that notch. It's pretty cool.
Hard to drive those big vehicles through as well. Kevin Jones, forehand.
Asking for it to get down. I can hear his voice.
It nearly got down inside the basket there, just glancing off of the rock, but he's inside circle one. Short headwind look for birdie.
What a beautiful view. Mount Mansfield there. If you're planning a vacation for next year, 2021, and you love disc golf, you might as well just make it. Here at Smuggler's Notch Resort. The resort is a fantastic place. #1 family resort in the country. And dad's playing disc golf. Maybe the kids are joining. Mom's playing along too. It can be a whole family thing. And yeah, I would suggest it. It's one of the best places in the country.
Wholeheartedly agree with you there. Headwind birdie look for Macbeth, a couple steps away from where Kevin Jones is. It looks like Calvin Heimberg will be next to throw, and you can just kind of sense there's who's going to make the first mistake. Everybody patiently waiting to see if Kevin Jones gives them the opportunity.
I think the backhand is much more difficult here as the hole does slope away to the left, and Heimberg proving that there is no difficulty with that backhand. Now, he did most of his work off of the tee pad, putting himself well out there, throwing a very slow disc into this interesting green and putting it perfectly on the green.
Yeah, Eagle McMahon, he's got way up there off the fairway, so this is almost an eyes-closed approach.
Just to stand still. We see Eagle do that quite a bit. And beautiful execution. Just a little long. He'll have that putt going back. Wind could be an issue.
Everybody looking for birdie putts. This time Calvin Heimberg is nice and close.
And as Hannah Macbeth said, look at how the winds have really subsided. I have played hole number 4 where that flag right there is absolutely standing up, will not even think to stop. And today it's just a slight breeze. As I mentioned, this is always going to be the case at Fox Run. We are here in the mountains. There's always going to be a little bit of a breeze, especially at this time of day. Our lead card teeing off at 1 p.m. local time. I have that right? Yep, 1 p.m. local time. And it's sort of that middle part of the day. You got some warming, some cooling, and the winds usually pick up.
Wind seems to have died down a bit here as Macbeth approaches his birdie look. Macbeth, good pace on that putt. Not a whole lot of up and down, just kind of straight at it with some velocity.
It was a similar putt that we saw James Conrad have in the second round, and he had a much bigger wind, but Macbeth handling that absolutely perfect. It's a big putt for Jones. Now, this is the Achilles heel for Kevin Jones. The short inside the circle putting, he does put it into that front cage more often than not if he does miss. And so, all right, a little bit of nerves as we head into the very difficult fifth.
Everybody going to grab a stroke from Kevin Jones here. Heimberg saunters over to the basket that's about half his size. But Kevin Jones lead now 5 strokes over Macbeth and McMahon. Just moments ago on 5, that's Ricky Wysocki's birdie putt that goes rolling.
Oh, my goodness. You've got to be kidding me. So close to going in for his birdie. Takes the roll over to the OB. All Ricky can do is just walk over, mark it with some frustration, of course, and putt the next one. I think Ricky's dreams of becoming the 5-time champion here are completely dashed at this point. And now today is all about pride. And I think getting himself ready to go down to Maple Hill next week and have another great performance down there.
Currently 9 strokes back of Kevin Jones with that bogey as Kevin steps up to the 5th tee pad here in just a moment.
Boy, we have to talk about how good of a putt that was from Wysocki coming back from the OB. We're so concerned about his struggles that we didn't really talk about. But that was a beautiful effort. And very quickly here in our final round, our lead card has caught our chase card. The chase card is coming up the hill on number 6, which they'll allow them to tee before they tee off. And so now all of a sudden, things are coming to a halt. I think this is an important note for a guy like Kevin Jones, who uses pace and sort of his energy to keep him going throughout the round.
We saw that yesterday. I don't think he stopped birdieing really until he lost the box. That was the first time we saw him take more than one par in a row. Barham. A little frustration evident on his face as he's put that too far right, but he gets a green flag.
That was just a high release, asking him for it to hit a house. We heard him say that. That's a standard response from a lot of disc golfers. Going OB right here is a possibility if you get it too high. Wysocki not happy. He said it himself. That's a shank.
Nico LaCastro.
Hole number 6 plays as the easiest hole on this Fox Run Meadows course. It is a must-get for the field. 69% of the field birdied this hole today with 80 plays through it. We have just 8 left. Oh, and Nico has left it well outside OB. He's OB on the left side.
Nico frustrated right now as he's on 2 bogeys in a row. This guy puts so much pressure on himself. You know, he's been grinding a long time. He does not tolerate a lot of errors in his own game. Macbeth, ready to throw.
In round number 2, Macbeth went out of bounds. He's a little on the inside. All right, he's going to hit those trees and land in bounds. Hole number 5, very, very difficult. We saw the shot James Conrad threw just a moment ago. You have to get it through that slot that Macbeth just missed on the left, but without going too far right and without having it too high. There's OB on the right. There's the lake on the left.
You're not seeing a whole lot of wind up top. There is more wind down by the pin. You'll see the basket flag is moving. Just makes this hole that much harder to reach.
Eagle taking the big spike hyzer angle.
Of course, I shouldn't have said that as Eagle McMahon was on the tee, because I don't think there's a hole on earth he can't reach.
Well, he took the idea of taking an extremely overstable disc and putting it way up in the sky. So avoiding it, really allowing it to fly all that much. And he's found himself about 45 short, but he is in bounds. A decent look. Saw how treacherous this green was for Wysocki.
Heimberg, this needs to flatten. Does a really nice job and gets the bonus roll.
Beautiful shot there. You can see the slope as Heimberg came into that slope. Landed, took the nice kick forward. I think this drive right here will tell us everything we need to know about where Kevin Jones's nerves are. That will be out of bounds. Way out of bounds. And now here we go. This is starting. This is where we're going to get going because he's only going to move up about 150 feet and still have an incredibly difficult shot coming here for his third.
Well, this is not the first time we've seen Kevin Jones with some nerves. This was back in 2018 at the Idlewild Open, the very dangerous 13th, where you have to shred the gap. And then on number 15, that one a very tough shot as well. And it's just the little things. This was earlier this year with a chance to push the playoff. Couldn't find a way to make it go in. Kevin Jones, all the talent in the world. The biggest criticism that you can have for a guy like that is he just sometimes falls short in these final rounds. He's really focused on rewriting this narrative right now as he's way back here throwing his third.
Oh, what a shot it is. Beautiful effort from Jones.
Great recovery shot from KJ USA. Let's take a moment to check in with Hannah Macbeth.
Hey, Booth, and everyone watching. It's safe to say that the nerves are in full effect here on hole 5. I know the tournament just got started on the final day anyway, but Kevin Jones is so quiet. Yesterday, he brought liveliness to the card. He was rooting on his card mates. Anything you did, he was there for you in good spirit. Today, it's the total opposite. Even when Calvin Heimberg showed up to hole 1 sporting some really incredible looking glasses, Kevin joked around a little bit, but was very focused. Is this going to be enough to carry him through to the end? Not sure, but sure hope all the luck in the world to him. Booth, what are your thoughts?
Well, I think that Kevin Jones, that you can't make the mistake like that, but also to his credit, he did step up quickly and put it right under the pin to say, okay, hold on, just a single bogey.
Yeah, does 2 OBs equal an inbounds because he's actually gone OB to the right of hole number 9. You can see him just picking up his disc there. But you're right, and Hannah's right as well. The nerves are certainly in full effect. You saw the shot that he tried to throw there on number 5, a very touchy shot. Tried to use angle, and you just cannot do that on a downhill shot with a bit of a headwind. And look at this from Macbeth. Finds a little bit of roll here. On number 5, he'll be left with a somewhat challenging putt for par.
And Macbeth was pretty far back there for that birdie. You can see McMahon closer, just only getting a couple steps off of the bridge.
Yeah, this is about 45 feet from this position. He's got to be careful hitting the basket. Again, we saw what happened to Wysocki.
Tried to play the wind there. Just didn't judge it. Didn't give enough rightward push on that headwind putt.
It's a really good effort, though. So many implications there on that putt. And actually, Macbeth rolled much further than we anticipated. He's out here around the edge of circle 1. So now Macbeth having to make this for par just like he did back on number 2.
He hasn't been pushing the pace quite as much, and he has 3 through 5. He would like all 5 of those, especially given that number 2 is one of the ones he missed out on. But his putter, saving him some strokes, keeping him in it right now.
Well, and I was just thinking about what it would have meant for Jones to be on bogey here and for Macbeth to go from par to bogey and to not actually gain anything. That would have been a horrible change there for Macbeth, but nevertheless, he is going to pick up the 1 stroke on Jones as long as Jones is able to get this up and in.
Cannot think about last hole. Got to put everything out of the mind.
Ooh, and barely up and over that rim, but in nevertheless. So that will be the first bogey for Kevin Jones in a long time. In fact, it's been 3 days since he's taken a bogey all the way back on Thursday.
Wow. Smash that wow button.
Wow.
Eagle going to find the par as well. Heimberg suddenly 2 in a row. He's started a little bit slower, but now he's got it in gear, starting to warm up a little bit out here at the Fox Run Meadows course. We heard Hannah mentioning that it was lower 60s when the players got started. Just 5 holes later, we're warming up. The wind is still in play. And the nerves, that's got to be the number one thing right now.
Absolutely. And if you're a fan of disc golf and you went back and watched 2017, I also threw out of bounds on number 5, gave back, conceded a stroke back to, at the time, Michael Johansson. Kevin Jones just did that to his closest competitors. But the key here is you have to get number 6, and then how does Kevin Jones plays holes 7, 8, and 9? In that run in 2017, I birdied all 3 of those holes, and I never looked back, even though it did come down to the last hole. Those 3 holes are so important for the championship run. Got to start with number 6, playing as the easiest hole, as I mentioned.
Heimberg just putting park jobs down all of a sudden. Macbeth, 4 back.
You got to remember, just 7 back, or he was 7 back just 3 holes ago. So able to chip a score on the last 3 away from Kevin Jones.
Eagle McMahon mirroring Paul's round right now.
Yeah, kind of the game within the game, isn't it? Macbeth and McMahon, the Mech battle here for second place and potentially for the victory as well.
And that's what's got to be so difficult. You can't totally take your eye off the third man. It's not a one-on-one fight right here. Eagles in close as well. Kevin so good off the tee yesterday.
A little weak and a little high. All right, but he actually had the power on it, but it was a little high. Nevertheless, he's going to have that putt right there, a similar distance to the one he missed back on number 4. Let's take a look at hole number 6 on the flyover. It's just up the hill, 270 feet. Like I said, this is your last chance to get what we would consider an easy birdie, playing as the easiest hole here in our final round. Up the hill, turns the corner. It's a sidearm for most, a backhand for those who have the high level of skill, like Calvin Heimberg, who handled it absolutely perfectly. We have 4 guys off the tee here, 4 guys inside the circle. But the big question is can Kevin Jones make this length putt, which he just missed, just 2 holes back?
Anything less than a star frame, I think all 4 of these gentlemen will agree is unacceptable here. Macbeth's got the party started.
High in the chains here on the DGA Mach X. Beautiful putt there. But this is the putt right here. Kevin absolutely needs this heading into 7. So important.
Stuck that one. That had better velocity than the putts we've seen on the last couple holes.
The only fear I have is the last 3 have either hit the front rim or barely gone over. I think that's a little bit of a concern. Again, only here in the booth, not for Kevin.
Yeah.
Something to talk about
He's
anyways.
just happy with the score.
Absolutely. McMahon solid in the chains. And yeah, you're right. Macbeth and McMahon absolutely mirroring each other today so far. Ooh, what a day it's going to be. And I cannot wait for the next 3 holes. I actually would say that the next 3 holes is probably the best run of 3 holes for the entire year. Remember, we got to thank our friends at Bushnell. This is the big drive hole. We'll find out if they go over this area right here. You got to throw well over 400 feet to get across. If you do that, you have now a long runway down. There's OB on the left, OB along the right. There's a big bubble here in the middle part of the runway. A lot of our players try to find that bubble off of 2 shots. If you can get there, you're going to have about 375 to 400 plus feet into the green. It's a nice, beautiful little green. You have to concern yourself with going out of bounds long because it's only about 25 feet back there, but it's very thick grass. A lot of times we see sidearms into the pin from the 3rd shot. It's well over 1,000 feet at 1,200 plus feet, and it's really birdie is the best score you're going to get here.
Ahead on the fairway of this very same hole, it's Nico LaCastro. You can see a small orange flag there. He found himself out of bounds right. Tried to go big flex, and it did not work back in time. He's going to do a similar shot here. He's got plenty of room to bend it.
That's Nico's. Yeah. 3rd shot, I guess.
Nico struggling right now. 3 bogeys in a row. He started out birdie. And that's the worst feeling you can have going into the teeth of this front 9.
If we remember back just 2 days ago, Eagle McMahon in the top 2 cards was the only guy to successfully get over the out of bounds. We saw quite a few guys lay up. We saw Paul Macbeth go out of bounds, and we also saw James Conrad go out of bounds. So it's a little easier said than done here on number 7, and you kind of have to pick. Are you going for it? You need to commit. If you're laying back, commit to that as well. Let's face it, you can still get the birdie if you lay up off the tee, but it is a lot easier if you get up and over that ravine on your tee shot.
This is Tim Barham's 3rd throw.
That's that sidearm I'm talking about, executed beautifully. Nice shot for Tim. Back to the tee.
Heimberg first to throw. He's going to go for the layup spot right here.
Yes, that is the ideal position for the layup there. You create a much larger fairway. Because you're playing across that runway that I talked about, you actually make the fairway much wider. And so that's a beautiful shot from Heimberg. What does Macbeth do? He did throw out of bounds here off the tee back on Friday.
Beth going big, but he missed it. Does he? No way.
Nope, that is an OB. We were wondering if he got the fortunate kick, but he's going to go out of bounds. We see his mark. So the first OB here for Macbeth on number 7. Just as a reminder to everybody at home, hole number 7, playing currently as of 80 players through, the second most difficult, only 4% of those 80 men getting a birdie here.
Par was very good today. Birdie, exceptionally good. Eagle McMahon going to try to take down this big drive from Bushnell with a sidearm.
And it was a beautiful sidearm that he threw back on Friday. Can he replicate it? He's asking for it to come across a little bit. Oh, and just barely getting across, but he is in bounds. Advantage Eagle McMahon.
And oh, by the way, the longest drives. By the way, Eagle has fun on the course, if you didn't know. The longest drives from our MPO and FPO lead cards on the Bushnell Big Drive hole are going to win a pair of Nitro 10x42 binoculars, courtesy of Bushnell. So will it be Kevin Jones or will it be Eagle McMahon? It's going to be Eagle McMahon. Going to get a little bonus prize and a lump of coal in the stocking for Kevin Jones right there as he finds OB.
Boy, here we go. The tournament is already on, but now it's on like Donkey Kong as we've seen Kevin Jones unwilling or unable to make the adjustment here on number 7. He's OB, and not only is he OB, he's OB in a really horrible spot. Let's see if he takes advantage by giving himself a little bit of distance off that OB line. Otherwise, he's going to be tucked in right behind that big tree, and all of a sudden, things are getting much more difficult for Mr. Jones.
The lead is 4 after 6 holes, and you know, if you like a nice even pace catch-up, you got to take 2 strokes from the leader every 6 holes. That's the game plan for Macbeth and McMahon, and so far through the early going, should we say, of this round, they've already done that.
Yeah, they absolutely have, and it's not for a lack of effort from Kevin. In fact, you kind of think about it, the only thing was the missed putt on 4 and the bad tee shot on 5. It hasn't really been that bad. But as I said, 7, 8, and 9, this is what's going to decide who is a contender and who is a pretender as we hit the back 9.
Nobody on the lead card has yet ceded any of their spots to the chase, although the chase card has done some shuffling around so far.
Yeah, and kind of Heimberg hanging out there, sneaky, picking up those 3 in a row on 4, 5, 6, and he's in good position here off the tee on number 7. The question is can Macbeth somehow find a way to get his par here on number 7? That is still a win, nevertheless, right? I mean, you figure, can he get it down there with enough distance? And that's the thing about laying up, and this would be the kind of the layup area. Can you get enough distance on your second to then be close enough to the basket on your third, for your third shot, in this case it would be his 4th, to actually attack that pin?
You can see Macbeth there moving his lie over a bit. You can take up to 1 meter in bounds, perpendicular from the OB line. Macbeth likes the angle if he takes less than that.
And you're actually allowed to take as much distance backwards in line with the pin, but it has to be perpendicular to the OB line.
Macbeth.
Very watchful eye heading towards that left-hand OB, but that is a beautiful effort. He's there at the top of the bump. This is where we saw him back on Friday, and he was unable to get up and down from that position. So we'll see if he can't make the adjustment today. Look at how long, how far it is out there. Wow.
Let's go ahead to the green. Let's see Nico LaCastro. This is to save his par and avoid 4 bogeys in a row. That shot not going to do it for LaCastro, and he is struggling at the moment. Looks like Wysocki is going to be next here. Nope, it's James Conrad, actually, who's going to be next. And Conrad's Kevin Jones ready to throw.
That was a poor shot there.
Here is James Conrad. Oh, good velocity on the chains, but cuts through. Conrad playing very well. He's 4 down through 6. That was to go 5 through 7, so he will look at a par. Now, Wysocki.
For birdie from circle 2. Ooh, and just off the right side chains for Wysocki. Let's head back to the fairway. This is Eagle McMahon's drive.
.472 feet for Eagle McMahon on a sidearm into a headwind.
And gets the full juice into that one. Carrying way left. Does the bump out in the fairway save Eagle? No, it does not. So McMahon making a big mistake. And now, Jamie, he'll be left well back because he was OB almost immediately.
That is a sigh of relief for Kevin Jones right now, because if Eagle could have pulled off another one of those roughly 500-foot sidearms and found himself inside of 200 feet for his third shot, that all of a sudden the pressure ratchets up in that scenario.
Well, I question it big time because of the fact of that quality sidearm from Eagle McMahon. He does not need all that distance on that second shot. He just needed one down there safely and then attack the pin. You cannot put yourself in a position to not have a chance to get birdie here on number 7, especially when you're the leader of the tournament. Your closest competitor is kind of floundering back here. Jones is left well back here, just needs a safe shot.
Well, this is going to be his 4th shot now.
The wind has picked up severely in the last 10 minutes. Here on number 7.
He cannot afford an OB stroke. He does a good job there. He can get up and down for bogey.
Absolutely. That is what Eagle McMahon needed to do. He just needed an overstable disc down the hill, put himself within that roughly 400-foot mark into the pin, but he got aggressive, and that wind affected the disc. It held it well out to the left.
Now this is what Eagle is going to be facing.
This is now his 4th shot. Now it's kind of advantage Macbeth, who's much further up the fairway.
Yeah, Macbeth's probably 4 or 5 of those white stakes ahead of where Eagle McMahon is right now.
Yeah, good call. That's probably, a good 40, 50 feet. That shot right there is all Eagle McMahon needed off of the tee. He's going to be left out there around on his second. He's out there about the 100, 120 mark into the pin. He kind of is now accepting bogey here on number 7.
Well, you're going to see Heimberg's next throw, but here's how he got to where he is. He had the best layup of the group, short of the bridge, but then he never gets this one flat, just keeps it on pure hyzer and finds OB left. So, again, Heimberg joining everybody else on the card, taking an OB stroke on the par 5.
I think now we know why this is playing as the second most difficult hole. And oh, by the way, once we get all the tap-ins from these guys, it might turn into the most difficult because they're going to definitely not birdie, and they're going to add down to that bogey percentage.
Heimberg fading short of or left of that OB, getting it to hyzer back.
About 120 feet out, roughly. Back there with McMahon. McMahon might be more about 150 out. Now we'll move down to Macbeth. Can Macbeth get to the pin? That is the big question. He is well back. He is, roughly, I'm just going off of a guess here, knowing the course, he's going to be about 450 back. and he's going to go with the backhand here. He's got to be concerned about going long as well. OB just 25 feet behind the pin.
Yeah, very technical shot here. Too high, tails left. OB could come in. Punched hard and right, turns over. OB, it's got to be on a line. Looks like he's hit that line.
But does he have the distance? All right, he's going to be out there roughly where Wysocki just had his birdie putt from, a similar distance, but he'll have that putt to actually gain a stroke on Kevin Jones.
It's not what he thought was going to be the scenario after his tee shot, but he certainly will take it when you give it to him. McBeth has been right around circle's edge. 4 putts already of his last 5 have been from the edge of the circle. In fact, 5 Circle 1X connections in a row for McBeth. So he is certainly lurking right now.
So McMahon submitting to the bogey at best with his what ended up being his 4th shot, putting himself out here in this range. He's actually out there around 200 plus feet into the pin. So still no easy shot here. Will be the 4th sidearm though.
Yeah, he's just committing to the sidearm on this hole. I guess if you can throw it about 500 feet at will, that's not a problem.
Absolutely. Watch the speed. Watch the speed. Oh, no, and it has gone long out of bounds. He will take yet another penalty and have that putt now for double bogey.
Hole 7, upsetting the natural order of things right now. Kevin Jones going quickly. That's fading left. Does it stick? It does stick nicely inside of circle 1.
It's good speed for Jones, but that's that range. That's that 22 to 25 foot range. The wind is somewhat subsided down here at the green, so let's see if he can't get that up and in. But oh my goodness, how quickly hole number 7 has done it. We talked about it at the top of the show. It is now, we're here in the throes of it, right? We're here on the pin of number 7. And oh, by the way, it doesn't get any easier on 8 and 9.
Right. Heimberg. This is his 5th throw. That'll secure a bogey for Calvin.
Beautiful shot from Calvin Heimberg.
This is the thing that Paul McBeth is so very good at. You're seeing it play out right now. He knows how to take off just enough, even when he has a setback, to continue to put pressure. The fact that he circles edge looking for a par when Eagle McMahon and Kevin Jones know they're trying to get bogeys, well, okay, we've seen Paul McBeth hit 5 circles edge putts already today. So even those little tiny things, those are the veteran moves and the reason that Paul McBeth has had the success in his career that he has to this point.
Let's call it 40 feet, slightly downhill, breeze, gusty at the moment. Let's see what he's got. This is for par to take a stroke. And you can tell how much it means to Paul McBeth. Not only how much it means, but he knows what it means.
Yeah, this is Kevin Jones began floundering on the 4th hole, did not get through that front 6, and McBeth wants to pressure him as much as possible right now. McMahon saves that double bogey with a shout out from Heimberg.
Eagle won't be happy about that, and while he just squandered potentially an opportunity to take multiple strokes, let's see what Jones can do here. All right, Kevin Jones gets it up and in. I was a little bit curious to see what happened on that putt before I went on about McMahon. While he squandered some opportunities, he's not losing that much, and still with 8 and 9 going, we still have quite a bit left on the bone here on the front 9.
The par 5 doing work on our lead card. And all of a sudden, those pars that we've seen from the chase card looking pretty good. If you like the partnership that we have cultivated with Bushnell, you can get your very own Sport 850, the rangefinder designed specifically for disc golf as it measures in feet. It also can measure elevation changes, the rise and run of the shot that you're looking at. You can pre-order them. Go to Disc Golf Pro Tour shop online, dgpt.com/shop.
All righty. No rangefinder needed here. Up the hill, 750 feet. You got to just get it out and around this corner. That corner is quite large, and it blocks the fairway completely from the players. And the players are playing now from a deep corner of the property, so it's uphill the whole way. 755 feet plays more like 900 once we add up all that elevation change. We'd need that rangefinder, right, to figure out our elevation change. Once we get to the fairway, it's a very difficult shot up the hill with OB on the right. The players have to avoid the right OB, but avoid going too safe and finding themselves in the left-hand OB. Number 8, you can see how it flies. You can see the challenge. Playing today as the 5th most difficult. We just played the 2nd most difficult. Now we're on the 5th. Only 5% of our field taking birdies. 49% over par here on number 8.
Calvin, Paul, Kevin, Eagle.
The top 4 in this division just played hole 7. 5 strokes over par as a group. Meanwhile, James Conrad, he's 4 down bogey free, currently 1 back of McMahon, 2 back of Macbeth.
Must be noted that those scores from our lead card on number 7 kept it as the number 2 most difficult hole, which means we still have the most difficult on the way.
Heimberg getting a little throw back into the fairway there.
He was actually just looking out at the spotter, got the green flag, got very fortunate there, and he'll find himself in a good position. Macbeth found himself OB off the tee here in round number 2. Can he make the adjustment?
This is an aggressive line if it pans out.
Perfect.
Kevin looks like he's swinging for the fences on this one.
Really high. It got a good amount of turn on it, starting to flex. Oh, what a shot. The only thing I'll say, just because I'm a nitpicky guy, he's a little bit far to the right, and it does create a very difficult angle into the pin. But otherwise, he's in bounds, and he's gone a long way up there.
Eagle, that looking inside. Can it get down?
No. That'll be OB. You were right. Kind of caught that. He didn't really power through that one.
One more time. Roll the replay back.
Look at how high Kevin gets it. It must be an understable disc. Starts to flex right here and finds himself in the deep corner there on the right side of the fairway. And as I mentioned, it does create a very difficult angle into this pin. But nevertheless, he's way up the fairway, and he's bitten off quite a bit of distance before he has to head into this very difficult pin.
Well, you like to see Kevin Jones get aggressive, stay aggressive right there. He says, all right, I've stumbled a little bit, but here, if I'm going to go out, I'm going to go out doing it my way, because that is a big shot here on this par 4.
And just as an update for all of our fans at home, our chase card just finishing hole number 8. They just made it now only the 6th most difficult, as we see Wysocki, LeCastro, and Conrad all carding birdies here on number 8. So very well played by our chase card.
We're definitely going to have to pay attention to the chase card to see what they're doing. They are right up in the mix here with everybody, and with Jones giving 2 of the 3 birdies back that he's earned so far on the front 9, it all of a sudden becomes a much hairier picture than it was just an hour ago.
Now McMahon, he's now looking to potentially take that relief that I was talking about before.
I get a meter out and then straight back?
No, he was OB.
Well, he's in
Right?
bounds.
You're in
You
bounds.
disc.
Oh, crap.
Yeah. Only if you're out of bounds.
For some reason, everything in my head's saying that I'm out of bounds right now. Okay, we're good.
Eagle's also confused. You can still take that meter. Does not matter if you're in or out of bounds. You're always allowed up to 1 meter relief, perpendicular, or you can go back on the line of play from the perspective of the basket.
Wow. Inbounds. How fortunate is that?
Extremely, and even Eagle knows it because he had mentally prepared himself for the out of bounds call.
Everything told me he was out of bounds as well. And I'm 3,000 miles away. But other than that, he is in bounds.
Not an easy shot, though.
Now, I think he's actually accepting par here. Going with the backhand. Yep, he's just laying up. I think that's a smart play. I really like that play because from that far back, the likelihood of getting up near the pin is low, and the likelihood of going out of bounds on that right side is high. So I think a good adjustment there from McMahon. Kind of stopped the bleeding, I guess, for lack of a better explanation.
He could be just waiting to see if Kevin is going to cough up a stroke or take it from him there as well. It's the tough stretch. Like you're saying, Macbeth, on the other hand, he's got plenty of airspace, and he already smells blood in the water today.
Yes, this is such a difficult shot. You got to, again, push the right side, but avoid the left. Oh, a little too far to the left, but the hill's going to save him, so he'll be in bounds. And actually, out there around that 80-foot mark, potential throw-in.
He was looking for the turn, and it's just that last little bit of OB that cuts in right of the basket and short. These players trying to bring it back in towards the green, you can bring that into play if you try to push circle 2.
It plays so far uphill. Look at the slope right in front of Heimberg. And really a great shot here is right there in that kind of tucked in between circle 1 and 2. Nice 40-footer would be great here for Heimberg.
Good straight line shot. He put it right where you told him to.
I love when that happens. It just makes me laugh. 40-footer on the way for Calvin Heimberg. And now we see the angle of Kevin Jones. Everybody at home, notice the OB line on what would be Jones's right, your left. He has to avoid that. He's going to go to the sidearm here. And I think another good result would be right there tucked in between circle 2 and 1.
Little baby flex for some distance. That's a great shot right there. He is inside circle 1X and can watch everybody else to see how they're going to score on the 8th.
Now, again, that will be a challenging putt for Kevin Jones, but maybe the putt he needs to see go in to really prove to himself that, hey, I'm the leader. I can win this thing. And look at what Kevin Jones did back on Friday. We alluded to this quite a bit already. Look at that. Birdie, birdie, birdie on the 1st, 5th, and 6th most difficult holes.
Well, so far, when he played that stretch 3 under on Friday, he's 1 over today. Could erase that stroke right here if he can get a good putt up and in. But first, it will be Eagle McMahon after the layup. That one will stay close for the par.
I think a smart move from McMahon. Macbeth will actually be up in an area where he can run it. And it seems like a putt that we would actually see Macbeth potentially make here.
I fully expect him to run this. What's the saying? All the dimes in your pocket?
Yeah, well, I wouldn't make that bet. I know he's going for it, but I'm talking about, can he make it? And this seems like one of those ones that he can. Yes, he does. That is what I'm talking about right there, Jamie. He asked it to drop right away, and it did it just in time, catching the left side of the basket. Let's roll our Zuka replay. Watch this.
Just hanging in there on the left side.
Oh, here we go.
Did I see a smile from Paul Macbeth? Don't you dare right now. Now his eyes are open and he's interested. Heimberg to get to 26 under par.
Doesn't that just make Jones's putt so much more difficult? All right, from about 40 feet, Calvin Heimberg.
Leaving it short again. If you like circle two and beyond throw-in / putts, you've come to the right tournament. It has been a ridiculous display of aerial distance with a putter. Not so fast, Mr. Macbeth.
Yes, and what I liked about that is how high it hit in the chains. Remember the 3 low putts, the miss on 4, the 2 makes on 5 and 6 respectively. That one high in the chains, and Jones says, not so fast. I'm still leading this thing.
The lead remains at 4. Conrad and Eagle 6 back. Calvin Heimberg still fighting. He's 7 back, and we talked to Calvin Heimberg after his round yesterday.
I mean, I hope so. I mean, pretty unlikely, but yeah, 8 down through 8 would be sweet. If I am 8 down through 8, just don't let Terry Miller show up. I went bogey after he showed up, so keep Terry Miller away. I don't know if he's out here, but definitely don't send him to my card if I'm 8 down through 8.
Well, you'll have the cameras on you from the start. And Terry did not make it through the Vermont quarantine to join us here, so
okay.
Unlikely to see him tomorrow.
Thankful. I'm very thankful for that. Thank you, Terry.
Terry Miller getting thanked for taking the weekend off, and we hope he's having a good one out there in Wisconsin. We will see him back with the team soon, but Calvin Heimberg making this lead card, 8 through 8 performance in the history books. That's good vibes to draw on.
Yeah, I mean, let's face it, you know, Calvin, I love his sense of humor. Anyways, we see where he's at. He's 2 down through 8 today, and you know, he's in a good position. I think he's still in good position to potentially make a run for that second place. But I think right now, with 10 holes left, you got to be right there where we see Conrad, McMahon, and Macbeth. That's just enough strokes to try to gain back on Kevin Jones.
Ricky Wysocki chilling out.
Ricky just missed a birdie putt so close.
Is that why he was laying down on the hillside?
Yeah, it was right off the front of the rim, and hasn't it just been that way for Ricky the entire tournament?
It really has. He just looked so casual right there. It's like, oh, I'm chilling. Okay, my turn to putt.
Well, and that was actually his par putt. So yeah, he missed the par putt off the front after going out of bounds there on number 9. But yeah, it's been a struggle for Wysocki to stay with the pedal to the floor. He actually has found moments of greatness here in this event, and obviously he's sitting in 6th place at 24 under par, so nothing to wave his finger at.
The double bogey on Eagles scorecard really stinging. Then McMahon would follow that up with a par. Macbeth besting McMahon by 1 on the last 2 holes, starting to see a little bit of separation as Macbeth begins to focus in on Kevin Jones, but the hole that we're on right now, it's a scary one.
Yeah, 480 feet downhill. OB left, OB right. Macbeth has to be concerned about the left OB right now. And he sneaks it up and over the knob there, and he will be in bounds. You can see the flags up there. Wind coming across from the players left to their right. And that's the big concern. If you get it turned at all, that wind is not going to allow you to battle back against it and avoid that right side OB. This hole playing as the fourth most difficult today, only 6% of our players have taken birdie. 50% over par here on number 9.
Kevin going to play up the right side.
Does it have the fight in it? Does it have the fight, Jamie? Yes, it does. What a shot from Kevin Jones. Oh, my goodness.
He really rode that right side OB line the entire way, but he puts himself in great position there to capitalize.
That is one of the best shots of the entire season for Kevin Jones. It is so difficult. He pushed the right side as far as he could.
Here's Heimberg. Look at the little bit of flare he gets off of the hillside. You don't see that very often in that thick grass.
Yeah, it is so thick. They're only allowed to cut that grass only a couple of times a year because it's a part of the retention for the lake. And usually when you find yourself in it, it doesn't really go anywhere. But good fortune there for Heimberg. Boy, Jones just laid the gauntlet down here on number 9 and said, hey, this is my tournament. And I think that was the perfect spot to do it.
It seems like he shook off what was bothering him on holes 4 through 7. This is back to the Kevin Jones we saw at the beginning of the round. McMahon doesn't care how dangerous you think the shot is. He's just going to pull a trick shot back into the fairway, but well short of the basket. One more time. Let's see the shot that Kevin Jones just put down.
I know it doesn't seem like a lot, folks at home, but this is so difficult. I was hawk-eyeing it from this angle. Look at it. Does it have the fight in it? Missing the branch by an inch, coming inside the circle on the right side. Shot of the tournament for me so far.
We're going to take a quick commercial break. We're almost halfway home, pending the putts that are just ahead. Come right back in a moment and watch some more disc golf here on the Disc Golf Network. Welcome back. Eagle McMahon here from the fairway. Putting it nice and low, securing the par. Now Calvin Heimberg, about 75 out. Heimberg real close, converting one from outside circle 2. I'm telling you, people are running the basket from a long distance this weekend and connecting. Heimberg nearly drawn up another one.
Really, Haley King, the one that's done most of the long makes right over on the FPO side. She's been amazing from distance.
Sure has.
This is about a similar length putt that Macbeth just made on the previous hole. This is a lot more difficult, though. The green is more slopey behind. And that's the fear. Oh, and he's taken the roll behind the rock. That rock is quite large. Macbeth will have to straddle to his left to see the basket.
Yeah, he may have tried to push too hard right there.
You have got to solidify this birdie right now, Kevin Jones. You have got to make this putt. Oh, and it wasn't a great make at that, but nevertheless, he has done it. Folks, I know you hear it in my voice, and I'm feeling it in my gut right now. That shot that Kevin Jones just threw, think about it. The rest of the card was not even to the right of center and was pushing the OB on the left. This guy went all the way to the right. That was a gutsy shot from Jones.
Macbeth now with the rock in his way. He's just unfazed right now.
Yeah, just enough of an angle to just putt normally past that rock.
And we're going to see Kevin Jones putt one more time. So crucial, Nate. I know when you won in 2017, it was a big putt on 9 that helped accelerate your round. So how important is the birdie on this hole in particular?
Oh, my goodness. I'm telling you, Jamie, I was just rewound right back to 2017, and that is so much guts from Kevin Jones there on number 9, and then he solidified it with a very fortunate putt. Let's put it that way. Here on number 10, we've made it to the back 9 at the GMC. 315 feet. It's just a little baby sidearm. You don't have to do much more than that playing as the 3rd easiest hole, the 16th hardest, as it says there. We saw it from James Conrad. When you try to go with the backhand, that OB long definitely comes into play. If you throw the sidearm, you can control the angle and control the speed. That's a full slope there that the pin is located on.
Jones going sidearm. Jones putting it again inside circle 1.
Splashing the pin with dirt here on number 10. And now all of a sudden, Jones back to a 5-stroke lead, back to the top of the box. He can start to control the pace as we head down the final stretch here on the back 9 of our championship round.
He's given up a third of his lead through the first 6 holes, and he clawed one of those strokes back in the next 3. Here's Macbeth. He's got it right there as well. He said, I don't care if you birdie, I'm staying with you.
We're here on the blimp. Cam? No, actually, that is the edge of the lake up there. A pretty cool view for our cameraman and our spectators in years past.
Yeah, any other year, there would be hundreds of spectators along the ridge line making a real arena on 9, 10, and 11.
Absolutely.
Heimberg challenging that right side OB a little bit more, but still well inside the circle, looking for a putt.
Boy, it seems like Kevin Jones came along with an energy vacuum and went and just brought all the energy his way. He's on the top of the card, 5-stroke lead. Can he keep it together?
McMahon going to have the furthest putt of the group right around circle's edge, call that 30 feet. But that's the most important part is Kevin Jones has now taken control back of this round with 2 very quick birdies to end his front 9. This is what it looks like as we are 8.5 holes from crowning the champion. James Conrad doing a really nice piece of work right now. 6 down through 10. He's up in solo 3rd place, actually ahead of Eagle and Calvin. Nicola Castro's managed to get his round back to even. And look at Philo Brathwaite. We've only really been seeing him on the leaderboard here and there, but getting that double-digit under par round yesterday, gotten half of the holes so far today, moving up spots and getting some more of those Pro Tour points.
Yes, absolutely. Great work by Philo. And then you see Tim Barham and Paul Ulibarri sneaking up there on the top 10. And, we saw how tough of a round Yuli's had back there on Thursday, but he's played really well ever since.
If you're looking for USDGC spots, we mentioned Brooks Wells, we mentioned Keegan, Tim Barham right there. He's aiming at the number 1 qualifying spot. Remember, it's the 5 best scores from those that are not already qualified. You can follow along over on UDisc. Meanwhile, McMahon trying to get a birdie. There's the first one of those double bogey strokes back from the par 5.
Good solid putt at that from McMahon. That'll be the other 3 from the bottom side of the pin. With no wind down in this corner, this is one you expect all 3 of these to make.
Oh, Heimberg. 2 nose up on the uphill putt, and it sails high.
So unexpected from Heimberg. Now Jones.
This is a solid putt.
Very solid. I've liked what I've seen from all the way back to hole number 8. The putting is starting to look a lot better here, especially from close.
It just feels like he finally said, okay, not this time.
Exactly.
Not again. I'm rewriting the story. And yeah, Heimberg with a surprising miss for the star frame there, as he's usually very good at elevated putts, specifically with his style. While you're hanging out with us today, go on over to the Pro Shop. You can get that Sport 850 from Bushnell. You can also get these great discs. They have Raptors, Undertakers, and Buzzes with commemorative stamps from the 2020 GMC. There's only a limited number of these that have ever been made. And I'm telling you, you see that pink Buzz, that was sold out as we announced it on the show the other day. So if you like these beautiful stamps and you want to put these discs in your bag or on your wall, get over to dgpt.com/shop right away.
I want to throw that swirly ESP Buzz. That thing looks amazing. Don't wait on it. They'll go quick. Right now, Kevin Jones doesn't care about any of that. He just cares about getting it in bounds here on number 12, or excuse me, on number 11. 11, not the hardest hole on the course. In fact, plays as one of the easier to par. And you just got to put a quality drive in the fairway here. But the key for me is now Jones has the tee. And can he keep the tee? Because for that, he controls the pace of the group. He gets to the tee very quickly. He's on the tee very quickly. And as soon as they're clear, he throws. In fact, it takes our cameraman a little work to catch up with him sometimes.
Yeah, it's like he gets up there and says, I know what I'm going to throw. And he's going to get that down the fairway and start your 30-second clock as quickly as possible. You better have your options ready. Macbeth's options are just go shot for shot right now and wait for another break.
Yeah, I would say from 10 all the way up to hole number 16, you kind of just have to keep pace and put pressure on Jones. Can you birdie all those? They're all very gettable and not a lot of danger on them as well. So you got to keep pace and push him hard. And by the time we get to that final stretch, 16, 17, 18, give yourself a chance.
McMahon really putting his forehand to work today.
Why wouldn't you? It's so good. Besides the kind of the mistake on the second shot back on number 7, his sidearm has just been so deadly.
And Heimberg on a run of 3 pars in a row. It's been streaky today.
Wow. Just on the edge of inbounds, but he is inbounds, and he's just a jump putt away. That's an aggressive shot from Heimberg, which I really love.
Well, he's got to start making up strokes, and he's got to start doing it soon because this round is going extremely quickly. We're only an hour and a half into this round, and we're already 10 and a half holes down the course. We're going to take this moment to check in with Hannah Macbeth, who's by the tee of number 11.
Hey, Booth, and everyone watching. Hannah Macbeth here on hole 11. I almost got my job taken away by Calvin Heimberg for a second. Although he is competing relatively well today, he did give me some insight. Kevin Jones is absolutely tearing it up. One of the things I wanted to notice to the folks at home, to notice was that, did you see how Paul Macbeth and Eagle McMahon and all of their drives are getting little to no ground action on the fairways? That's because hundreds upon hundreds of competitors and UDisc Live scorers and volunteers have been walking on these fairways for a week now. What that does is it actually pushes the grass, which is usually tall and lengthy, flat. So sometimes if you hit it just right, you can get a lot of movement, but most of the time there's not a lot of ground play. It's very soft. Nate Doss is in the booth, and I'm sure he has tons more insight because he's played here and competed multiple times. I'm going to put it over to the booth where they can discuss, but just make sure you're taking that into consideration as you watch today.
Thank you, Hannah. Eagle McMahon hasn't needed ground play so far today. The airspace he's used. Once again, going back to the forehand here.
Well, it's an important and Eagle unable to get through that gap. He'll be left at the top of the hill. He will be in bounds. There's OB for you guys at home on the left side in those trees. But Hannah makes a good point, as really the grass will be a huge factor on the rest of the holes pretty much, especially as we come down on 16, 17, and 18. The grass is very thick here. We are in the mountains. They do get quite a bit of weather, and she's right. You really just don't get a lot of ground play here, whether or not you have that speed or not coming onto the ground.
Macbeth just squeaking it over the rock wall there, but that's exactly what he needed to do. He's inside circle one.
Yep, and this is what I'm talking about with being 5 strokes back. Can you chip 1 or 2 away? You got to put the pressure on Jones.
Jones going high inside, a little too inside, nicks a tree. Macbeth in position to steal a stroke here.
Yes, Jones out there about 60 feet. And where our camera is located right now is basically out of bounds. And look at the slope that goes all the way from where Jones is down to the pin. He'll have to be very careful if he does decide to go for it here on number 11.
I was just thinking about hole number 18 when we're talking about getting no skips, grabby grass, and I'm sure that's a comfort to know when you're coming down to that hole, because you really can get some big flares out of bounds left, and you don't want it. If you're Kevin Jones, you definitely don't want it to get to that point. You'd like it to be locked up before then.
Yeah, we talked about it at the top of the show. Jones has put himself in position so many times, but it comes down to the last hole. And when you do that, it's always just a flip of the coin, and, you lose the flip of the coin half the time. And I think he's going to do as much work as he can to get to not make it a flip of the coin come the 18th. But Paul Macbeth is going to say something about that, that's for sure.
Calvin Heimberg didn't have to do too much work there to get inside circle after that gigantic tee shot. You could see McMahon here just at the top of the gap.
Just got to be a layup. You cannot go from it up there. The OB is just way too close behind the pin. Now what does Jones do? He's so proficient from circle 2. But I'm telling you, this is a very... Oh, he's just going to lay up. I think a smart play. Would you agree?
3 birdies in a row on the last 3 holes. He's done a good job to get his lead almost back to where it started today. So he's certainly given himself a little wiggle room with the way he's played the last 3.
And, with Macbeth in so close, is that 1 stroke really worth it?
Heimberg. Quality putt there from Heimberg. He takes advantage of the 11th. Heimberg, that's an important one because that is his first birdie since taking that bogey back on hole number 7. It's taken him a few holes to get back into routine. Macbeth's got 2 in a row. And Jones okay to give 1 back and shrink the lead to 4.
I think a smart play from Kevin Jones there. Just conceding the 1 versus 2. Very, very smart. Here we are, hole number 12. It's not a par 3 at all. It's 710 feet. Either way, it'd be a big downhill par 3 if it was. Let's get to the real deal. You want to put your drive over here by this bush. You see those little marks on the ground? That's the short tee. That is the ideal landing zone for our guys off of the tee. Just a placement shot. From there, you turn the corner. You got about 380 to 420 feet into this pin. It's actually a more difficult pin than you would imagine to access because of that length, and your stance is on a side hill back in the fairway. So hole number 12, gettable by this caliber of players. You see 29% of the field taking birdie here on number 12. I think one of those holes that Kevin Jones needs to just execute to the fairway, execute to the pin, and give himself a chance for birdie.
And look at James Conrad. The man is 7 down through 11 holes right now. He had a great first round, a mediocre second and third, but the man is on fire up into 3rd place solo right now. He's actually got a birdie look on the way up ahead on the green, but for now we go to the tee.
This is just a placement shot. The players will have been very well practiced on hitting that area. And I would imagine that most of them will be within the 30, that 10-meter circle of those 2 posts, as you see where Macbeth landed just very close to him there. Here's the thing about Conrad. We talked about his driving being so poor the last 2 rounds. We had him on our coverage. Today, 92% fairway hits. No OBs. He had 5 in round number 2. So great turnaround from Mr. Conrad.
Heimberg's found inbounds as well. Jones, Macbeth, the only players at 30 under par or better for the moment.
Wonderful shot there from Kevin Jones. They actually pulled those 2 marks. You can kind of see where the tee is. A couple little tufts of grass there, but probably a good idea to pull those markers. Either way, the players, they practiced it so much. It's a placement shot.
Everybody is inbounds. We talked about James Conrad. His first round at Brewster ties the course record. Those are some impressive stats. And then coming out, leading the tournament, the last time that we did the broadcast on this course, it was a different story. He did manage to kind of hang on, and it, was not too late at that point. And that's the important part, is when these 4-round tournaments come around, they don't come around that often during the year, but you really have that extra room to maneuver or that extra room to make the mistakes. And Conrad doing the former.
Absolutely. And look at it, 58%. He's 92% today. And as I mentioned, 5 out of bounds tee shots on Friday. James Conrad, what an incredible turnaround we've seen here from one day to the next.
The U.S. champion. Certainly no tournament he can't win or compete at. He proved that. If the guy who barely throws a forehand can take down the U.S. DGC, especially because last year it was the year of the lefty. You had Nathan Queen, you had Chris Clemens in the mix. It was James Conrad, the righty backhand dynamo that found his way to the top there.
So Macbeth, you can kind of see the ground play here. He's actually found himself a flat spot, but because of the not being quite enough to the left, he's going to have this little flex angle. You can see the pin just out there on the left side of your screen. He's got to throw a little flex angle and control that angle out of his hand. Again, from this position, over 400 feet into the pin.
Just a reminder, we're about 15 minutes away from the FPO lead card taking the course. Haley King begins her day with a 2-stroke lead over Paige Pierce.
Macbeth, disc in air, controlling the angle, absolutely perfect. And that is a perfect shot from Paul Macbeth. Wow, that was impressive.
That is one of the most technically proficient and beautiful lines I've seen all weekend.
With a high-speed driver, nonetheless.
Incredible.
Jones on a much better angle.
And now, inside circle 1 for Jones.
Jones following Macbeth and putting on a good one himself. You can see the shot here. You see the ground. A little bit of a footing issue there for Heimberg. Gets it on a nice whip on the right side and just unable to gain the distance. Now McMahon back in the fairway. Going to go with his sidearm. I think it tells you everything you need to know, especially on a shot like this, how much he trusts the sidearm. This is just an easy backhand from this drive, but going to go to that sidearm.
And McMahon finding OB. His star is fading in the middle section of this course. Looking like it's turning into a Kevin Jones and Paul Macbeth battle with an outside chance of some James Conrad in the mix, as Eagle's now going to have a very long par putt. But as we mentioned, 13, 12, just over 10 minutes at this point away. Haley King has really been a force to be reckoned with. Wouldn't you say, Val?
Absolutely, Jamie. And I think today all eyes are on Haley. She is the one to win this tournament if she can, and this is a key word for her, focus. Keep focused, because you know 5-time world champion Paige Pierce is right at her heels. A 2-stroke lead is not much going into today's course. As we know, it suits well for Paige Pierce, shooting that 6 down in the second round.
Haley King has been incredibly consistent throughout this weekend. 3 consecutive 3-under par rounds to claim the lead. She's also been playing with a group of extremely accomplished players, and Sarah Holcomb, Katrina Allen, Paige Pierce. She has been under as much pressure as anybody to perform and to try to bring this thing home. Back to number 12. Here's Calvin Heimberg looking for a birdie.
This is why I'm curious. Again, I talk about the confidence that McMahon has with the sidearm. I just don't know why you do it. The OB on the right is much closer than any OB on the left. And from his position, it was just a little whip backhand hyzer. And so now he'll be left with this for par. McMahon getting some distraction from his angle. There's a road back there and potential that a car just drove by. Yep, there it is. I know this place too well, man.
We've seen this before, huh?
Absolutely.
McMahon to save par. Good quality putt there to keep him at 27 under, 7 back of the lead.
Absolutely solid putt from McMahon, but it does feel like a loss because of his drive being so well set up. To have to make that for par is definitely disappointing, but here's Jones. We know Macbeth is in close. This is that length of putt that is always tricky for Kevin. Little breeze. Wow, a lot of time over this putt.
Very crucial putt there, because if you allow Macbeth to take a stroke on number 12, well, 13, 14, 15, that's a run that you can go 3 down on very quickly. And you don't want Macbeth to have stretched that into what would be a 6 down through 6 holes starting with the 10th. So important putt for Kevin Jones. Maintains that 4-stroke lead after hole 12. Time to take a commercial break. We are just under 10 minutes away from the lead card of FPO, and we are just a few steps away from the final 6 holes for the men. You're watching the 2020 Green Mountain Championship here on the Disc Golf Network.
Hey everybody, I'm Paige Pierce, and today I'm going to talk to you about my 2020 Tour Series disc, the Buzz. What I love about this disc is its versatility. It's almost as far as a fairway driver, but it's so straight like a mid-range. The Buzz is a staple in my bag. I think this mold is perfect for anybody. With its slow speed and its controllable flight, it's good for all skill levels, and anybody would benefit from having a Buzz in their bag.
Disc golf is a relatively young sport, but its popularity makes it one of the fastest growing pastimes in the world. The PDGA is a not-for-profit, worldwide player organization dedicated to promoting the sport. Like a long drive off the tee, disc golf is soaring. So don't just be a witness to disc golf's explosive growth, be a part of it. Join the PDGA.
My name is Thomas Ekström. I'm the disc designer for Latitude 64. This is the Keystone. I wanted to design a disc that had minimum fade when putting. I wanted it to be slightly understable for those nose-up approach shots. I'm super proud of the Keystone. It went straight into my own bag, and you should try it as well.
Today we're going to compare one of our competitors' most popular distance drivers with the DGA Tour Series Hurricane. Let's see how they fly. Truly remarkable results. I'd say you need a Hurricane, and you can get one today at discgolf.com.
I'm Paul Macbeth, and today I'll be talking to you about my 2020 Tour Series disc, the Luna. The Luna is made for everyone. It was the first disc in my lineup because of that fact. It's extremely easy to throw, it's got a tremendous amount of glide. I would use the Luna for all types of shots and distance. It's my putting putter, but I think the Tour Series is mainly going to be for upshots and drives. If you'd like to try the Luna for yourself, you can find it at discraft.com or your local disc golf retailer.
Welcome back to the mountain. 6 holes left to see who will take home the GMC trophy. Paul Macbeth's going to be first to throw here on the 13th. A very, very attackable hole here.
Hole number 13 is a stretch of 3 holes that are all very, very gettable. Macbeth taking a very fortunate kick out. He went from a position with no look whatsoever to that look right there.
Well, he's still closer to that OB line than he is to the Circle 1 flag. So
good point.
That went from great to almost bad.
Yeah.
Oh, this is inside, but it's flattening.
But does he have the distance? He barely got up over the hill, and he'll be left out there around the edge of Circle 2, but wide open to the pin.
It's going to be a putt off from our 2 leading contenders here.
This 13, 14, 15 run, they're all par 3s. They're all very gettable. And then we head into a difficult finish, 16, 17, and 18. 18 being the most difficult hole today on the entire course.
Heimberg just got to throw as many good shots in a row as he can right now. And he sneaks that one all the way through.
Oh, my goodness. Gets by on the left side and has just about 15 feet left for his birdie.
Of course, certainly has identified Heimberg as the favorite on the lead card today. It's given him some pretty good little nudges and pass-throughs. McMahon, pretty much the same thing. You've just got to get every shot to perfect and then hope. Riding the hillside, not getting the roll as he stays up on the flatter part, and that's going to be an extremely guarded 70-footer. It's going to just have to be a pitch up for Eagle McMahon. Just about to the 2-minute warning. Haley King. Such a similar storyline to Kevin Jones. She's been in the mix a couple of times, especially at the Silver Series event out in Manitowoc, the Silver Cup. But it's all going to come down to the back 9 for Haley King. It's going to be so important to see if she can keep the pedal to the metal and hold off what I'm sure will be a very aggressive game plan from Paige Pierce.
And speaking of pedal, Paige Pierce said, I'm going to have my foot on the gas tomorrow. So she is going to make Haley earn this win. And like you said, it's up to Haley to keep going forward, to not let up, because any sliver of hope for Paige Pierce is a dangerous thing.
How about the red and black, that classic Sunday fierce combination? Looks like we are going to be in for a battle in the FPO division. 2 minutes away, we'll get you right back over there for the start. But at the moment, Eagle McMahon sizing up what he has on the 13th.
Really all McMahon could do there, as you mentioned, not much from over there. And just think Macbeth got very fortunate to not end up over there as he took that roll down and around. So we went from nothing to something. Now here's Jones from about 50 feet. He loves this range.
Wouldn't this just be energy?
Got to sit. It's got, okay, it does sit. You can actually get off that rim and roll down towards that OB. You see the disc of Macbeth. Macbeth actually has no idea where his disc is, and nobody's helping him out. There we go. We see somebody saying, hey, man, I think you're over here, brother.
If you don't know, the cameras might be able to help you sometimes.
And again, Macbeth will have no idea that he kind of went from nothing to something here. So he needs to kind of take this as a positive, step up and can this putt. This is one of the last few opportunities he's going to have to steal some strokes away before we hit that final stretch of 16, 17, 18.
Yeah, ignorance is bliss right now. He's just saying, I can get this to 3 strokes. That might be the difference right there. The momentum, both Jones and Macbeth battling for it right now, but neither man going to come up with the birdie on the 13th.
Yeah, Macbeth, he could feel it right away. It was going to be short.
Heimberg. Heimberg makes birdie.
Kind of a necessary birdie there for Heimberg. He had kind of gone a little quiet over the past few holes, and he'll find himself up into a tie for fourth.
Jones gets par.
No harm, no foul for Jones, as his closest competitor, Macbeth, will take a par as well.
There is Macbeth's par putt right there. Not happy. Missed opportunity there for Mr. Macbeth. And now it is time. We didn't miss the FPO start. We had some competitors finishing up their round over on the 18th. So they were waiting. In fact, that's still what's happening. They're just waiting on the players on the 18th to finish. And then it will be time to go. 2-stroke lead for Haley King, but look at the world champions that are chasing her today.
Haley's looking calm and cool as she's standing on the tee pad here, but I can only imagine the nerves inside of her right now. And, sometimes nerves can be a good thing. I think once you get off the tee on the first hole in any kind of pressure round, things start to smooth out a little bit, but there's this anxiety of what's to come, anticipation of what is going to happen today. And she is just 18 years old, everybody. So she is still so young and building so much experience in these young years.
Out in front to start the round. The goal, stay that way through the finish. From West Bend, Wisconsin, here is Haley King. Good shot right there.
And it's a good sign to throw inbounds on this sort of an island fairway. Shows she's got those nerves under control so far.
I would expect Pierce to go aggressive here, try to get past the trees.
And that can be dangerous out here with so much out of bounds. We know Paige is going to play that aggressive play, but that can get you into trouble on a lot of these holes that are surrounded by out of bounds.
Kicks the same tree her fellow five-timer Paul Macbeth hit earlier when he began his round. Here's Katrina Allen.
And we know what happened the last time she wore this outfit. It was that first round at Ledgestone, and she looked flawless, able to cash putts from well outside. So let's see if she can do it again in that good luck outfit.
I've heard of these legendary putter pants. I think it was Eric Oakley that coined the phrase. And hey, rocking the pink pants makes the eagle putts rain down. Then that's a good plan for Katrina Allen today. What a different scenario this year for Sarah Holcomb. Last year it began with a 6-stroke advantage. She was 3 under par through 3 rounds. This time she's even and finding herself well back.
And it's not a typical course that we would see Sarah Holcomb gain a bunch of strokes on the field. So steady play is going to keep her in that top 4.
Moments ago, ahead on number 14, here is Calvin Heimberg.
Number 14, a 345-foot uphill par 3. You want to avoid getting too deep in the left. That'll be okay there for Heimberg, but the big issue is the OB on the right. If you hit any of the trees coming into the pin, you can either kick out of bounds or roll out of bounds. So controlling your angle into the pin is going to be very important here. See what McBeth has. Got it a little flat. And over there on the right side, he's going to avoid all of the trees and give himself a wonderful opportunity for birdie.
Just a straddle around that very skinny last Guardian.
It was back on Friday that we saw a bunch of really missed throws here. On number 14, let's see what Jones has. He's just got to avoid hitting any trees coming in and kicking down towards that OB. Oh my goodness, he actually skipped off of the base of the tree, skipping forward. I've never seen that over the years here at the GMC, and puts it in a parked position. Man, oh man, how important is that for Mr. Jones? Wow.
Plenty of velocity on that shot. It continued just to spin rapidly towards the basket as soon as it made contact. So
a millimeter shorter, that's kicking down to the right and heading towards the OB, but nevertheless, parked for birdie.
Eagle finding a good stop there to give himself a look. And even though we have the stars kind of fading of Heimberg and McMahon, I think it's pretty safe to say without some cataclysmic disaster that we're not going to be crowning one of those guys champions. You have to shout out the work they've done, and especially for Eagle, not inside the top 30 until this moment, and he's still looking for a podium finish. This is Macbeth's birdie look.
This is a test for everybody. If they were paying attention to our top 10 leaderboard, yes, indeed, Mr. Macbeth put it in the basket because we had already showed him finish, but that's the birdie. That's the birdie for Macbeth, and I think it's important that he gets that birdie because now we know Jones is going to pick his up, and now it's a 4-stroke lead with 4 holes to play. So kind of a dormy scenario here for Jones, right? You got 4 holes, you got 4 strokes.
I love it. Call back the golf term.
Yeah, that's a term we use in match play, of course, but we can use it here in stroke play. At this point, Jones has those 4 strokes, and he's got 4 holes to keep him.
Yeah, I think it's a pretty safe use of the term at this point, just because of how few holes remain. It really is. I mean, I know we've been hyping James Conrad. He is still on that 9-down bogey-free run, but I think the holes are running out for Conrad. It's just, it's a bit of redemption from the way he's played the last 2 rounds.
I mean, anything less than 2 strokes going into 18, and Kevin Jones is still in a very tough position on 18. 18 plays as the most difficult as we see McMahon get his birdie up and in. Plays as the most difficult here at the entire tournament, basically, to par. And so I think a nice 2-stroke lead would be beautiful for him.
4 strokes, 4 to play. Let's go ahead to number 15. To the green of 15. Here's Tim Barham. Hadn't heard from him in a while.
Timmy hanging out. He has not taken a bogey today, and that was a par putt that he just made there. But he's gotten just 3 birdies. So he's sitting at 3 under par, still in a tie for 10th, and actually still in a really solid position to pick up that USDGC spot.
Conrad, that's a par for him. I think James Conrad would definitely have had to have birdied 14 and 15 to get to Macbeth's 32 under to match that score. But with only going 1 down on this very gettable stretch of 3 holes, that's going to probably leave James Conrad on the outside looking in, but still got up there towards that podium spot, and it's going to be a win for him to try to hold on to that.
Well, I think it's an important round for James as we head to the MVP Open just 5 days away from today. He is an ex-champion of that tournament, and it will be important for him to go down there and feel those good vibes and go ahead and take that victory if he can.
Was back in 2018 that James Conrad captured the MVP Open and his second Disc Golf Pro Tour victory. Good vibes are going to Maple Hill, never a bad thing. Heimberg's inside with the forehand.
Hole number 15 is a long straight with a very severe right-hand turn at the very end of the fairway. If you're going to go with the sidearm, you got to push it all the way down the fairway before taking the right-hand turn. Can Macbeth find this line here and at least put a little bit of pressure on Jones to have to execute? Yes, he does. That's a wonderful shot for Macbeth. Very close.
No more than 14 feet from the pin right there. Important drive here. Jones needs to at least be in circle 2. Bringing in the FPO. That is a birdie for Haley King that you just saw and a birdie for Paige Pierce. So they are going to be not moving anywhere. Still 2-stroke lead for King and Kevin Jones. That's a deep-looking putt he's got to have now.
Yes, he actually did okay there. He stayed in the fairway. He'll be out there around that 60-foot mark. But again, the pin here on number 15 can be tricky. We do sometimes see 3 putts here on number 15. So we'll see the decision he makes. And again, in a match plays type scenario with 4 holes with 4 to play, what does he decide to do?
Heimberg asking for Eagles disc to Heiser for him. Pretty good kick there. Let's get back out to the front 9. Here's number 2, Haley King on the tee.
One of those holes that is absolutely gettable, but can be disastrous if players don't hit the line. And Haley looks like she just parked that hole with a putter.
Yeah, she's going to be at least pin high, possibly a little bit deep looking back at it.
And there is out of bounds long. So if players are hitting that line perfectly with a little bit too much speed, they could sneak out of bounds. Then they're putting back at an elevated basket. There we go, following suit. Paige is matching.
Dialed in so far. Let's back out to 15. McMahon.
McMahon left well back. You can see the blue flag there. We'll call this about 90 feet out. Just trying to nestle it up close. Oh, and he actually gave it a really good run. Oh.
I think that's called get on the highlight reel right now. That's the game plan.
Giving it a shot. Now here's Jones. Big decision from Jones. It runs away behind the pin. And actually he's left out there around the 75-foot mark. Oh, what a run it was from Jones. It kind of a twofold. He gets a good quality run in, and he stays nice and close. So Macbeth will have the opportunity to chip one of those 4 back as we head into the final 3 here for our MPO. Oh, man, it's getting good.
16 can definitely bring about 2-stroke swings. Now, Macbeth still has to make this putt, but it is a very short and makeable one from inside circle 1. And that would have been a door-slamming putt for Kevin Jones. Right now, it's open.
Ooh, what another good run.
These guys are just raining it in from everywhere right now.
Absolutely. Big question will be, we're heading into number 16. The group ahead is in the fairway. It's going to take a little bit of a halt here. That's going to give Jones some time to think about what's going on. Will it be a 4-stroke or will it be a 3-stroke lead? Macbeth is the only one that can make that happen.
Watch how he walks here.
I think he's ready for it.
Cool, calm, and collected right now. He's going to project nothing other than I've been here 1,000 times every time Kevin Jones is looking his way. Three strokes, 3 holes to play, and one of the most difficult holes, on either of these 2 courses out here in Vermont. It's number 16.
Yes, here we are, hole number 16, 700 feet straight away. It's a par 4. And then we see it's kind of a similar shot to Idlewild off hole number 18. You kind of got to get it up and over this rise, and you want to keep it on the left side. This big dirt patch we're flying over, that's where a lot of our players land. As we come out the gap here on number 16, there's OB right there that our players have to avoid. Once you get out the gap, everything on the left is in bounds. Everything on the right is OB. Number 16 playing is the 3rd most difficult hole with 59% of the field taking above par. And so I think that's a very important thing to recognize here is what does Macbeth do, but what does Jones do?
Let's see what Conrad does first. Still on that bogey-free hot pace. He and Macbeth both 9 under par for the day. Conrad got into a really nice spot off the tee.
Yep, finding that dirt patch that we talked about. And we have no idea, but I did see a little green flag kind of peek through there, so he's in bounds.
Yeah, it certainly looked like...
Is it yellow?
Well, now the question is...
I don't think that had to do with flags. I don't have a yellow flag out here, so good. All right, green flag for James Conrad. Let's check in on hole number 2 for the FPO division. Just moments ago, Val, this is Haley's birdie attempt, correct?
Yep, exactly. So went a little long, but she is safe. And just a little low. You can tell as soon as she released, kind of gave up on it. Wasn't that full extension. So here we are, hole 2. Paige has the opportunity right here to pick a stroke back from Haley. Even with the basket and height.
Oh.
Just a little high here. So momentum is still in anybody's court. Let's hope Haley can get those putts back on track.
Now live on 3. This is a nice looking shot from Haley King.
Oh, that's a beautiful drive. And you can tell as soon as it can crest over the hill there, let gravity do the work. And if that had enough speed on it, should be able to skip up to the basket. Paige had trouble on this in the second round, carding a double bogey.
And she went through one of the small trunks of the Mando tree, actually. It may come down to a caddy book ruling if the left edge of that tree is actually the Mando line. That could be trouble for Pierce. We'll have to check in on that scenario. But right now, it's Wysocki on 16.
Yeah, give Jeff Spring a call. That'll be a good question. Now, right before we went over to the FPO, I want everybody at home to notice that Kevin Jones had already made his way up to the fairway where James Conrad was throwing. Like I said, this is a little bit of time for Kevin to contemplate what's happening. Macbeth is on his phone right now, and I'm sure taking a look at the scores, and we're going to take a look at him as well. Now, Macbeth, I think in this case, doesn't really have a whole lot of contemplation to do, but I think this is an opportunity for Macbeth to potentially right some wrongs. All the way back at Idlewild, it was him who was in the lead and made mistakes coming down the stretch. Can he right those from Idlewild find 3 birdies down the finish, and see if he can't make Kevin Jones do what he needs to do.
Well, it is a tall task. If Kevin Jones can get just 1 birdie, it becomes really, really difficult for Macbeth to reach.
Absolutely.
So how are you caddying for Kevin Jones right now? Do you try to attack 16, or do you tell him, hey, wait for 17?
Well, you got to look at the score. I said it at the top of the show. You get to 36 under par, you win the tournament. If you actually had to talk to Kevin Jones right now and said, hey, man, you got to just get par for the next 3 holes, I think that's a difficult task. We got to start here on the tee shot on number 16. Get it down the middle, put it in a good position, and then see what happens. And there you go, Macbeth, off to the right. Almost an impossibility to get his birdie from there.
Yeah, that's not going to do it. Jones, a minute to think about it here.
The reason I say tall task to shoot par for the next 3 holes is because you can't ask somebody to say, hey, let's just try to shoot par, because we know they're going to try to birdie all of these holes. So that's why we start with the tee shot here on 16. Put it in bounds, put it in a good position, get yourself out the gap, and we'll go from there.
Heimberg, early tree hit deep in the right side rough. Kevin Jones can begin putting the nails in the coffin with a fairway shot here.
Nothing else matters to this point. It's a 3-round tournament, or a 3-hole tournament now. A little safe, but takes a phenomenal bounce. He'll be a little bit on the right of ideal, but he should be able to get it out the gap from that position.
That's the kind of quality shot you need in a moment like this.
I mean, isn't this moment the definition of you against the course? I don't think it matters about what anybody else does. It's just Kevin Jones trying to find his way to the 18th basket.
McMahon ripping hard on this one. Gets the kick out all the way to the right side. Let's go back to hole number 3. A couple of moments ago. What's the scenario here, Val? Paige, far back.
So this is actually Paige's second upshot. She took a provisional and played from the drop zone, and then this is actually where her drive landed from the tee pad. So she's playing it out both ways, and at the end of the round or whenever they see Jeff Spring next, they'll check in what the actual call will be. So who knows if it's going to make a scoring difference here, but it could matter as we come down the stretch. Still, Haley King has the lead with those 2 strokes.
Jessica Weiss also getting under par. How about Vanessa Van Dyken? 2 down through her first 6 holes. She's been struggling all this weekend, but it feels good to get off to a great start in the final round.
Jessica Weiss is one we're going to have to keep an eye on. She's on chase card right now. She was at even par coming into today's round, so nice to see her shooting well.
Back out to number 16. Heimberg. Not fun. Only 3 holes left in the tournament, and this is not the fun shot for this position in the event.
Yeah, this is actually the reason why the hole plays so high to par. The OB rate on this hole is actually not that bad. It's just that if you get caught up early, you really are just kind of left back here just struggling to try to get out the gap in 3 now. And so that's what Heimberg's left to do.
You just see as we are looking at this fairway, you've got this ditch that kind of runs the right side. That can be tricky footing. It's not flat at any part, even if you're not down in the ditch. Eagles up on the bank on the low side of the hill.
I think if you're Macbeth, you know, you got to just avoid a big number here. I think even coming out of this hole being 3 strokes back with 2 to play is still a good thing. Like I said, even Kevin Jones with 2 strokes clear of Macbeth going down the 18th, is not a guarantee because of how difficult that hole is playing. And that is a hole where OB is a massive factor, and that's where strokes can add up very, very quickly.
Eagle trying to jump putt to the mouth of the gap, and he has put himself pretty far out of position here. Do you like the play to not try to take the gap?
I think it's smart. He's put himself up there on the left. Footing will be a big question, but he's got a great angle now to attack the pin to get up and get his par. Macbeth most likely having to do the same.
I think Macbeth's best scenario here is a par, then a birdie on 17 and try to take the box on 18, put it in bounds and put pressure.
Exactly. And that's going to be no tall task because where he just laid up to would be an ideal drive. So he has a very difficult shot. Now we see Jones sneak in here. Kevin just needs something out the gap and inbounds. The mistake he's going to make is going to be to the left, but look at this. He's lining up a sidearm. So he's going to play extremely safe, but he's got to be concerned about the OB on the right.
Extremely conservative play from Kevin Jones right there.
Well, he's safe out the gap, barely getting across. You can see the white stakes on the backside, sort of the center of your screen. He barely got over those, and he's going to have about 200 feet left into the pin.
Has to be a product of nerves there if he can't commit to that aggressive shot to try to put Macbeth away. Heimberg's third. Heimberg not out the gap yet. Eagle hanging out by Eagle.
I mean, you can see why Jones did do what he did. I mean, I can't blame Kevin for the decision that he made whatsoever, obviously, but it was he still left far enough back to where it's a difficult upshot and it's no guaranteed par.
Well, it's very interesting because we highlight Kevin Jones' circle 2 putting constantly when we see him on the broadcast. He's actually only had 2 circle 2 attempts since the end of the second round. Only one yesterday and only one so far today. So it could be, just doesn't have that circle 2 putter warmed up. Maybe you lay up and get it inside circle 1.
Boy, that kind of is Macbeth maybe putting the nail in his own coffin. Way too overstable. I could hear his voice in the background say, oh my goodness, as soon as he released.
These are the moments that Paul Macbeth lives for.
Macbeth just saying, man, I needed that angle. He went with an overstable disc, which I think is the right play. He just put it on the left side to start, which he needed a little bit more power on the right. There is a tricky little power pole. I actually don't know what that pole's used for, but it's kind of in the center of your screen right now. The players need to avoid. Oh, this is a product of Heimberg's stance, having to go to the sidearm.
Still going to try to run up, though. Oh, Heimberg.
Too close to call for our spotter. You can see him looking down, and the group will make the call. That was a tough shot for Heimberg. Not as ideal. A run-up, a tough sidearm.
I mean, it's a big. It's easy to get spooked, right? It's a big ask to put it on an ante at that OB and trust it to come around for you.
That's why I said it was a product of the stance, because normally you would expect him to just swing free, throw a hyzer, but the tree right in that position.
Eagle likes to throw more overstable plastic, so he can play that flex line.
And he has so much more power on his sidearm but then he overturns that one. So hole 16 proving to be as difficult as it says on our UDIS statistics here. And I think now for Kevin Jones, he has a long way into the pin, but if he could nestle this one in close, I believe that, that'll be well, I don't want to over-dramatic, make it too dramatic, but yes, that'll be a good thing for him. Put it in close, Kevin. Beautiful speed, beautiful distance, and he is absolutely parked.
It could be one of the hardest things to do, to go away from the game plan of playing aggressive, to dial it back on a hole and still steal the nerves and put down the shots. How many times have we seen throughout all of sports in the history of time, you see somebody who has a lead or a team that has a lead take their foot off the gas and it bites them. You can't overstate, on the other hand, how important it was for Kevin Jones to put that up shot under the basket.
Yeah, so true. He stepped up there, he knew the disc, and he threw it fairly quickly. And he'll certainly now have the box on number 17 because nobody else in his group, unless we see some kind of crazy throw-in from McMahon or Macbeth, is going to take a par here.
That is Heimberg's 5th, so he'll look at a 6, which is a double bogey here.
It'll be Macbeth first.
Everybody going to take turns going into the woods here. Beth said the par save throw in on 12 back at the Ledgestone was the best par save of his life. Might even been bogey actually, but he could match that shot with something like this if he can save this par.
He's getting creative here.
He's only looking at chains.
Little short, little high. It was a good effort though. He didn't have a lot. Now you see Eagle peeking in there. He's going to have to go through the trees versus over. This is for McMahon's par.
This is actually a much better opportunity than Macbeth had.
I would agree. From a scoring standpoint, a bogey here for McMahon really doesn't move him anywhere. They have a 3-stroke lead over their closest competitor, which is Nico LaCastro. So Nico, while he had a really horrible run of 4 bogeys, he's come back strong with 5 out of the last 6. Paul Ulibarri in the clubhouse. He shot a 5 under today. He's his solo 8th place. At 23 under par.
Bogey for Eagle there. Checking for the people of PA right now. How's Dan Brooks Wells doing? He's been a mini celebrity on the show all weekend.
Certainly been my favorite player. Dan today shot a 5 under par. He had a bogey and a double bogey on the card. Finishes himself at 22 under par. And he's actually tied with both Tim Barham and Philo Brathwaite. So what does that mean for Dan? Dan gets a big paycheck and a trip to the USDGC.
Congrats to Dan Brooks Wells, and we've had some movement over in FPO. Valerie, catch us up.
Yeah, Jamie, there is some discrepancy still happening on what the score is actually going to be for Paige Pierce on hole 3. We saw her tee shot go through the Mando tree, which had several trunks, and it went right through. So she played it out both ways, as I mentioned. On UDisc, it marked it down as a double bogey, but then when they got to the tee and actually did scoring, it is now at a par. So whether Paige is just 2 strokes behind or 4 strokes behind, it's still to be determined.
We will check in on that momentarily, but meanwhile, Kevin Jones, that's the dagger he needs right there.
It absolutely is. I would put it on record to say that they can go ahead and start marking that man's name down in the record book as the 2020 champion. All he has to do on 18 is throw it OB left and chip it up by the basket, and he'll still win this tournament. He has a 4-stroke lead, and that was a beautiful shot here on number 17. Macbeth doing about the same, maybe just a foot closer. Quality shots here from our players on 17, but I'll tell you, after 4 days, these shots are just get them done, get them in the books, get home, and start working towards next week.
McMahon, next to throw. McMahon even closer right here. Just dropping them in on this elevated pin.
Yeah, boy, the wind has completely subsided, which makes this just throwing lawn darts down the hill. The players are just picking a point in the sky and then letting the disc do the work. You can see Heimberg gets it nice and wide. As long as he's not too deep, it should be perfect. And yes, it is perfect.
That is a set of quality drives here on number 17. Advantage, though, Kevin Jones, even with the star frame. Paul Macbeth, he's already got 14 Pro Tour wins in his career. Ricky Wysocki in close. Everybody else has a lot of catch up to do. Kevin Jones can certainly make a mark today with his second.
Just goes to show you how of head and shoulders Paul Macbeth and Ricky Wysocki have been since the inception of the Disc Golf Pro Tour. But today, Kevin is about on the verge of joining a very small group of men, and we couldn't be happier for Mr. Jones. It's been a long season so far for him, a lot of opportunities, and it's all coming down here at the Smuggler's Notch Resort.
Short putts on the way on number 17, but the daunting drive on 18 is still the biggest challenge ahead of these gentlemen. But we'll have an opportunity for another star frame. See if Paul Macbeth can get this party started.
So instead of a hair closer, he's a hair further away than Jones.
Solid.
Up and in. And this is an important putt still. We're talking about Kevin winning, but this is a very important putt for Kevin as well because it changes the game plan as we head down the 18th. So let's see what happens.
Bringing in Paige Pierce in your picture-in-picture. Nearly ringing that up. That would have been for another eagle on this hole. Calvin Heimberg gets the birdie on 17.
Boy, at this point, Kevin Jones CTP.
Oh, eagle. Almost messing up the star frame, but basket catches it for him.
Yes, indeed. This is an important putt. Ooh, it's a little high, but it's in nevertheless. And let's talk about what that means, as I was mentioning, how important that birdie was as he heads over to the 18th. If I was Kevin Jones's caddy, I would say you can absolutely not go OB right. And in fact, I would suggest just throwing his drive OB left. I think get it way down there, let it hyzer out left, walk down, drop your mini, and then let's go towards that pin. Because the big issue, we saw it with Chris Dickerson. If you go OB right, you essentially re-tee. Steve Brinster told us about that when we talked to him back on Friday. But if you go OB over there, you're dead. Go OB left at worst. You cannot go OB right. Then from there, most players have to play out and around that tree to a tricky green. Again, left OB, all the OB on the right as well, and OB behind. But I think for Kevin Jones here, if he goes OB right, then all of a sudden we're having a slightly different conversation. I think at the end of the day, he doesn't have to throw OB left, but he cannot throw OB right.
The most dangerous shot left in front of Kevin Jones. I think he is doing exactly that.
And what a perfect drive from Kevin Jones. Doesn't even need to go out of bounds. Says, hey, Nate Doss, I know what I'm doing here, man. I put it in bounds. What a beautiful drive. He'll actually have a wonderful position from there, able to throw his sidearm into this green, and can he finish on a birdie?
From the game face we saw just 2 holes ago as he was waiting for the chase card to get off a 16's fairway, now cracked a smile for Mr. KJ USA. Macbeth, he's still going to throw a great shot here.
Boy, and it's all smiles for here us in the booth, right? I mean, Kevin Jones, so much redemption. Man, oh man, it is really a beautiful day here for Kevin Jones, and it's been a wonderful effort all the way back from midday Friday.
McMahon, I think he's going to go show off distance here. Why not? Aim for the tree.
Eagle makes it look so easy.
He does.
Oh, he's right down there just behind Kevin Jones. He'll be barely in bounds. Just goes to show you how much Kevin Jones put into that shot.
Yeah, I mean, Eagle, I think if he just throws 1 notch more understable, that thing will flip up and go another 100 feet. But like you're saying, he put so much snap on that disc.
And Heimberg going to make it 4 for 4 from our group, and probably the best, actually. What a beauty from Calvin Heimberg.
All 4 of our lead card are on the fairway of number 18. It's the final walkaway. And how about some respect from the 5-time to Mr. Kevin Jones.
What an incredible moment that was. So cool that our cameras caught that. That was Paul Macbeth saying, hey, man, nice job. And that's the best feeling in the world. And I'll tell you, this is also the best feeling in the world. Because you know when the cameras are walking backwards right in front of you, that you're going to most likely take the title home.
Yeah, it means you've done something good if you can have this easy walk down the fairway. Now, the other thing is, it's still not a super easy shot into this green. And I think you're starting to see the moment dawning.
He put himself so far on the left side that he's in an ideal position to throw his sidearm. And this length of sidearm actually does round out about perfect for him. And I would imagine we will see Kevin Jones somewhere inside circle 1 here on number 18. We're just looking at the scoreboard. Macbeth is 4 behind Jones, 3 clear of Wysocki. Let's go ahead and talk about Ricky Wysocki here for a moment. Ricky did end up shooting an 8 under par today. He shot 6 under par for the last 8 holes, so he finished very, very strong. Wysocki falling 2 spots short of his goal this weekend, but not a bad effort for how much he had up and down.
Certainly.
Macbeth going to go to the backhand here. Boy, I've never seen this shot be played.
He's just having fun right now. Sit down.
Nope, and there is the OB line.
We mentioned it on Friday, but they have drawn this OB line in so close to this basket now, just barely outside the circle these days.
Our starter there. Getting Paul the mark.
Starter and the finisher this weekend.
It's true. It's the first and last guy you see, I guess. And this is that sidearm I'm talking about, right? Completely wide open. You put it right on the edge of the road and just let it feed right to the pin. Just like that. How's the speed? Absolutely perfect.
Eagle McMahon going to go from never finishing inside the top 30 to a top 5 finish at the GMC.
Yeah, it'll put him in a tie with that man I was talking about. Oh, no. He'll actually be in a tie with James Conrad, so it'll be a tie for 4th place.
Oh, can move up with that birdie putt. Good eye there, Nate. And Kevin Jones doesn't matter right now.
The man from Arkansas taking down a victory in Vermont. And I think it came at a absolutely perfect time for him as we head in to another big event next weekend and then a tournament down in his home state. And then, of course, the USDGC. And, you know, Kevin has competed well at the USDGC. It was, in fact, I believe 4 years ago when I first met Kevin Jones. I said, who's this guy, Kevin Jones? He was on the lead card. He was a collegiate disc golfer. And now fast forward to where we are today, and he's going to be raising the GMC trophy. Pretty cool.
A story of expectations, a story of hopes and dreams, falling short at times despite having all of the talent to play with the guys that he's walking alongside down this 18th fairway. But this time, these cameras are for you. Kevin Jones, enjoy the moment.
And it's kind of a cool moment because the other 3 on his card have all taken victories here on the 2020 season of the Disc Golf Pro Tour. And now he gets to join his fellow competitors. And
you saw Paul Macbeth tell him, lay it up, man. Get the last putt.
Yeah. Now, if it were me, I would have said, how about all of you guys putt out? I'm going to slam this putt.
Go out with a bang.
But actually, it's probably not the case. I probably would have laid up because there is OB so close with Paul being down in that OB. It's somewhat of a bittersweet moment, isn't though? You know, without the crowd, without the fans, you're left to sort of internalize your celebration. But it's a celebration nonetheless. What a strong finish from Paul Macbeth.
Macbeth, no doubt disappointed he couldn't take home this title, but a strong showing given some of the struggles that we've seen from him in the last few events. He's had a couple of his lowest rated rounds of the season recently, so still a positive move. Nico giving Kevin Jones some love there as Calvin Heimberg made his putt. Eagle McMahon also in, securing that tie, and now Kevin Jones is your 2020 Green Mountain champion.
2020 Green Mountain champion. Thanks, Rick. Kevin Jones.
Here's your trophy, dude.
Sweet, dude. Thanks, Jeff.
Awesome.
He checks the mold.
With
You gotta love
Kevin
him.
Jones, moments after a huge win, maybe one of the biggest wins of your career.
Sure.
What does it mean to you, Kevin, to come away with this championship today?
It means the world. This is what I'm out here to do. I'm out here to take wins like this on Disc Golf Pro Tour events. Coming in with 6-stroke lead is really awkward. So I'm just so proud of myself for how I came in today, struggled early on, but picked it up late and solidified it.
The first struggle might have been around hole 5.
Mm-hmm.
Tell us your mindset as that hole unfolded.
Hole 5 is total yank job. Yeah, that's it. Just straight yank, worst shot of a long time.
Did you feel any nerves after that, or were you thinking about the score tightening?
I told myself I wasn't going to look at the scores until hole 16, no matter what. So didn't make me look at the scores. I knew I lost a little chunk there, but that hole's really hard. So it was just really important for me to not lose strokes on the meat of the course.
Mm-hmm. Speaking of 16, it was down to 3 there. Did you look at the scores?
Yeah, I looked at the scores at that point and then just did the same game plan play anyways.
Awesome. How is your game feeling today compared to that course record tying round at Brewster yesterday?
Yeah, it feels a little bit shaky today compared to that round in particular, but I'm really proud of myself. Like when the pressure was on today, I answered, and that's what matters to me.
Absolutely. D-Glow, you're right there. Ledgestone, you're right there. Any extra significance knowing that, hey, I did it, I broke through for my second DGPT win?
Yeah, huge confidence boost for myself. also it's great just to get one in the year 2020.
You had 5 guys, the top 5 in the Disc Golf Pro Tour standings, on your heels today. You were in 6th place coming in. You're going to vault up. Looking ahead in the season, do you think that you can be in a great position for the upcoming stretch run in the Tour Championship?
Yeah, I'm already in as good of a position as I could ask for coming in. I'm going to get a bye or whatever going into the Pro Tour Championship, so I'm in the ideal spot.
Beautiful play. You made it look easy out there, Kevin.
Nice.
Do you want to shout out any friends, family, sponsors before we let you go enjoy this win?
Yeah, thank you, first of all, Prodigy Disc for getting me out here on tour. Legit Disc Golf, Team Cedar Creek. This week was my mom's birthday, so happy birthday to her, and my girlfriend Marissa's birthday is also coming up this week as well, so happy birthday.
Amazing play this week. Congratulations. The disc golf world is celebrating this breakthrough win and for 2020 for Kevin Jones. Hey, go have fun. Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
Kevin Jones, a birthday present from Mom, a Disc Golf Pro Tour win in 2020, getting his name on what has been such a roller coaster season so far. Any final thoughts about the man himself?
Well, first of all, I know we didn't ask him about it, but I'll tell you right now, Kevin Jones, whether you know it or not, that tee shot on number 9 won you this tournament, my friend. It could have gone all sideways there if you had just been a little bit more to the right. Either way, we could not be happier for you here on the booth. I know Jamie, Val, everybody, we're so happy for you, man. You're such a great kid, and you really handled yourself well today. And you really, what I am so impressed about with Kevin Jones is what he was able to do with the people that were in his group. He talked about how awkward a 6-stroke lead is. He handled it beautifully, and he actually won with a 4-stroke lead. So that is a very nice victory for Kevin, and we wish you the best of luck heading into the future.
We will trade Nate for Val one more time this weekend. We're going to get back out to the FPO battle. As you've already heard, it is heating up. It is Fierce Pierce versus the Hailstorm out at Fox Run Meadows. And after it's all over, we'll break down Kevin Jones' performance, what it means for his career, what it means for the tour this year, as well as everything that's happened in between. So stick around. We'll be back right after these messages with some FPO coverage here on the Disc Golf Network.
Hey everybody, I'm Paige Pierce, and today I'm going to talk to you about my 2020 Tour Series disc, the Buzz. What I love about this disc is its versatility. It's almost as far as a fairway driver, but it's so straight like a mid-range. The Buzz is a staple in my bag. I think this mold is perfect for anybody. With its slow speed and its controllable flight, it's good for all skill levels, and anybody would benefit from having a Buzz in their bag. Hey everybody, I'm Paige Pierce, and today I'm going to talk to you about my 2020 Tour Series disc, the Buzz. What I love about this disc is its versatility. It's almost as far as a fairway driver, but it's so straight like a mid-range. The Buzz is a staple in my bag. I think this mold is perfect for anybody. With its slow speed and its controllable flight, it's good for all skill levels, and anybody would benefit from having a Buzz in their bag.
Beginning the final round, Haley King has a 2-stroke lead, and it's thanks to shots like these. She has been a human highlight reel this weekend in Vermont. And by the way, since the tour restart, she hasn't missed the top 5. Since the tour restart, Paige Pierce has been amazing, but it has been 42 days since Fierce Pierce has stood in the winner's circle. Can the 2017 Green Mountain champion find her way to the top once again, or will it finally be Haley's coronation on the Disc Golf Pro Tour? Watch and find out. It's the 2020 Green Mountain Championship. Welcome in, everybody. Now, when we recorded that voiceover, Haley King did have a 2-stroke advantage, but we've had some swap-ups in the leaderboard, some very interesting things happening through the first 6 holes already. We welcome everybody back. Valerie Jenkins and Jamie Thomas here in studio. Val, catch us up one more time before we get out to the course with these ladies.
Ooh, yeah, I mean, it started on that 3rd hole. What is going to happen? That could have been a 2-stroke swing right there, and immediately I'm texting Jeff Spring, what's the call? What am I going to say? How am I going to update everybody? But Jeff was actually on the course at that time, so he made the ruling, and it was marking the Mando line was the far right side of that tree. And if Paige were to throw far right of that, she would have missed. But she went through the tree, so they called that she made the Mando. She ended up getting a par on that hole, so it could have went 2 strokes right there. But we go on to hole 4, where we know she eagled it in that 2nd round. She ends up birdieing it. Haley pars. We go to hole 5. Paige makes the putt. Haley misses the putt. A lot of stuff has been happening, but Paige Pierce, 4, 5, and 6, she's birdied them all.
Well, up on 6, this is while we were at commercial break. All 4 of the leading ladies with looks at birdie. Paige Pierce directing traffic after putting her birdie putt in. That would move her to 11 under par. Haley King sitting at 9 under par at this point, can get to 10. And she does. That keeps that lead to 1 stroke for Paige Pierce, who Paige is now on 3 in a row. 4 down through the first 6. I mean, the good call on number 3 there, that's a big difference. I mean, I think that goes from double bogey to par. You said she played a provisional, so she did have 2 potential scores. And that's the difference between a 1-stroke lead and a 1-stroke deficit right now as we get set to attack the teeth of this front 9.
And could you just see the emotions on Haley's face right there? She just bogeyed the previous hole, but she made that sizable putt right there for a birdie. That is just showing how solid she is with her putts, even though she just missed one previously, and just looking a little deflated. And we're only through 6 holes. Haley needs to kind of build up that energy. She is still right there in the hunt. 1 stroke back is nothing out on this course.
She told us yesterday after her round that she was texting with her dad all throughout the 3rd round, getting some positive words of encouragement as she was able to capture that 2-stroke victory through 54 holes. She's probably getting a little bit of that. Sarah Holcomb, she always has the most interesting snacks on the course.
She does. She got the best snacks. I mean, she had bacon out at Idlewild. I mean, that's good protein, good fuel. Out here, she's got a little watermelon. I mean, when you have a Zuka cart, you can pretty much put whatever you want in there.
You can increase your snack poundage and how much you're going to bring out on the course that day. Here's Paige Pierce, 1,085 feet from the women's tee.
That was a smash, and she gets the green flag. It was close to going out of bounds there on the right-hand side. Wow, that's a huge hole.
Great shot there over the OB.
And
Haley King now up.
great advantage to be on the right-hand side with this drive. See if this can get over, and it does. Very enthusiastic green flag out of the spotter.
The tree is being very nice. Let both of those drives through to the other side. That tree could be a bit more savage if it wanted to. Holcomb, big hyzer forehand. Finds the right side. That's great for her. Gives her the forehand attack on the second shot as well.
And we know the storyline is between Paige and Haley, but Sarah's putting up a nice round today. She's at 1 under. Still a pretty large gap between her and second place. 9 strokes at the moment.
Katrina, her signature flip up hyzer, finds center fairway. And like you said, the battle right now is between Paige Pierce and Haley King. Look at the difference. Pierce, I mean, her whole life has been on display between the ropes for the last few years. She's winning everything in sight. She's made a hefty amount of career earnings, especially for the FPO division, which doesn't have individually as high of a purse as the MPO side does, still managing to pull in nearly $250,000 over the course of her career. Haley King, though, despite being 18 years old, has 19 wins. What she's looking for is that tour-level breakthrough.
And it could happen today if she can keep her mind in it. She's going to have to fight for it. And if you're fighting and scrapping all the way down to the end, it makes that win even more memorable. But we know Paige has been playing on the tour for many years, but started when she was about Haley's age. So you do have to kind of get in there, earn your ranks, gain that experience. And then if you're a person like Paige Pierce, you'll start racking up those major wins, the DGPT wins. But it all has to start somewhere, and it could be this weekend for Haley King.
And it has to start by putting the pedal all the way down to the floor, just like Paige Pierce said she was going to do. She got the safe call here on number 7, and here she is looking at her second shot.
And course record was that 6 down that Paige shot in the second round, and Paige is at 4 down through 6. So the foot is on the gas today for Paige.
Here's a big shot by Haley. Shapes the fairway very nicely there.
That was incredible. We've got OB on the left-hand side, then OB on the right-hand side, and Haley was still able to use all of that air and create that huge flex shot. So shows how much control she has over her distance driver.
Holcomb going to send it right at that OB line left and fade it back into the center. Just picking good spots for the forehand play. Holcomb, of course, going to have a bit of a different game plan than all of her other competitors. Fox Run Meadows doesn't always give you both options in terms of being attackable. So you'll see Holcomb kind of taking her time and picking her spots to attack, and she's done a good job. You know, we talked about how if you compare Katrina Allen and Sarah Holcomb, it's Katrina's game that fits this particular layout better, but Holcomb besting Allen right now by 3 strokes. Katrina has the best drive of the group.
Wow. Nice shot again from Katrina. That's all you need to do on this hole. Keep it in bounds and get as much distance on each of those shots as you can. I think it gets tricky once you get to that third throw. It's all about judging the distance. There's not much to, you got the basket out there and there's not anything else. There's no tree. There's nothing else to figure out how far that actually is. So Katrina is way up there. Should be a putter shot.
Paige, she's pinched against the right side here. This has to be a big, long, slow turning Annie to maximize the distance.
Uh-oh.
It's an understable disc, but it's nose up. And we are going to see the green flag. Oh, that cannot be by more than a foot or two.
Oh my goodness. Paige is getting off easy here today. I think 3 pretty fortunate opportunities for her. So hopefully she can take that karma and continue to roll with it. But things are really in favor for her today on this course.
All gas, no brakes is the game plan. We caught up with Paige Pierce yesterday, right after the round.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's either of our game tomorrow, whoever can keep it in bounds, Haley or I. And, you know, with this, I think it's the 7-stroke gap behind me. I can be a little bit more aggressive on some par 4s. So, you know, whatever it takes, my foot's gonna be on the gas.
Well, you just mentioned it. She's gotten fortunate so far. She could have racked up a few more OP strokes, 2 or 3 by this point. She's been able to keep it clean. And right now, let's turn that 2-stroke deficit into a 1-stroke lead.
And that was an interesting shot to see her pull out. You know it was a layup. She wasn't going full out for it. Kind of disked down. And we did have the chase card actually finishing up on the basket. I think just a little lapse in judgment, a little lapse in focus for Paige, just wanting to pitch out and lay it out there in the open. Yeah, that could have cost her an out-of-bounds stroke. So she needs to rein it back, dial it back, and keep those shots in bounds as she has so far.
Holcomb picking her way up the fairway. Just playing this with a measured pace. Only 18% of the division is par. Has gotten a par, and nobody has birdied today. That's how tough this is playing.
And is playing as the most difficult. We've only, 3 pars. Jessica Weiss was one of those players. We got Rebecca Cox and Vanessa Van Dyken carding pars as well.
Look how close Paige Pierce was.
Wow, and when she released that, it was so high up in the air, and you could see it hyzering out just that little bit. Yeah, that was going to be a close call just to be riding the line. So a matter of inches right there. It's a great angle, though, for Paige to attack on a hyzer line. She can dial up the distance. Oh, and she turns it over. Oh, man, if that one would have kicked inbounds, I would have been speechless. There would be nothing that Paige could do wrong. But she is going to take the out of bounds on that one.
I didn't want to call it too soon, to be honest with you, because I thought there was a chance that it still might happen. That's an unforced error there from Paige Pierce.
So it's not that confident Paige right now on this hole. Haley has the door wide open.
Oh, does Haley make the mistake, or is it stable enough? Ooh, Haley getting a little bit of luck to break her way.
Wow. That was a beautiful throw. It just got a little hung up on the branches on the right-hand side, but if those branches weren't there, I think that would have been scoping out the basket, and that would have been parked right underneath it.
Yeah, I think she was a little bit scared of tailing out towards the left, because if she puts that line straight at the basket out of her hands, that might be nearly parked, or at least in circle one. That still had plenty of room to flex back. Katrina, she gets a good kick off the trees too. Wow, everybody really testing this right side. It's not advisable, but 2 out of 3 getting good kicks. Paige going to be able to fire herself up, say, wait, why didn't I get that one too?
So if Paige can throw this in, she'll save par, but it's likely she'll throw it underneath the basket and walk away with a bogey. Meanwhile, Haley has a birdie look from circle 2, so she could gain those strokes back right here, right now.
Group thinks the mark is good.
Oh, and she is quite some distance away from the basket. Needs to really focus in on this one. Make sure that she gets enough height under it to get that distance.
Like you said, pitching it up. I'm going to dare Haley to get aggressive and try to take 2 strokes from her and maybe take none. Could be very easy to 3-putt on this green when you're putting from outside circle 1 on the high side. Holcomb playing it exactly to plan. That's all she has left for the par.
And that's a good feeling. That's a win for Sarah on this par 5. Playing exactly as she needs to. And look at, judging the distance. Absolutely perfect. No putting required. So now it's going to come down to the putts for Katrina and Haley. Looks like Haley's up first. And you can see outside circle 2.
You know what? She's been really good from this range, so let's just see. Par still going to take the stroke and tie the ball game.
Doing exactly what she needs to do. Tie it up, play the game. Right now, it's not that time to make a shot like that. Like you said, you could risk getting more strokes on this hole, but you're already taking a stroke away from Paige, tying it up. So lots of golf to play.
I believe Katrina Allen is the only player in FPO to be at least circle 2 in regulation. As for birdie, that would have been the only birdie today from FPO. Katrina Allen starting to pick it back up after the single on 4 and the double on 5.
Bit of a tester here for Paige to save her bogey. It's a putt like this that keep you in the game.
She puts it on the right side of the basket and it sticks. Now, you've been watching while we were seeing the men finish up. Have we seen any of that sort of weak side, left side putting from Paige today, or has it been pretty solid?
she's been hitting some solid putts, even on, that was hole 6. Yeah, this hole took forever to play. It seemed like holes ago, but when she hit that birdie putt there on hole 6, that was around circle's edge. So 27-foot putt with confidence right in the heart of the chains. And it's putts like that that show how confident she is, and that could really save her coming down the stretch.
Katrina Allen in for her par, and time for a par 4 after the par 5, number 8, another one in this very tough stretch.
Hole 8, you can see lots of opening, but we do have the out of bounds line on the left-hand side, and it kind of snakes its way around this fairway. Will be on the right as well, but players have to throw it up the hill, getting themselves up level with the basket for their second shot. It's a treacherous approach to the basket. You can see the out of bounds creeping in inside the circle there on the right-hand side. So we might see some birdies, but it's not that likely here on hole 8. It's a harder hole than it looks.
Well, this is what's at stake. Haley King, as you saw in the previous graphic, looking for her first signature tour win, the Disc Golf Pro Tour. Paige already has 3 Pro Tour wins this season, but she's missed out on the last 2. That was Ledgestone and Idlewild, coming in 2nd and 4th, respectively. This would also be her 2nd GMC title. And then for Jessica Weiss, Katrina Allen, and Sarah Holcomb, it's all about the points, as we only have a couple of events left after the conclusion of today's round to earn those coveted points before the Charlotte finale.
There we go. We've got a tied ball game, folks. Haley able to take back that stroke, so Paige and Haley sitting at 10 down. And it's kind of like what we saw yesterday, a little bit of back and forth, and especially on these last 4 holes. It's been back and forth and back and forth. And we saw it yesterday. And as long as Haley can keep that pace, and as long as Paige doesn't make a ton of mistakes, it is going to be a battle till the end.
Battle of the red and black today. $11 more holes, all square. Now it's just a sprint to the finish. Who can play the next 11 holes the best? And, you know, when you have somebody like Paige Pierce as the person that you're battling, if you're Haley, that's as good as you can ask for. I mean, of course, if you can maintain the lead, that's awesome. But we know with the pedigree and with the things that Paige Pierce has shown us on tape over these years, it's really going to be just about, hey, on 11 holes, can I make her get out of her comfort zone, play too aggressive, play recklessly aggressive, and make the mistakes that I can capitalize on? That's been the key for the last couple of tournaments for both Katrina Allen and for Ellen Widboom, frankly, just kind of letting the aggressive players make the mistakes and take themselves out of it.
And I would argue to say that Paige and Haley are 2 of the most aggressive players, and to see them battling out should be really fun. We know they both have the most birdies out of the entire division, but they both are leading in the amount of out-of-bounds throws that they've had as well. So that shift can happen, that momentum can swing, whether they're getting birdies or saving themselves from bogeys. It will continue to go back and forth if these last 3 rounds have told us anything.
Ready to go on the tee now. Oh, excuse me, Alex Benson here on the green.
Yeah, but we got the chase card. The lead card is just playing so quickly. They are right at the heels of this chase card. So this is the chase card putting out on hole 8.
Here's Sarah Holcomb.
It's really important right now to get up that hill and land this drive over the hill. And that's a smash from Katrina Allen. It's going to be on the right-hand side, so that makes that second shot very difficult. It's going to be more of an Anheuser from that angle.
Pierce. Eyeing something aggressive. Needs to come home, and it does. Gets the green flag. And here is Haley King's drive that happened at the top of the box.
Haley was ready to go. Couldn't even wait for the cameras to get set up, but we caught that shot. Perfect positioning there, not even risking it all to go out of bounds. So everyone's safe here on their first shots.
Nothing's changed since we showed you the scoreboard last. Chase card struggling, lead card playing quickly. We'll see if all of our leading ladies can keep it in rhythm when the card ahead of you is taking just a little bit longer to play. We can go ahead to that chase card now. Weiss finds herself just shy of circle 2, inbounds.
It's a little scary here on this fairway. We have the out of bounds there on the right-hand side, and that release was a little wobbly, but she managed to play nice and safe. Be another pitch sidearm underneath the basket.
Here's Alex Benson.
Alex has really kept her game right in there. She's been in this position from after round 1. She's been sitting in about 6th and 7th place and really holding her own ground. And nice to see her still maintaining that come the 4th round, Championship Sunday.
She did find OB off the tee on 9. Here's Hokum on 8. Inbounds in circle 2.
It is pretty challenging to get inside the circle, and that's what I want to see these players do. You have to be a little bit more aggressive on the second shot to get that distance while still making it as accurate as possible to stay away from the out of bounds. Haley choosing the sidearm. See if it has the distance.
Good sidearm there. Gets her to about 32 feet away.
You'd like to be a little bit closer, especially as the pressure continues to build. We need these putts to be a little bit closer, take the pressure off of that. Katrina, she's going to have a little bit of a turnover.
She really favors this shot for the upshot and does it very nicely. Look at that, 18 feet left.
Got Paige lining up her next shot. So we know Haley is at circle's edge. I imagine Paige wants to get inside the circle, put the pressure on that putt for Haley. And as much as these players are still playing the course, they know what the scenario is. They know that they have to shoot better than their opponent. The competition is right there in front of them.
There we go. Paige Pierce getting the closest of all. She was furthest off the tee. Now she's closest to the pin. Classic apply pressure method to Haley King right now. Sarah Hokum going to have the furthest looking putt. And it's just the calm before the storm right now. Who is going to blink first? Because we know there's some birdie opportunities late on this course. Right now in the tough stretch, it's just about not giving up the easy ones.
And I do hear a little bit of a conversation happening. And even on the tee today, hole 1, you can see Paige kind of being casual, being comfortable. As you mentioned, she's been in this position so many times before. Haley always tends to keep to herself, but Paige would be the one to keep it a little bit more relaxed, as would Sarah Hokum.
Holcomb circle 2 putt, not enough juice, but in close for the par.
Okay, Jamie, here we go. Haley's been very good from this distance. Oh my goodness. I want that putt. Holy cow. She just looks so effortless. I mean, there's no complicated motion to her putt. Just reaches down and extends to the basket. And that is a 33-foot putt.
Those are the kind of sticks that can win you a tournament. Katrina, she's got a birdie. Gonna move one closer to Sarah Hokum right now. Katrina has just managed to shake herself free of the tie with Jessica Weiss, 1 stroke ahead. Pierce cleans up the short look. 3 out of 4. Birdies on number 8. That ain't bad. That's Championship Sunday golf right there.
That is awesome. And for Haley to start off that swing with a circle edge putt right when she needed to, I thought it was going to be another one of those situations. All right, took that stroke from Paige. All right, Paige, here's the stroke back. But no, Haley makes the putt when she needs.
Holcomb's got a par. Here's the comparison between Paige Pierce and Haley King. Still square with 10 to play. We saw this yesterday. A very similar looking stat line. Really hasn't changed very much throughout this tournament. It's Haley King on the putting green, Paige Pierce off of the tee.
Wow. And really, their statistics aren't much different. Haley is just trailing behind just a little bit in the fairway hits and the circle 2 in regulation, as with Paige. Paige has been putting she's been putting great this weekend. She missed a few what we would typically imagine Paige closing her eyes and putting, but yeah, they're both just neck and neck, and that's the reason why they are battling each and every hole. It is a great match this weekend, and I think Fox Run is that perfect course for either of them to make the move. Both have that distance. They can both putt from a distance to make the shots happen, but they're able to give themselves opportunities at birdies.
That was a bogey for Missy Gannon and a bogey for Alex Benson as well. Missy Gannon not being able to get her weekend really kicked into gear. She's had actually 4 OB strokes on the last 4 holes. So Missy Gannon, we've seen her shine very brightly at points throughout this year. Just not her weekend up in Vermont. Jessica Weiss, on the other hand, she's really been fighting to be on a lead card throughout the first 3 rounds. Just hasn't quite been able to do it, but she's ridden her game all the way to a solo 5th right now. Let's see if she can close in on Katrina Allen or maybe Sarah Hokum with a great back 9.
And isn't it funny? She's had the scores to put her on the lead card, but it's just a matter of the tiebreaker always putting her on the chase.
Our cool guy right there, that's Jeff Spring. He's our CEO of the Disc Golf Pro Tour and the tour director. Just took the helm at the beginning of this season and has really been doing a tremendous job to make sure that this season keeps going despite all of the challenges that 2020 has thrown our way. Here's Haley King.
This really isn't a hole that you can play safe on. There's no safe shot. You have to just pick your line, stick to the game plan, and execute.
I actually love the level of aggression that Haley King just showed. She didn't try to get all the way to the pin and bring in those extra obstacles. She put it in a comfortable putting range for her. Katrina, if this can flip up and ride, that's got to get down quick. Oh, come on.
How does it climb the hill? It rolled up the hill to bounce out of bounds. Not something you would expect. You would expect the hill to kind of allow the disc to dig into it.
I mean, how many discs have we seen go up on the hillside this weekend and roll back down? More than I've ever seen. That was just pure dumb luck. And the bad kind for Katrina Allen. Here's Pierce.
Well, this looks right.
But it's low enough to be about 10 feet further out than Haley King.
Paige wanting that throw back, wanting to do that all over again, but safe is safe. Move on from there. This is such a beautiful view from this tee pad. Nice shot from Sarah Holcomb, using that hillside as the guide as she works that sidearm back into the center of the fairway.
One of the most dangerous holes on the course. Everybody, except Katrina Allen. She should be getting the green flag. I want to say everybody's in bounds. That's not fair. But we know golf is just not fair sometimes. Almost through the front nine. We're getting ready to check in with Hannah Macbeth before we get to the putting green. And I believe we're still getting her set up there on the tee. We'll check in with her in just a minute. She's been doing great work all weekend. Oh, and we are ready. Let's say hi to Hannah Macbeth on the tee of 9.
Thank you, Val and Jamie. I'm here on the tee pad on hole number 9 where the ladies just teed off. Really, really interesting things going on. I actually don't know if I'm on hole number 9. I'm really sorry. There's just a lot happening. Anyways, just a couple of things to note that are going on in the background. Not a lot of action going on necessarily on the fairways. The girls are keeping it relatively safe. But behind the scenes, Paige Pierce and Haley King are having their moments as Discraft teammates. I know Val's in the booth. She's going to understand how that is. We've got really, really good drives coming out of them. A great putt from Haley King on the previous hole. And Paige came right over and gave her not a high five, but I guess you would call it a foot five. I'm not really sure, but definitely within the rules of the quarantine stuff. So we're going to continue to watch the action unfold. It's a very tight race between Haley King and Paige Pierce right now. Again, a quiet day for the leaders.
Thank you, Hannah. And maybe some good vibes because you throw the same disc, but at the end of the day, can't split that trophy. Only one can hoist it.
Yeah, and who knows? We could go into that sudden death scenario. Haven't seen it in quite a few tournaments, but it would be fun to see. But hopefully it's all square and we could have a winner after these 18 holes.
Well, the reason you haven't seen a lot of playoffs in the FPO division is due to this woman right here. Paige Pierce usually out ahead comfortably. And she says, your move, rookie. Make this putt.
So true. So many tournaments, you know, one player just has the dominance that weekend. And it was a few years back. Katrina Allen won this tournament in the biggest margin that we've ever seen. 16 strokes.
Ooh. Yeah. I can't imagine seeing a 16-stroke victory on these courses with the field today. That would be so far and above. It's really incredible that Katrina was able to do that. Almost an incredible putt there from Haley.
Yeah, and what we're seeing more and more out of the division is so many more birdies. It used to be the game of playing par, playing safe, getting birdies when you could. But now these players just can never let up. and we see the scores in the top 4 right now, and it is our leader card right here. We've got 5 over par scores on their scorecard so far. Get down to the chase card, the bogeys start to add up. So it is about birdies and pars for the division this year. Katrina Allen here to save par from downtown.
Don't do it. Don't do it. I mean, come on, hole 9. It's the danger of running with OB that close behind the basket. You have to say that in fairness, but it just feels like hole 9 beating up on Katrina Allen right now as she's fighting with Jessica Weiss and Sarah Hokum for that podium spot. And you mentioned birdie percentage. It is Paige Pierce that leads the division. She's birdie or better 40% of the time this year. Now, a nightmare hole for Katrina Allen. Oh, and Haley's par putt is short. That is not something you can miss in this moment. I was going to say, number 2 to Paige Pierce's 40% birdie or better is actually Haley King. She's second this year on tour, 29% birdies.
Wow, and a little bit of an energy shift there with Kat rolling out of bounds, then Kat missing the putt, and Haley stepping up and missing that putt. There was just a lot of action going on before that putt, and it takes a lot of focus out of a player to kind of concentrate, forget what's happening around you, and unfortunate miss there for Haley, and she's going to give a stroke back to Paige here on hole 9.
Oh, we spoke to Haley King about her shoulder. She's been having to throw a lot of shots in this 4-round tournament and as well as the 4-round Ledgestone event just a couple weeks ago. Kind of feeling some of that fatigue.
My game's feeling good. My shoulder, I woke up, my shoulder is very sore this morning. So I think that led a lot of my forehand shanks off the tee. But other than that, I feel pretty good.
Awesome. And how do you plan to rehab mentally and physically for tomorrow?
I'm gonna go home, use the Hypervolt on my shoulder, and then just take it easy the whole night.
Taking it easy. Hole number 10, that's going to require a good sidearm here, Val. What do you think?
Yeah, sidearm is absolutely the play. Want to see the players using all that space on the left-hand side and bringing their shots in. You can see the baskets tucked just around these branches on the right-hand side, slightly on a side slope. And from what we saw in the second round, that slope doesn't slow down the discs if they're flying in. Paige Pierce ended up going OB long.
And now she's just way overturned it right.
Wow. That's the scary part of throwing the backhand on this. You know, you can tell she adjusted from that straight shot she threw in the second round and now turned it over too much today. So she's going to be trying to save a par from 60, 70 feet down the hill from the basket. So here's Sarah Hokum with a nice sidearm. Ooh, not quite the distance I expected, but she's near and inside the circle.
This green is like a dartboard. You can kind of just Velcro it in there if you put it on the right angle. Haley's shoulder. See if it's feeling good right now on the 10th. Feeling pretty good right there inside of 20.
Wow, that was a little scary, and I was just watching Haley's face the entire time on the tee pad, and you can see emotions right here. A lot running through this young player's mind.
Just got to fire yourself up right now. You're in this hunt.
I could only imagine what her dad and what her family is doing right now, sending all the positive energy to Haley and hoping to see her through. Paige Pierce is out of bounds. Haley is underneath the basket for a birdie putt. Could be a two-stroke swing here on hole 10.
Katrina Allen's going to have a circle 2 birdie look after carding the triple bogey on number 9. That's going to move Sarah Hokum and Jessica Weiss into the top 4 here. Jessica Weiss just took a birdie on this hole. We saw that a moment ago, and that erased her 2 bogey strokes for the day. So she's even for the day, up ahead playing 11 at the moment.
So I know you mentioned this when we were first starting off the round. What happened at the Silver Cup with Haley? She was playing a tournament in her home state. She had 3-stroke lead going into the last 3 holes. Haley King ended up giving those strokes back, and it was Lisa Fakis who ended up taking home the win. So Haley has had these wins right in her grasp against the world's best and let it slip through. So that is in very recent memory for Haley, and let's see if she can build off that experience just a few tournaments back. It's something I don't want to mention with 3 holes to play, but it's something I want to mention now because you could just see how much this means to her right now. It is right there in her grasp. You can see maybe she's talking herself up a little bit, talking herself through. Disc golf is such a mental game.
Going to take some mental fortitude on this putt here for Katrina. She's been connecting with the basket time and time again, just not quite putting it in. Paige Pierce getting a little bit closer. She'll be outside circle 2, and you make a good point. If you want to make the bear case for Haley, it is that she has this kind of Kevin Jones-like moments where it's just like the last few holes. Bull case, she actually beat Paige Pierce at the Silver Cup, who finished in 5th. Oh, that's a dangerous roll, but it stays close.
What a cool angle to look at this putting green. I mean, just to show what kind of slope Paige had putting up to that basket. And it's very likely you see a lot of rollaways on this because of that slope.
Holcomb playing very consistent through the front 9.
Hey now. And there's the rollaway I was talking about. And that's a cliff. I mean, behind the basket and over there on the right, that's a cliff straight down. So hopefully she can find that putter, as I imagine that's one of her go-tos.
Yeah. She's going to have to grab another one, see how much confidence she has in this putter. Okay, she doesn't have confidence in that putter anymore.
No, she goes, you could stay in the canyon after that roll. I'm pulling out.
Sometimes you got to put them in timeout.
Yeah, exactly. All right, let's redo this one. This will be Sarah Holcomb to save her bogey.
Go give it a talking to.
You didn't come all this way to lay up, Sarah Holcomb. And so here's a chance to talk about the rules. So Sarah putted. That first putt went out of bounds. So she had the choice to take it from where it went out of bounds or the previous lie. So she took it from the previous lie. Here, with this second roll away, she now has to take it from that position, choosing putter number 3. Let's see if this one has a chance.
No putters cooperating with Sarah Holcomb right now, but at least that one didn't roll away.
All right. So once again, all this excitement is happening. Miss putts, this and that. Now Haley has to step up behind this putt. This is a very important moment here for Haley.
2 strokes from Paige Pierce, just like that.
Way to block all that out and step up when you need to. Wow. 2 strokes here and there. The battle continues. Here's Paige for her bogey.
Holcomb. Now this is going to be a triple bogey. Hole 9 was brutal to Katrina Allen. Hole 10, the same to Sarah Holcomb. Katrina gets her par. We can move along. We're going to see a face that you might not be familiar with, but he's always in our ears. There's Mahmoud Barani, our producer, talking to Haley King about the Silver Cup earlier this year.
After hole 16, knowing that I was that close to like my first big A-tier win and just, I don't know, just throwing it away with an easy shot definitely was heartbreaking, and it's still in my head, and I'm still like practicing every day just thinking about that one, because that one I should have had and I just gave it away.
Right now, it's time to rewrite history, and it can start on hole 11 after that 2-stroke swing.
This one starts with a big drive, and we will find out how big these drives are thanks to Bushnell Rangefinder. We'll want to see the players getting to about this landing zone, and I love the change up with a shorter tee pad for the women so they can attack this opening here as we get to the second part of the hole. Makes its way downhill and through the woods. So we got Haley King ready and confident to get that drive going.
That's a quality one. She's center fairway, just at the turn.
It's not too much to talk about on this drive. We do want to see big distance, and that's going to make that second shot a little bit easier. And it is really just about strategy. Wherever these drives land changes up how the players are going to play the rest of the hole.
Katrina using the left or right side of the fairway, meaning she's going to have to go left to right on the second shot. Very different options on the table, like you're saying, from Haley King. Paige, this might be boom time. The disc is ready to fly, and she's not ready to throw it yet.
Got to be careful with the distance. She throws it a little bit too far straight. Could risk going out of bounds. It's on the right-hand side, and
holy cow.
Beautiful shot from Paige.
Sarah Holcomb. Good distance on the forehand there. That's a great placement there. Hole number 11, we'll calculate who had the biggest drive. Well, I think you know who it was. Let's find out how far it was here in just a moment once we get those numbers in. But the situation for third, that's the biggest shift that we've seen so far. Holcomb and Weiss now tied. Katrina Allen 2 back of trying to get the podium. But it is all about the Fierce Pierce versus the Hailstorm. That's what we're keying on today. Everything else is about Pro Tour points.
Wow, and wow, just on that last hole, hole 10, with Holcomb taking the 6, Jessica Weiss was able to take the birdie. So big score swing there for that third place, and the battle continues. We'll keep an eye on what Jessica does as she finishes out the second half of this round.
Yeah, I'm scrolling over the Pro Tour standings for FPO to see if we can put together some some scenarios for you. Of course, you can follow along. Go to udisclive.com/players. You can sort it out by MPO, FPO, and see how your favorite pros are doing as they try to rack up as many points as they can before October. Of these 3 players, Sarah Hokum, Jessica Weiss, and Katrina Allen, it's Katrina who's in 2nd place, Sarah in 4th, a good bit back, and Jessica Weiss in striking distance of Sarah Hokum in terms of tour points.
Sarah laughing with a little bit of frustration that she wasn't able to get that second shot over the rock wall and into the woods.
Sometimes all you can do is smile.
So this is tricky for all the players. The second shot is blind from where their drives land. So it's all about putting the shot out there and just judging up the speed. The second part slopes down, so it plays a little bit faster. Haley will be on the other side, but it'll be well outside circle 2.
Katrina has to go to the forehand. She's put it a bit long of the gap, but did she find a way in late? Looks like she's kind of going to be in that jail. It's a little bit long.
That is scary from there. You're not that far from the basket, but you're hoping for a window to just lay it up.
One of those scenarios where you're much further from the basket than you are from finishing the hole.
All right. If Paige can get this shot in and inside circle 1, she could take a stroke back from Haley.
Easy 385 from Paige Pierce on the big drive. There's the last bit that she needed to get to the basket there, and congratulations to Paige Pierce. 2 days in a row, she is the Bushnell big drive winner. I don't think that's a huge surprise given what she can do with a disc, but she will win a Bushnell Nitro 10x42 binocular set for that big drive. Congratulations, Paige.
And that big drive led to an easier approach, and we don't have too many spectators out here, but they are up on that ridge line, keeping a safe distance, and to get that cheer on a blind upshot, Paige knew she did what she needed to.
Holcomb just up top here. There's not really an ability to run. She's got some trees in her way. Also, no ability to really follow through safely.
The out of bounds creeps in at circle's edge, behind the basket and to the right. With it playing as a fast green, Sarah needs to make sure she's landing this nice and flat.
And that sits there about 12 feet out.
Taking it out on the rock wall, or maybe putting things back where they started.
Oh, one way or the other, the rock wall, it'll be okay. Katrina just, oh no, trying to pitch quickly, but like you said, this is a terrible place to be on the fairway.
She basically hit the tree in front of her, and here she is with the second approach. Well, looks like she has a putt.
Big par save on the way. Try to get the scramble.
Wow.
How about that?
I was about to say, this is just becoming one of those just frustrating rounds. You're trying to make something happen, and Kat's just hanging out there in 5th place, and you hit the tree in front of you. Why not go for the big putt? Make it happen. All right, here we go. Haley inside the circle. This is a big putt. Oh no, she's got the roll. And I think that just rolled out of bounds, Jamie. And by the look on Haley's face, it did.
This is the big moment for Haley. She's on the back nine of the tournament. She's playing with the lead. It's all a mental battle right now. She has gone punch for punch with Paige Pierce all weekend long. She can do it. She has to believe in herself in these moments, because you know Paige Pierce does. Paige Pierce not worried about an OB stroke, not worried about a bogey, because she believes she can bounce back. There's a quality bogey save.
And it truly is all about that belief. We know that Haley has all the skills, but she needs to believe in herself. And I think that was a great chance for her. I think she needed to go for that putt. She's very confident standing over, and it was outside the circle, but she is confident in those putts. You know, maybe she'll look back on that and say, maybe I should have laid up with that treacherous green, but we don't know. It might not even matter toward the end, but that will be a
two-stroke swing for Paige Pierce. And in fact, I believe that is the third or fourth two-stroke swing that we've seen already today. Some of the storylines carrying over from day 3. Once again, thanks to Bushnell for their newfound support of the Disc Golf Pro Tour. Excited to have them aboard. And if you want to get your own Bushnell Sport 850 rangefinder, head on over to the Disc Golf Pro Tour Pro Shop. You can find that as well as some great limited run discs with some excellent GMC based artwork. Check it out.
Doesn't that look like a painting? I mean, this is just one of the great meccas of disc golf, and to be surrounded by the Green Mountains. This course is just nestled here in the valley.
Still, the battle for the podium is on. The battle for the title, well, we just keep flip-flopping back and forth. I mean, we talked about this yesterday. There were so few holes where Paige Pierce and Haley King shot the same and pushed the hole. In fact, as I'm reading this up now, there's only 4 today where they've shot the same score. So the other 7 to this point, that's been back and forth and back and forth. And the big question that we just asked, does Haley King have that mental fortitude to withstand that roller coaster and come out on top?
And I think one big thing to note is, you know, these players have their own expectations. And so Haley's expectations are extremely high. And with the strokes going back and forth, it's really hard. It's hard for me, and I have UDisc to look at, but it's hard for players to keep track of this. With 2 strokes being handed on any given hole, you know, Haley might think she's completely out of it right now with missing that putt and losing strokes, but she's still right there. It's 1 stroke separating the 2.
Yeah, it's 2-stroke swings on the last 2 holes, like you're saying. She might think she's out of it, but she's exactly where she was when they teed off on hole number 10. Pierce will get the box on number 12.
Hole 12, I'm expecting to see a lot of safe upshots. There is out of bounds surrounding this landing zone. Players have about 300 feet to get to the edge of the landing zone. Didn't see Paige go across the out of bounds, so I'm expecting another layup. Yep, and with that hyzer, that's going to tell me exactly that.
Right to the point. Katrina next after saving the par. Swings that in right to the edge of the landing zone. Holcomb does a great job with the forehand there.
It's not the most exciting tee shots here on hole 12. You do have the risk of going out of bounds. But if we don't see this lead card going for it, I imagine everyone else in the division did the layup shot as well. The second shot is where it gets a little bit more exciting.
You said it. Very important shot to see. It's an attackable par 4 at only 645 feet, so it's going to be about getting it in for the best look for birdie. Haley King going to go first by nature of being a little bit further back, but for now, we're going to check in once again with Hannah Macbeth.
Jamie and Val, in the previous hole, Sarah Holcomb witnessed Haley King roll OB. She hit the basket and then unfortunately her disc stood up and rolled OB. Sarah Holcomb then just remarked, when is this going to stop happening to us? How many more times is this going to happen to our card? Well, it's Sunday, so probably a lot. Obviously feeling the frustration for her card mate and can relate completely because it happened to her on just the previous hole. So the other thing to note is that we do have a little bit of a gallery building up. Most of the men have finished their round, well, all of the men have finished their round, had lunch, and now they're heading over, so a lot more cheering is going on. Over to you both in the booth.
You love to see the camaraderie. And you know what? Doesn't hurt either. Look at what they get to walk around. Look at this course. Just one more look for some of these guys who are like, man, look at a hole and go, I'm getting you next year when I come back.
And it is turning out to be just such a beautiful day. And I mean, if you're out there, you should go and watch this battle happen right in front of your eyes. Of course, we've got front row seats here with the live coverage, but I can only imagine the men want to see more action like this and to put up a battle. Paige Pierce and Haley. It's going to be two great storylines regardless of who the winner is going to be, but it is still such a tight race. Here we go. We've got Haley up. It's all about getting it inside the circle. Got about 340 feet to the basket.
She's got about 310 of them. Sitting right there outside circle 1, comfortable distance. That shot doesn't put a ton of pressure on Paige. Being a little closer, she has the opportunity to leapfrog Haley.
Now this is a distance shot. Distance shot with accuracy to land it inside. We do have out of bounds on the right-hand side. Paige cutting it close again. Spotter running over there with the green flag, but Paige Pierce is going to be outside circle 2. So we'll see what happens when we get closer to the basket. See if Paige can make that big putt, put the pressure on Haley.
Sneaky branches there, robbing some distance. Now, let's see what Katrina Allen does. She's not going to be able to use much of that right side from this position. See, she had to take the more intermediate line, and she'll find herself a good distance back from the pin still. And we know the guys are out there watching after their rounds, but we also know that you all have the best seat in the house. Thank you so much for being a Disc Golf Network subscriber, and welcome in to everybody that is watching on YouTube. We hope you'll consider subscribing to the Disc Golf Network because you're going to get every Disc Golf Pro Tour round this year on the Elite Series live. You'll also be able to rewatch it at any time, as well as access to lots of other great content. We're going to be building out the library of disc golf related media specifically. You are helping to grow the disc golf media empire here in 2020.
What I have thought has been really fun to see the content of the interviews of these players. You know, we see the players looking very stoic on the course, looking so focused, and it's been fun to hear their thoughts after the round or before a big tournament, hear what's going through their mind, because I think that's what really takes these athletes to the next level. It's that game plan that's going on inside their mind. We know Sarah Hokum was coming into this tournament as the defending champion, and she had that mindset of the steady golf, and she continues to play that, even though we know she had that roll away, or two rollaways, as Hannah was just mentioning.
Katrina. I'm going to give this a little throw here. On target. A little low, stays close.
Paige has had 3 Circle 2 attempts today. Has not been able to make one connect yet.
She punched up just far enough past these leaves here. Going to be nothing in the way. Just focus. See if she can start to knock down one of these looks.
We know it's not a gimme for Haley. So this would be a great chance for Paige to make it just a little bit low, but right on line.
Paige has not hit a Circle 2 putt since Friday. That was the eagle putt on hole number 4 on this very course. King for a share of the lead.
Yes! Great putt from Haley. Man, she is in game mode right now. I mean, we don't see a ton of big smiles out of her, but she knew she needed that, and she made it happen.
Time for a little swagger out of Haley King right now, because we are about to head towards a stretch of holes where she could put both feet on the single pedal and zoom out ahead of Paige.
Jamie, I have got to mention it. There was a bet going on between Hannah Macbeth and Haley if she was going to make that putt. Haley jabbed the putt in, slowly walked back to her bag as we see Hannah reaching into her purse to pull out $1 for Haley King.
Hey, a putt's worth $1. I totally believe it. All square after 12, 6 to play at Fox Run Meadows. Don't go anywhere. The conclusion to the FPO round is coming up shortly, right after these messages.
Nice. Hey, is this inside the circle?
Yeah, I'd say about 20 feet or so.
Sweet. Means I can jump putt.
Come on, dude. Are you serious? You not know the rules? You can't jump out inside the circle.
Get off my back, dude. It's not like there's an app with a searchable database of the official PDGA rules and regulations.
The UDisc app has a searchable database of all the official PDGA rules and regulations. This guy didn't know, but now you know.
Hey guys, Adam Hammis here. Today I'm going to tell you about my 2020 Tour Series disc, the Wasp. The Wasp is an overstable, beaded mid-range, and what I love about it is how hard I can throw it and know that it's always going to finish left. The shots I typically throw with this disc are soft flex shots, power flat to hyzer shots, and once in a while I'll throw like a little spike hyzer with it. Be sure to pick one up at discraft.com or your local disc golf shop.
Today we're going to compare one of our competitors' most popular distance drivers with the DGA Tour Series Hurricane. Let's see how they fly. Truly remarkable results. I'd say you need a Hurricane, and you can get one today at discgolf.com.
While we were away, here is Jessica Weiss, currently solo 4th place on hole number 13. Well, high and inside here, Val.
Yeah, she's going to be in not bad, actually. If you get a little farther to the left, you are in complete jail, but she's still choosing a forehand roller and doesn't make it as far as she needs, but a little bit of help from the hill continues to roll her forward. 25-foot putt to save her par.
Now we're live on the same green. Here's Kona Panis. She comes up just short on her par bid. Now here is Jessica Weiss, trying to save her par.
She is right there, continuing that battle with Sarah Holcomb and Kat. So it's just one stroke separating each of them. So every stroke matters these last few holes of the tournament.
Weiss trying to knife it in. She's off right. That's going to be a bogey. There's Missy Gannon.
This is so interesting. I'm looking at the stats for this hole, and nobody has birdied it yet in the division.
It's a bit surprising.
Absolutely. It's 375 feet, slightly downhill. But yeah, if you don't hit the line, you won't give yourself that open putt for birdie. And if you end up cutting it short on the left-hand side, you might end up with a bogey, just like Jessica.
Oh, sliding the wrong way as she's rounding into the final 6 of this course. Right now, Sarah Holcomb too clear of both Weiss and Allen for that 3rd place spot. But it's the battle of the ladies in red right now.
The two just chatting about which disc they're going to use.
It's a trap. You throw your own disc. I wouldn't listen to anybody else in this moment.
I like the shot inside of the power pole.
How about that? Inside of the circle.
Go. If I was in the crowd right now, I'd be giving that a golf clap. As we know, the players can't see where these shots are finishing up, but that was a beauty from Haley.
Can Paige match? Almost looked for a second like she glanced off of that power pole, but one way or another, Paige also knocking on that birdie door. Katrina flip up. Cutting through. She's got a clean look as well.
It's surprising to see these discs just flying through the trees like nothing. Typically they hang up a player, but everyone has a putt so far. And we know this hole and the next one don't lay out great for a sidearm. So Sarah Holcomb choosing a backhand here on 13.
Using the fairway, getting to that power pole. Let's see Haley King's drive one more time. She got the big birdie on 12, and now she's in good position to go back to back.
And it is tough to be the first one up on a hole that I believe is a must-get birdie. And as long as you hit that line, and Haley was a little on the inside, but got that fortunate roll forward, and that is going to be an easy little tap in for her.
Welcome in, everybody. We have seen a battle back and forth between Haley King and Paige Pierce. You know it. You've been hearing us say their names all day. There's just really nobody else in contention right now because they are playing at a birdie pace on both the Brewster Ridge and Fox Run Meadows courses. They're just playing at a speed that nobody else has been able to match all weekend long.
Yeah, and it has been so much fun to watch, and we know that this is just another chance for Haley to continue to gain that experience. She's battling against the best players, and, you know, in that first round, we're wondering, how is she going to handle that kind of pressure? She's on the big stage, but she has done this time and time again. One of my keys this weekend was how consistent can she play? I feel like she's overcome that now. If she can get this big win under her belt, that is going to say a ton for her confidence. It's going to show, all right, I did that. Now I can do it again. So Haley is so close to taking down her first big win. And it's drives like we just saw here on 13 that are making it happen.
Holcomb second. Couple of backhands to put her about 12 feet out for a par. The last step just seems to be the hardest one to take sometimes. And no matter how this shakes out, the fact that you can say you started the round with a 2-stroke lead over Paige Pierce, you know she's going to get a stroke back from you at some point in the round. I think it's, you know, it's great to say, hey, I can beat her shot for shot on a course like this, but realistically, Paige is going to find a way somewhere in this 18 to take strokes back. So at this point, to be tied, that's still a huge accomplishment. There's just one more step Haley's got to take. First, Katrina Allen's birdie look.
Chain's helping her out on that one.
This happens when you wear the putter pants. They just sometimes they stay in. Let's roll that back real quick, courtesy of our Zuka replay.
I got to see how this putter dances on the chain, hangs on the rim, but flops back into the basket.
Here's Pierce for birdie. She gets high right side, drops straight in.
That was a good jab into the basket, using that strong side. So I said no birdies on this hole so far. Now there's Kat, there's Paige. We'll see if Haley can make it 3.
Clutch putt there from Haley King.
So confident over her putt. Great to see her matching that up. They'll continue to be tied, but now they're both sitting at 12 down.
And now with Sarah Holcomb putting for par here. And converting the par, Katrina Allen gets one stroke closer to supplanting Holcomb on that podium. Look at this. Paige Pierce, one stroke off of that 6-down course record pace that she set on Friday during the second round.
That's huge. She's got 7 birdies on her scorecard and then those 2 bogey strokes. So slaying up the birdies. Shooting a great round. Got 5 holes to play, so there still could be a lot of action that can happen, and I imagine Haley is going to fight for that course record as well. We still have room to make that happen.
Well, next 2 holes are certainly ones that can be gotten much more easily than the last 3, and if Paige can get 1, she's tied her own pace, and if she gets 2 of them, we're staring at a scenario where a course record might not be enough to do it if Haley King can match that. Shout out to Vanessa Van Dyken, by the way. Only other player in the field under par.
Wow. Not a ton of movement happening there on that leaderboard. Either you're staying the same or you've moved 1 spot up or down.
And Haley, she wants this. She is putting herself in the position to capitalize with the putter. That's what she's done all weekend long. And right here on the stretch where she has to do it, she's getting in gear.
Yeah, 13, 14, and 15 are all holes that these players can reach. So they're all holes that the players can birdie. Haley has that good position to be first on the tee.
Paige Pierce gets through everything. You don't see this too often. She's backside high on the hill looking at that putt. That's a dangerous putt. This could be a 2-stroke swing if Paige does not knock this down. Katrina, this is the dangerous route. Watch the roll. Stays right there. Nice and close.
Yeah, that seems like the higher percentage shot, choosing to go around the trees. But yeah, the trees are just kind of bending out of the way for the players that are going on that inside route.
Holcomb, difficulty notwithstanding, going to stick to the sidearm play.
Hits it square in the center. Not able to penetrate inside those trees for her putt.
So only a few left. Make sure you check out the Disc Golf Pro Tour Pro Shop. Got some beautiful artwork that's been stamped onto some Raptors, some Undertakers, some Buzzes. Limited edition Green Mountain Championship items. When we announced the swirly ESP Buzz that you see right there, it sold out before I even finished my sentence. So if you are interested in any of this beautiful artwork on this great plastic, make sure you get over to the Disc Golf Pro Tour Pro Shop. As the ladies approach the 14th green, Val, what are you feeling? Is there a number at this point that if Pierce or King can get to with these last 5 holes that they can just say, all right, that's going to feel pretty good? Or do you just have to play one off of another to the very end?
It's got to be a battle till that last putt is put into the basket. I imagine it's going to be up until that point where we know who is going to win or if we're going to go into that sudden death playoff. But I'm so happy to see this battle happening. I mean, they're at 12 under. Third place, 2 over here with Sarah Hokum. I mean, that is an amazing lead that they have over the division, and it's great to see 2 players at that level.
Hokum lining up a jump putt stance. This is probably just going to be a layup. Right through the trees there. So if we have a playoff, what would our scenario be?
So it would be sudden death. It would start with hole 1, 2, then it bounce over to 17 and 18, and then repeat if it continues on after that. And who knows? I mean, they've been back and forth for now. It's been 2 rounds, handing strokes back and forth, hole after hole. So it could very possibly end up in a sudden death playoff.
Pierce for birdie.
Oh my God. And it's shots like that. It doesn't matter. Paige Pierce, even from that distance, that's 38 feet. So well outside the circle. Paige cashing that birdie putt.
What did we just say 2 holes ago? First circle 2 putt for Paige Pierce since the 4th hole of the 2nd round. But Haley King, not so fast, still tied 13 under par.
Woo, that was awesome. I mean, that said a ton. Paige, once this win, is going to make Haley work for it.
Katrina Allen, 2 birdies in a row. She's now tied with Sarah Hokum. So we're starting to see the gas really being pressed down. We're moving on to hole number 15, as classic of a disc golf hole as you can find. Here's Kona Panis on the green. I feel you, Kona. I feel you.
Yeah, 15 could make or break these players. We're getting back into the woods, and it's all about hitting the fairway. Got Jessica here putting for her par, but we can easily see if players hit the fairway and hit the line, you could be parked under the basket for your birdie. But if you get hung up on either side of the fairway, you could end up easily bogeying this hole. So we could see some score shifts here, but I have to give that advantage over to Haley. She's been first on the tee box these last few holes, and she is the one to set the bar. Sets up really great for a sidearm, so I imagine Haley's going to bust that out. Let's see if she can hit the line.
All 4 pars for the chase card on number 15. And again, that classic straight and late fairway. Straight down, late right turn. Who wants it more? Haley King. Great momentum right now. The last 3 holes in a row have been birdies. Oh, that's trouble.
She can still scramble from there. I think the left side's a little bit easier for that opportunity. All right. See Paige hyping herself up. Knows how important it is to hit this line.
Oh, Paige has missed. All right, we'll find out who's got the better lie here. Left side rough or right side rough.
Wow. You could feel the tension. Paige knew how important that was, and you could just see how long it took her to kind of get focused, set herself up, and it's a matter of inches here in the woods.
Whoa, Katrina Allen with a spicy line right there. Plays the right side to the corner. She'll be 50 out. Sarah using the ground. She shaped that fairway perfectly.
It's a great place to be. It's going to be a little outside, but it's nice that most of the work has been done here for Sarah Holcomb. So, this is exciting. Again, these players are matching. All right, I threw in the shul on the left. Paige throws on the shul on the right.
I mean,
Who can have a better upshot?
How surprised are you to see Paige make a mistake like that? It's given the shoulder issues that Haley said. She said it's fatigued, maybe hurting a little bit. Forehands are tough to keep on line. We saw that play out, but Paige Pierce, I mean, that's an opportunity to just really take control, and she did not do it here.
And it's just so difficult. We know that Paige could hit that line anytime, but when the pressure begins to build, I mean, this fairway is only about 20 feet wide at most. When the pressure is on, I'd say that's about 5 feet wide. It really narrows things down and just makes the easiest shots so much more challenging. Wow, and it's looking like Paige only has a layup. I mean, look at all those trees. There's no reason to go through them, so this would be a smart strategic play. Just don't throw it too long or too short.
Paige trying to see if that's just laying on the ground, but it seems like it's in there good. It's part of the course, can't move it. She's gone a little past the fairway, but that might not be terrible. Oh, look at Haley King. This is actually, look at this window she has here. She can get one forehand on line here. That's going to be worth all the shoulder pain in the world, at least for, you can say that because she's 18. It's going to heal very quickly. A little bit different than some of us watching the broadcast. Might take a little longer.
So Haley's got a good angle to the basket.
It's going to be a tester putt, but it's going to be one that is inside of the circle. Did just enough.
Yeah, that's all she needed to do. And now you got to think, Paige is still back here at maybe 20 feet closer from where Haley just threw from. So Paige still has to get it up and underneath the basket to save her bogey. We can look right here. Not the cleanest of lines.
It's just this one little tree right here. If the smallest tree wasn't there, the forehand line is the obvious easy play. But now, it's got to bend it that much more.
See the camera crew in the distance, just beyond the basket.
Good upshot there from Paige Pierce. 12 feet left for the bogey.
Look at how many trees are on this fairway. I think these ladies did a great job of battling through them. So we now have Haley with that chance to make up a stroke. She's got that circle edge putt for her par. Katrina Allen here for birdie.
Toes on the line of circle 2 here. Gives it a heave. Comes up just short, but stays close.
And matching shot for shot at this point. Sarah Holcomb tied with Kat. This is for her birdie putt to take solo third place.
Holcomb just not able to dial these circle 2 putts in this weekend. Even just a couple here or there would go a long way to securing that podium finish.
And as we get a line just behind Haley, you can see what she's got for her putt. Got that smaller tree on the left-hand side that might come into her visual, but otherwise this is a wide open putt. It sets up great for her hyzer. You could tell with that reaction right away. Knew it had almost enough to get there, but doesn't stick this time.
Tells you everything you need to know right there. It's a battle inside. Holcomb for par. Making good on the par putt. Holcomb and Katrina, they're going to stay locked up. Pierce and King likely to do the exact same thing. No movement on hole 15 after the way everybody got off the tee. That's surprising.
Yep, and that pretty much solidifies that statement. Bogeys out of Pierce and King. And that could easily happen here on this wooded hole. Once we move on to after the tee shots of 16, we will be out of the woods and back into the open. But still, these players have a lot to do on 16 to make that happen.
Jessica Weiss still 1 stroke back as well. If either Katrina or Sarah have a big blow up on 16 or 18, it's possible that Jessica Weiss could jump a couple spots. But you can see the big gap, 9 strokes between 5th place and 6th place currently. Let's go ahead to the live. I was going to say fairway, I was going to say green, somewhere in between. We're up on 16 one way or the other.
Wow, all those words rhymed. That was pretty good, Jamie. I know you planned that and everything.
Yeah, perfectly planned. What was not planned was Jessica Weiss going out of bounds here. You can see the orange flag there, just caught the very edge of where the OB line comes in. Oh, and she's going to be OB again?
Yep. Yeah, the OB line is about a meter from that wall. So Jess will be taking another out of bounds stroke. Be interesting to see where they put her lie at. So here's on the tee. Katrina Allen takes the box with a par.
That's a good placement for Katrina right there. And I think that is going to probably end Jessica Weiss's run at a podium finish. It's now pretty solidified. We're looking at the lead card. Who's going to take first? Who's going to take third?
So this is, again, another one of those holes where it starts off with a layup. We have out of bounds crossing at the edge of the trees. So players are trying to land in the center of the fairway here, give themselves a good open look for their second shot. And with the distance that these players have, that second shot should be approaching the green.
Haley wide. Fortunate kickback there. Advantage Pierce.
2 misfires. One with a forehand on the hole previous, and now with a shank of a backhand. But let's hope Haley doesn't lose the confidence she has built up to this point. Just a few holes left. Need to dial that focus back in, because we know that's exactly what's going through Paige's head right now.
Pierce corrects. We'll see how far she got past those trees, whether they're in the run-up or not. Really the only question mark there. But to be 18 years old and to be in this scenario, just to pull yourself together against a player that has the experience, that has the pedigree, that has all of the trophies in the case that Paige Pierce has. This is a monumental challenge for Haley King right now.
And it's a funny thing that I feel like is a conversation many times with players that have been in this position. You're mentioning all the trophies and accolades that Paige Pierce has. You know, what continues to drive players that have won the biggest and best tournaments in the world? And I think it all just comes down to that competition. And we even mentioned, we heard it in Kevin Jones. You know, when you can hit those shots or make the putts under pressure, that's a win. That's how you know you're growing as an athlete. And this is that perfect opportunity right here for Haley. How can she bounce back? 2 shots, a little misfire, but can she get back on track? She's still tied for the lead, folks.
Holding our breath, waiting on the flag from the spotter. She may have landed short.
And we know that she's likely texting her dad right now. And we know that he is one of her biggest supporters, and there's a lot going through this young player's mind.
And that is the danger. You've got to clear your mind in these moments. Don't worry about what just happened.
I can't even tell you how hard that is for these players. She mentioned that she had been thinking about that loss she took at Silver Cup. And that was months after. You know, these deficits really weigh on the players. And when they can't hit the shots that they know they can hit under pressure, it is a lot to deal with. And Haley right now, she's in the heat of it. And that's a lot of pressure for her. Paige Pierce, let's see what she does in this situation. Knows she has the advantage. We're just getting word that Haley was out of bounds there on her second shot.
Now the question, how much does Paige want out of this shot? Getting some measurements.
Don't have the Bushnell rangefinder, but I would say that this shot's about 320 feet to reach the basket.
She's going for it. A little bit of tricky footing there, but call that 45, roughly.
And she's on the safe side of the green. On the left-hand side, there is no out of bounds. On the right-hand side, where we saw Jessica Weiss's upshot, the OB creeps in at about circle's edge. So just behind, it's about 35 feet away.
Here's Katrina. Really good spot here. Maybe a little, you just got to watch the little roots there in the footing. Can she get over the OB? Oh, cannot swing back in. She's going to be back in that area that we saw Jessica Weiss taking her fourth throw from. A similar scenario here for Katrina. Still tied. As we saw Holcomb out the gap earlier, she's going to be safe for her third shot from the green grass. And Haley King's going to get a mark. And she has to go for this. She has to get this inside circle 1.
Absolutely. Yeah, she has to get this inside the circle. She needs to give herself an easy tap in. And at best, she can save a bogey.
Moving it back on the line of play from the basket. That's legal. You can go as far back as you need to, as long as it's on the line of play. It's got a hyzer.
I think that it is inbounds, but that is so close. Wow.
There it is. Ooh, just inside of that circle 1 flag. Flags are good, stakes are bad when it comes to the color white here on the green of 16. So she might even be able to get a little bit further off that line, get a couple feet closer of a putt. But again, absolutely has to get this putt in the basket.
And it is not over yet. 17 and 18 are our finishing holes, and a lot can still happen. So Haley, she does have a tester putt to save this bogey. As we know, Paige is putting for birdie. So once this hole is done, I think Haley still needs to keep focused. She still has a chance with 2 holes to play.
Certainly does. Sarah Holcomb inside circle looking for a par. And we saw her big putt, Holcomb and Pierce, Haley that is, 2 days ago, not yesterday, but the last time they played this course, huge putt on 17. We've been rolling it back on all of the highlight reels. So they're, probably a 2-stroke swing. That's going to be a bit of bad luck on 17. You can only expect 1, but 18, different scenario.
Yeah, here is that putt from Haley. She was first one up to putt, and Sarah Holcomb remarked, "You went for that? What do you do? Are you crazy?" I mean, look at that putt. It's a downhill putt on an elevated basket, about 70 feet, 80 feet away. That was huge.
Katrina Allen buzzing the tower there and stays close. And I think you got to have a little bit of crazy in you if you want to battle the likes of Paige Pierce, arguably the greatest disc golfer of all time in the division. And you could probably take the division caveat off of there with the things that she's been able to accomplish. And I know we're kind of writing the David and Goliath story over and over here on the back 9, but this is as close to that narrative as you can get. I mean, Haley King trying to be the giant slayer right now. Paige Pierce, the winningest player in Disc Golf Pro Tour history.
Ooh, Paige is in good position here, and we know that she loves to make a highlight reel on big putts like this, and this is huge for Paige to kind of take that momentum going into the final 2 holes.
Tricky footing there, missing left, still can grab a stroke. It still could be 2 strokes if Haley doesn't make this putt. Daunting one in front of her. I think right now, both Katrina and Haley just trying to keep the other players that they're locked in the battle with, just trying to keep that stroke giveaway to 1.
Looking for that focus. Can Haley make this putt happen? It's to save bogey, keep her in the race.
It's going to be likely a 2-stroke swing. But again, it's not over. And that's what she's got to tell herself in her head until she believes it over and over and over again. It's not over yet.
You just know that she is just so hard on herself. She expects to make each one of those putts, and from what we've seen of her, she can do it. And it's just all about her believing in herself and making it happen when the pressure is on. Again, just another learning experience, and I have no doubt Paige Pierce has been in that position. Katrina has been in that position. Sarah Hokum's been in that position. But it's when you make it all happen in one weekend, bring it all together, and win that big one, that's when you know you can do it again. Haley is still working to earn that position.
Holcomb's got a par. Katrina Allen has a bogey.
So there we go. Double bogey for King, par for Pierce. We're heading into hole 17. And this one could be a tricky one as well. At about 400 feet, players can reach the basket because it is slightly downhill the entire way. Gets a little more aggressive on the slope in the second half here, but it's a big hyzer. Players need to pick that line in the sky and let the disc do the work. If they don't throw something overstable enough, the disc could end up flying straight and could risk going out of bounds. And we saw that big putt from Haley from far outside. I'd like to see the players inside the circle, and that would make a confident putt. So here we have Jessica Weiss. She is putting. Ooh, yeah. Beautiful birdie putt.
I like the bowler's leg finish on that follow through too, just kind of sliding that left foot. That's a birdie after taking the triple bogey on 16. Holcomb with a backhand off the tee. In the fairway, or in circle 2, excuse me.
So if Paige is able to park this, this could mean the win right here. Oh my, Jamie.
One of the best players to ever do it. In some of the biggest moments, she's always come through. Now the pressure is on the young gun, but first, Katrina Allen.
Ooh. Unsailing just past the basket, almost ace running. And again, another one of those holes the players have no idea how their shots are ending up. They just know how they release and how they feel about it on that release. Haley looks a little inside.
Oh. Haley King's not done yet. Don't count her out, folks. One more time. Paige Pierce trying to shut the door on her 18-year-old counterpart here. Just beautiful. Hyzer, one angle the entire way.
Yeah, and that's what I always dreamed up. That's what I always saw that the shot would be. And then to see what Haley does on the inside, I mean, you can still get to it. Had that perfect distance, and it's looking like 2 birdies here if they're able to cash these putts in. And pro move right here. Kat and Paige taking that left-hand gap and dropping off their bags on the 18th tee. Just grab the putters.
Yeah, you gotta, every extra little bit of energy you can save, you want to do it, as you could take this shortcut right back over to the 17th green, and you guys got a preview of the very last hole. It's The tournament is not over on these putts no matter what happens. You still have to get off the tee and get that green flag down on the flat on 18. Holcomb putting here from 55. Just putting it to the wall.
So Katrina Allen could catch up to her if she's able to put this birdie in. She's trailing Holcomb by 1.
Page green disc, Holcomb blue disc, and then Haley King just down the hill. Katrina Allen, a couple steps further out here.
Great distance for her. We know she feels comfortable in this kind of straddle hyzer putt.
Good strong bid there from Katrina Allen. Holcomb's going to retain the one-stroke advantage for the podium. First, Haley. That one goes.
It's nice to see Haley hitting that putt, bringing it all down to 18. As I'm already counting that putt in. Yep, there we go. Counting that putt. Birdie putt from Paige. 2 strokes going into hole 18.
Quick tap ins here for Katrina and for Sarah, and hole 18 is what is left.
And as you were asking me, when is a player going to feel comfortable? I think even a player like Paige Pierce, 2 strokes isn't a place of comfort just yet. Really comes down to this tee shot. We've got Obi on the right-hand side and Obi on the left-hand side with that road down below. What Paige is going to want to do, even though we saw her throw a 530-foot smash to this tree, throw it off to the left. You want to land inbounds for sure, but if you do go out of bounds, you're taking it way down the fairway and you'll have this approach shot to the basket. If you throw OB on the right-hand side, you'll basically be taking it up from where you just teed from. So if you're going to make a mistake, make it on the left-hand side. Just get down the fairway.
Down on the right in circle 2, Jessica Weiss nearly finishing her tournament with a big putt. That was actually that was a birdie look for Jessica Weiss. We're going to go back up to the tee here.
Paige needs to focus this in. She stepped up to this tee box so many times before. 1 hole left.
Uh-oh. Just goes through the tree, and now a 540-foot drive.
Oh my goodness. I don't even know. If you guys can hear Nate, he is screaming from the other room. That was a absolute smash. I almost had to hold back curse words. That was so massive. Oh my gosh.
And just to totally miss that tree on the right. Haley King got to go big here, and she is going big. Can this flex back?
Oh, yeah. Work it back. That is insane, Jamie.
She says, I see your 540, and I'm step for step with you.
Wow.
Got you by a little bit.
Oh my.
Folks, this is not the last you're going to see of Haley King. I can guarantee it. Holcomb, danger zone.
But at least she'll get some distance down the fairway.
Katrina still in this podium battle.
Big hyzer shot.
Getting the green flag. Easily over 400 feet on that drive, 2 for Katrina Allen, and we are once again back to the final walk down the hill. It does look like that two-stroke swing. We've seen so many of them between Pierce and King throughout the last 36 holes, and it seems like ultimately hole 16 is what's going to do Haley King in. But how about that drive right there, just to say, hey, I still got this?
That is insane. I'm freaking out because you are flying with these players and in such a tight battle this entire time. I'm saying, oh yeah, Paige, all you got to do is just play safe, play off to... No, that's not what Paige Pierce does. She has risen to the top time and time again because of the aggressive game plan she has. And she is most comfortable when she hits shots like that. So much pressure on that one shot. And for her to lay up, she wouldn't feel as confident. She might make more mistakes. So that is the game plan of Paige, and that is the reason she wins so many tournaments. Not to mention, that distance helps too.
All gas, no brakes. Paige Pierce is a speedboat. Sometimes the water is glassy and calm, and sometimes it's turbulent. Haley King certainly made some waves this weekend, didn't she?
She did, and to follow up Paige's drive with a drive just short. I mean, that was an absolute smash from Haley. I've never seen drives landing around that tree. We're talking shots over 500 feet. Yeah, it's downhill, but think of all the out of bounds and think of how accurate that shot needs to be. To go over 500 feet is just mind-blowing.
Yeah, 500 feet downhill or not on an open field is one thing. 500 feet to a narrowing fairway with trees that can hang you up and make you have to re-tee, that takes some guts, folks.
Wow. What a battle it's been all weekend long. Paige and Haley literally taking it down to just these last few holes. And I've really got to give it up to Haley. Even though this weekend looks like she's just behind, she is still growing as such an incredible player. And we have seen all those skills just shining. She's been my only the best shot the last 3 days, and she is just a remarkable player. So, as you said, it won't be the last we'll see of Haley King.
No, her career is just getting started. To be 18 years old, to play with world champions round in and round out, and to understand the pressure that a player like Paige Pierce can apply, even just with the simplest upshot. It's going to be such an ability and a moment for growth. And I guarantee you're going to see her come back probably this year stronger from it, but definitely once these lessons have time to digest, you go to the off season, you work on some things. 2021, you've got to look at Haley King as one of the front runners to really come out hot. And putting it so you can end on a birdie. Very nicely done. I mean, come on. The tree is behind the camera. Get out of here.
Is nuts. I would have paid for an upshot like this on hole 18. It's all she needed to do.
The only thing you saw this whole weekend of the Pierce-King battle was hole 18. You still get a pretty representative sample of what we saw. It was just a couple putts here and there for Haley King. She couldn't keep that putting percentage as high as she did in the first 3 rounds, and that's going to be the tale of the tape at the end of the day, because we showed those comparison stats. They're really close between the two. Holcomb, this is for par. And she's going to end her day with a bogey. That's probably going to take her to 3 over par. Same score for the tournament. Katrina Allen, if she can make this putt, she'll actually have solo possession of 3rd place and that podium. Could be just one more 2-stroke swing on the way. One more putt from Katrina Allen. And just the ankle biter of the 20-footer. So it should be a tie. As far as Pro Tour standings, not going to make a big difference. Sarah Holcomb well back of Katrina Allen right now, clear out in 2nd place. Haley King's going to earn a whole hefty bunch of Pro Tour points and a whole lot of respect from fans around the world with the way she's played.
Congratulations to Haley. I mean, a well-fought battle. When it comes down to just a few strokes, you know that you can get there again. You know you've got a big win very closely ahead of you. But you'll have to fight for it, and that is what Paige Pierce can do and has always done.
We've heard this call out before many times, and we're about to hear it once again.
Green Mountain champion, Paige Pierce.
Thank you.
You're a veteran, you've been here before, but what were you feeling knowing what was at stake and what you were about to do?
Yeah, I mean, Haley King is probably one of the most relentless competitors that I've faced in a while, and she's running every 50-footer, 60-footer, so I know it's never over till it's over. I didn't even take a breath until this putt right here, so I'm really so happy right now.
Yeah, with all that went on just to make this moment happen, and knowing who's watching from home, how special is this win for you?
Yeah, it's really special. My parents are watching, my mom, a bunch of friends. Yeah, thank you guys so much for watching, and yeah, I don't have words right now. I'm just so happy.
Congratulations,
Thank
Paige.
you. Thank you. Is that it? Add the scorecard?
We know Paige is quite analytical about her game, so she'll have some words for us at some point. You can always check her social media accounts. She does a great job breaking down not only her game, but some of her competitors' games as well. So that's a great follow, just as a little pro tip there. But once again, Paige Pierce, not dominating, but dominating as far as getting more wins. This is now her 4th Disc Golf Pro Tour win on the season, and I'm speechless. This battle that we saw, the 2-stroke swings, the back and forth, the big putts, the missed drives, it had everything you could want in the storylines this weekend.
It's okay to be speechless. You've spoken a lot of words through this weekend, but congratulations to Paige. You know, we talked about her dominance, but she has been behind in these last 2 tournaments. And so now this is just kind of bringing her back into the forefront. You know, she's used to winning, but she has had to come from behind. She was just short at Ledgestone, right behind Kat. And for her to come out with a win, I know that's just solidifying all the things she's worked so hard for throughout all these years. And it's so much fun to be the winner in such a battle that we saw today. So congratulations to both Haley and Paige. That was a really fun show to watch.
Fantastic battle both in the MPO and FPO divisions today. Paige Pierce, your winner by 2 strokes over Haley King. Katrina Allen and Sarah Holcomb tying for third place at 3 over par apiece. We're going to do our last commercial break of the entire weekend, bring Nate Dawes back into studio with us, and do the final bevel breakdown. Go get you a cold one. He's going to bring us some in here. We'll see you on the other side.
At Dynamic Discs, we offer affordable custom stamping to help your company, club, event, or tour stand out from the rest. We can use your own design, or we'll work with you to design a stamp that captures the tone of your event. We'll get your discs stamped quickly and on their way within 3 weeks. If you're ordering for an event, you may qualify for one of our sponsorship tiers as well. Discs are listed at our best pricing with a minimum 50 disc order with a 10 disc minimum per mold. We have junior and mini discs available as well. For all the information you need, head over to dynamicdiscs.com or email custom@dynamicdiscs.com.
Hey guys, this is Michael Johansson. You guys all know me as MJ. Today we're going to be discussing my 2020 Tour Series disc, the Comet. What I love about the Comet is the fact you can do almost everything with it when you get used to it. To me, the Comet shines the most when you're in the woods and you're forcing yourself into having to shape a shot around a tree. So it just really makes woods golf so much easier, which kind of is why I use it all the time. You can get them at your local disc golf retailer or always at discraft.com.
Disc golf is a relatively young sport, but its popularity makes it one of the fastest growing pastimes in the world. The PDGA is a not-for-profit, worldwide player organization dedicated to promoting the sport. Like a long drive off the tee, disc golf is soaring. So don't just be a witness to disc golf's explosive growth, be a part of it. Join the PDGA.
Welcome back, everybody. It's time to do the final bevel breakdown of the Green Mountain Championship. First cheers today. It's going to go out to all of the players. We know it's an extra bit of work to deal with the quarantine up in the New England area. And we just, up in the Northeast, we really appreciate all the players going through that routine so that they could bring us this great battle this weekend. And FPO, as always, is where we're going to start. There were so many emotions, so many things happening that even in the interim while we were in that commercial break, we found more things that we didn't talk about in the Haley King Paige Pierce battle right down the stretch. And one big thing, both players finishing birdie on 17 and 18. We previewed yesterday how crucial that could be, what a difference that could have made. And at the end of the day, with a two-stroke swing, very easy to gain and lose the tournament on the last hole. But two-stroke swings really kind of the name of the game today, Val.
Yeah, and it went back and forth, and it was those two strokes that Haley took on 16 that cost her the win. It all came down to that second shot on 16 by throwing it out of bounds, but she was able to recover a bit from there and then to finish out with birdie. I think that's a great way to end it and a great way to cap it off because she put up such a battle. We were mentioning, starting on hole 8 till 18 when she tapped in that putt, she didn't have a single par. So it was either birdie, which it was a ton of birdies, but then she did have 3 bogeys and that one double bogey on 16. So there was a lot of just up and down, and in a pressure situation like that, that takes a toll on a young player that is still working to build their confidence in their game and still working to get those big achievements under their belt and know they can do it again. So Haley fought through it. I mean, it's amazing to come back after bogeys and double bogeys and birdie. I mean, that says everything right there. That is just huge for her growth.
Yeah, I mean, you've seen her in times before. We talked about the Silver Cup loss when she had, 3 strokes with 3 to play. You end up taking bogey strokes. You can't get back on the birdie train. But that's where she made the correction today, Nate. And I think at the end of the day, the emotional toll of constantly going back and forth, birdie to bogey to birdie to bogey, it eventually just kind of wore on her towards the end. We saw that on camera.
Yeah, definitely. And really, I'm going to go back to what I said yesterday in the bevel breakdown. This isn't some grand moment for Haley King. This is a part of the development of Haley King. It's important to remember that she is a young player. And in my opinion, and of course, if I was her, I would be thinking this a little bit different. But from my opinion, from 10,000 feet, this was a win today, in my opinion. She went and took on one of the best players in the world. Not only did she take him on, oh, by the way, it was 15 strokes to the closest competitor. So I don't care what you say. Yes, you lost out for the big trophy, but in my opinion, the development was huge this week. Her attitude seemed to be very, very quality. And you know what? It came down to a tough shot on a tough hole, and you're going against the best player in the world. So in my opinion, it's all 10s for Haley King across the board. Let's just see if she can keep it up.
Yeah, and oh, by the way, you averaged 1,000 rated golf for the weekend.
Yeah.
Haley King, a 10.06 rated round today, 10.09 at Fox Run, high 990s for both of her rounds at Brewster Ridge. I mean, there's really only one player in the world that can catch you if you play 4 rounds of 1,000 rated golf, and that's a player like Paige Pierce, who again, another storyline we haven't gotten to yet because we're kind of in the emotion of it all. She broke the course record again that she set on the Friday round. It was 6 under par. Now it's 7 under par. We are still learning the heights that Paige Pierce can get to.
It's nuts. I mean, the fact that, so she got 3 bogeys, shot a 7 under. That means she had 10 birdies. So birdieing over half of the course. That's incredible. And Paige, I mentioned it as she was accepting that trophy. She didn't have a ton to say. She looked very humble, knowing that she had to fight for it. And if Haley was going to win, it was going to be an all-out battle, as we saw. But that meant so much to Paige to be back on top, put her back in that position, and to play great golf to get there. I think that's huge for Paige's confidence in these last few tournaments.
I mean, to me, a big humbling moment has to go all the way back to hole number 3. Let's just imagine that Paige Pierce did miss that mandatory, which it was proven that she didn't. She ended up taking a par there when the other way she played it out, she was sitting on a double bogey. Right. I think if it goes a little bit different back on hole number 3, we might be having a different conversation now. But let's face it, Paige Pierce won this tournament playing against somebody at their best as well, and I think that's always the most fun, especially when you come out on top. And yeah, I mean, we didn't get a lot of her out at post-round interview-wise, but I think that almost says it all, how much it does mean to her.
Well, and it shows how much she respects Haley King's game. We mentioned it yesterday in the broadcast, but you have to respect a player like Haley King because when it comes down to it, it was the 2-stroke swing holes that really made the difference at the end of the day. That happened 4 different times today. 2-stroke swings, 3 of them going in the favor of Paige Pierce, 1 in the favor of Haley King. So, you know, what can you say more about this battle, frankly? You've got a player who we are absolutely not going to see less of as time goes on in Haley King. She's only going to learn and grow from this. You've seen Paige Pierce find the winner's circle again 42 days later, which, by the way, I think most of us out here would be happy with 42 days, only 42 days between our victories. It seems like a drought for a player like Paige Pierce. And speaking to that level of expectations as we get towards the end of the season, obviously she's going to be in prime position for the championship. She's the favorite anywhere she goes. That's the easy headline to write. She'll also have an opportunity at the Women's National Championship, but this is getting the ship back in the waters that she's comfortable with as the weeks run out in the 2020 season.
Absolutely. And it was once that restart happened, you can just tell that Paige was on this mission. And is she ever going to let up? We saw a little bit of Paige being human as she's fighting herself back at Idlewild and kind of struggling with the course and forcing things to happen. And then back at Ledgestone, of course, it sets up great for her and didn't make it happen until that final round when the pressure was on and she knew she needed the kick in the pants in that final round to catch up to Kat. But a weekend like this, you got the Woods golf, then you got the Open golf. I think that suits her very well. Gets that focus in. She's kind of redeeming herself from Idlewild and then going back out into the Open. That's kind of redeeming herself from Ledgestone. And I think it was a perfect way to end with just a battle to the finish. It was awesome for Paige to come out on top. Of course, we would have loved to see Haley take down her first win, but such a fun battle today.
A once-in-a-generation talent, a player like Paige Pierce. You can never be upset when you're seeing the best players in the world do the things that they are best at. If you want to get nitpicky with the 5-time world champion, the only thing you can really say against her is when you look back to Idlewild, when you look back to Waco, she hates it when it's mentioned, but the Woods golf does slow her down a little bit, and the PDGA ratings are going to back that up. She was 971, 973. That's under her 984 rating right now at the Brewster Ridge course, but then goes 1032 and 1037 respectively on the arena layout of Fox Run Meadows, which is just high marks all around and an extremely impressive display of disc golf. Tied for third, Katrina Allen, Sarah Hokum, classic battle of the world champions. It all came down to just some missed putts here and there. And you know, Sarah Hokum playing that slow and steady game really without hole 10, it's perfectly according to the plan that she set out.
Yeah, and it's great to see. It's great to see a player setting up their game plan. She knows that she doesn't have that aggressive play like Haley or Paige or Kat for that matter, and just sticking to it. It's tough out there on Fox Run if you don't have the distance or you aren't playing aggressive enough to really make up for any errors that you may have. So it was nice to see Sarah playing according to that. I think all these players played really well, and I'm excited for next week at Maple Hill. We know that 3 of the players on this card have won the tournament before, but then Haley coming out with this confidence as she had from this weekend, it should be an exciting battle.
Yeah.
Katrina Allen finishes with a 62% C1X putting rate. We've seen from Ledgestone if she can get that putting rate to about 70%, she does the rest of the work off of the tee and is usually able to get up into the winner's circle. You can back that up by saying she was only 1 percentage point shy of Paige Pierce's high mark of 77% fairway hits this weekend. Katrina Allen at 76. What do you like about what Katrina Allen put on tape this weekend, Nate?
I think for me it was just more the tenacity. She never really gave up. She had those mistakes, but she kind of kept with it. You know, it's tough for any player of that caliber to kind of be left in the dust, for lack of a better term, by 2 other players. And, you know, but she found herself in a kind of a battle. She made some good shots. She made some bad shots down the run as well, but I think she kind of did what she needed to do. And to me, it's just about gaining confidence and heading into the MVP next week. Confidence is going to be paramount because of what that course requires. It's kind of the extremes of these 2 courses. If you take some of the extremes of Brewster, some of the extremes of Fox Run, that's what the MVP Open at Maple Hill is, smashed all into one 18-hole course. So I think we talked about it a little bit yesterday, but taking away some positives from this week, heading into a 4 days off, but then do a 3-day event next weekend.
Katrina Allen, the biggest thing that I take away from her performance, Val, is that she used the putter at times to save her strokes. It wasn't just the upshot and then giving it away on the putting green. She actually stayed in this battle with Sarah Hokum by using the putter to her advantage, something we did not see in the first half of this season. We know that she's way out ahead of some of her other competitors in terms of Pro Tour points. She's sitting in 2nd place currently behind Paige Pierce. Do you like the direction her game is trending now that we are getting towards the end of the season?
Yeah, and I would say that stat relies heavily on these par 4s out at Fox Run and the par 4s even in Brewster, but getting those drives closer and then going for the big putts. I think a lot of the shorter courses where you have to park it and then you have to rely on the putt to make the scoring happen, I think that maybe doesn't set up so well for Katrina if she's constantly focused on hitting every putt. But this weekend, she kind of gave herself those opportunities, and we've seen her cash a few of those Circle 2 putts in the recent tournament. So I think that kind of made those stats go up a little bit higher than what we have seen since the restart.
Another player we need to talk about is Jessica Weiss. Again, just seemed like all weekend, just on the outside of that lead card bubble. But she did very well for herself. She had some skids and slides towards Bogeyville during the tournament this weekend, but was able to turn it around and string together birdies repeatedly throughout the weekend. Finds herself solo 5th place, 5 over for the event, and ending with that big birdie putt on 17. It's got to feel pretty good for Jessica Weiss getting things going. Again, I don't want to harp on this point, but at this point in the season with about a month left before we go into the offseason, you have to sit and think about it for 90 days. Jessica Weiss trending the right direction as well.
Yeah, I think so. And it was fun to watch, but she was on the chase card all of these rounds. She was tied for 3rd and 4th, but just missing out on those tiebreakers. And there is that different type of momentum that happens in a chase card. I would have loved to see what would have happened if she was in the position that Sarah and Kat were in. Would that help pump her game up a little bit more to see the competition she's up ahead? Because she's sitting there and it was no man's zone. I mean, the players in her group were so far off of her pace. And so it's tough for a player to kind of build up their own personal momentum when the other players on your group aren't doing the same. So
Totally.
I think that was kind of a disadvantage for Jessica not being on the lead card at any moment during this tournament. So her game is there for sure, and we've seen the scores popping up. But, yeah, if she can get on the lead card, we might see a different story out of Jessica Weiss, because it seems like her game is really coming together right now.
Last question for FPO before we move on. With MVP Open down at Maple Hill next weekend, did we learn anything that we may not have known, or is it pretty much shaping up to be the classic kind of battles that we typically see at the Maple Hill course?
Well, for me, I think it's all kind of par for the course at the moment. You know, we see Paige Pierce, the number 1 player in the world, win in a big fashion too. I mean, besides Haley King, who is a storyline of her own, you know, I mean, 17 strokes ahead of third place in her victory position. I mean, to me, that's kind of boom, you're done there. But then Katrina Hokum right there. We know Hokum plays well at the MVP Open. She kind of takes the same route that she does here. Again, talking about the extremes kind of being smashed into one course. So I think Hokum looks good. Katrina, you know, I think it all comes down to putting for her next weekend. But to me, the story is what it is. You see the 4 best players at the top this weekend, the 4 best players that we've really seen on tour from a consistency standpoint. And so I think it's, can somebody from behind put on a performance like Haley did this weekend?
Yep, and I'd love to see another battle out at Maple Hill. And as long as these players can keep in the race in those first 3 rounds, we should have a good, compelling match leading at the end. And I imagine a Kat and a Sarah, they're looking to kind of redeem themselves from this weekend. And as those rounds continue, just a few strokes tends to add up, and having that huge deficit to start your 4th round is really tough to come back from. So I'm hoping for a more scrunched up leaderboard, and I do love the 2-person race, but I expect to see these players more in the hunt come the wooded Maple Hill course.
Yes. Certainly very possible, given that the MVP Open plays 3 rounds. We saw with the FPO division a handful of players under par for most of the weekend. Just by the time you get to the 4th round on these 2 courses, it just takes everything you got, not to mention 2 weeks ago you had to go 4 rounds at Ledgestone. So a grueling stretch of golf here as we round the September month and get towards that October finishing date. Now it is time to do the only the best shots of the day, brought to you by OTBDisc.com. Let's see what happened in the final round.
Well, my favorite shot of today was this smash from Paige Pierce, flying over the out of bounds the entire way. Her eyes are locked in on that tree. We saw her check up just at that tree in the 2nd round, but today putting even more power behind it and in such a pressure situation, that put the nail in the coffin for her victory.
She said it herself. There was no other thing but going for it. And we got another angle on it here, Val. I mean, it really was so impressive. Look at her reaction. She never gave. I was in the other room actually going, oh no, oh no, oh no. I think it might have come through the mics, but it was an impressive shot nonetheless. And for me, it has to be hole number 9 for Kevin Jones. Now, everybody at home's going, hey, dude, this is a par 3, 485 feet. What are you talking about? Are you kidding me? This is when Kevin Jones said, hey, guys, there's no chance you're beating me here. Because you got to remember, none of his other fellow competitors even got right of center of fairway. He takes it to the extreme right, misses the spotter, misses the last tree, and puts it inside the circle. From experience, what you gain on hole number 9 when you throw a shot like that, the confidence you cannot buy. I got jacked at that moment big time. You can hear it in my voice right now. You can hear it in my voice during the coverage. And everybody's going, Nate, are you all right, man? But it was that kind of shot. It is an intense shot, and he took it to the extreme, and it paid off.
Well, sometimes it's not about the scorecard results. Sometimes it's about the momentum and what it says to your card. And I think we talked about this in the moment. You were remembering how it felt just to really slice and dice that particular hole up back from 2017 when you were able to win.
Yeah, for sure. And you know, we'll get into this in a second, but while he didn't play hole number 7 well, he steps up on 8, plays it like a fiddle, and then he plays hole 9 as good as anybody could when you got Macbeth and McMahon barely able to chunk it down the fairway. This guy goes to the extent that it takes to win a title like this against the best players in the world.
Only 2 OB strokes today on Kevin Jones' scorecard resulted in the only 2 bogeys on Kevin Jones' scorecard. But after the 7th hole, like you said, immediately bouncing back, stringing together 8, 9, and 10, and then pretty much not looking back, grabbing 3 more birdies just for fun down the backstretch. And Kevin Jones playing incredible golf all weekend. And this is... it's a monkey off of his back because obviously Idlewild was where he was the favorite. D-Glow was where he came close. You're looking at some other players like a Wysocki, like a Macbeth, like a McMahon as probably the favorites to win this tournament. We don't even hear from Kevin Jones on the first day. And then all of a sudden, what does he do? He just comes roaring through the middle section of the tournament. And at the end of the day, it was once again on Paul Macbeth, like in 2018, to try to run down somebody that was just frankly too hot on Sunday.
Yeah, and really what it comes down to me for Kevin Jones is his ability to wrangle in his own emotions. We saw from the scorecard, because we actually didn't really cover him that much on Friday, but he parred the first 5 holes, and then from 6 on, he shot that double-digit round. It was an impressive round, to say the least there. But then he came to Brewster yesterday, and he did what it takes to win the GMC. You hit fairways, you put second shots inside close, and you make short putts. You are not going to win this tournament by chunking it up the fairway and making a bunch of big circle edge putts. Now, Ricky Wysocki might argue with you on that because that's how he actually won pretty much all 4 of his titles here at the GMC. But now that the course has been more refined, it's been made more difficult by Jeff, Brinster, all the other guys, I think he did what he needed to do. The day started with a 6-stroke lead, and it ended with a 4-stroke lead, and I said it. If you get to 36 under par, you win. That was the score Macbeth had put down last year. He got to 37 with the birdie on number 17, and I just could not be happier for Kevin Jones. If this does not prove to Kevin Jones that he has what it takes, I don't know what will. And one of the things I can say is learn from previous mistakes. Don't go out next weekend and say you're going to win. Just do your thing. Talk the fine line. Don't give us as the media too much to talk about, and go out and do your thing. I think it'll be a lot better for you.
We mentioned it on the broadcast, but there's some similar storylines between Haley King and Kevin Jones. And the big thing, obviously, would the putter get shaky? We saw Haley King. She only missed 9 Circle 1X putts all weekend. 5 of them were today. Kevin Jones has been there before, as we've harped on, but this was his weekend to turn that around. He only missed 1 Circle 1X putt on his round, and that really was the biggest difference between the two. You know, kind of comparing these storylines here, Val, of 2 players who just have to get past that last foot in the door, or maybe their foot's in the door and they're just trying to barge their whole way in. What can Haley King learn from what Kevin Jones did?
Wow, I thought another thing that you were going to mention of their similar storylines was a 5-time world champion hunting them down.
Scary.
That happened in both divisions. But yeah, I think the most incredible thing to see, you know, they do have similar games in the fact that they can hit putts and save themselves from long distance. And I think the big thing we saw here of Kevin Jones this weekend, especially in these last 3 rounds, was him dialing in the drives and focusing in to get those putts closer. And he didn't have to rely on those kind of Hail Mary type of circle 2 putts to save himself. And that just shows how much more of a complete player he's becoming and looking more focused and more confident. And I think Haley, if she gets herself into that position, she's got the skill and the distance to get those drives inside the circle, put less pressure on the putts, because that really hurts your mental game. If you start missing putts, even though she didn't today, she hit quite a few under pressure, but if you start missing putts, that's when you start to break down inside because you're not capitalizing where you should be getting those putts and upshot, or those drives and upshots a little bit closer. And I think that's what Kevin Jones was able to do this weekend.
For sure.
In third place is Ricky Wysocki. Time to put him up to bat here. He also had 2 bogeys in his final round today, like Kevin Jones. They were courtesy of OB throws on number 5 and number 9. No surprise there. That's an easy thing to do. But other than that, just missing a couple C1X putts, he finishes his day 30 under par, 7 back of Mr. Jones. But Ricky Wysocki, you called him your favorite coming into this event. You said we need to keep watching out for him. Is it too easy just to write the storyline, oh, we said guaranteed and now he lost, or what really was it that kept Ricky out of the bigger conversation this weekend?
Oh, I definitely think it was his talk before the tournament. I think there was way too much pressure. When you talk like that, you don't necessarily play free, because as soon as things don't start to go the way you envision, you get a little bit off course and you got to try to recorrect yourself. Now let's put this into perspective. In my opinion, Ricky Wysocki is most definitely the best player overall when we talk about both courses here at Smuggler's Notch. He just, the talk before, I think, hurt him a little bit, but it was a couple of goofy mistakes, and you know what? Maybe a little bit of misfortune. We saw the big bounce and roll away on number 5.
Mm-hmm.
You have a handful of things like that happen, and all of a sudden you're just back. But think about all of the things that Ricky did, what we're calling, or that I'm calling wrong, or just not up to his standard. He was only 7 strokes behind the lead in a solo third place. He got to 30 under par. This is something that only 3 men have now done over the last 2 years. And so in my opinion, Ricky is still one of the best, and I think this bodes well for him heading into Maple Hill next week, where he won't be the focus, most like the top focus, because he won't be coming off a win. All that will shift over to Kevin's shoulders as well as Macbeth, and now Ricky can just go play free, and maybe we see him at the top. You never know.
Putting some numbers to that, Ricky Wysocki first in the field in Circle 2 in regulation, 75% of the time this weekend. Circle 1 in regulation, 56% of the time. That's second in the field. But what's the damning stat? Circle 1X putts, 82%, not a bad number, but there were 30 other players who putted at a higher rate from inside the circle this weekend. And
oh, that's huge. I mean, I'm just looking over here myself. For Ricky Wysocki to be 31st in C1X putting, yeah, he can't do that. Just imagine if he was in 15th. He probably would have at least been at 36 under par, if not even better. So he had a good fairway hit rate at 82%, so scramble rate around 50%. But that C1X putting, that definitely hurt Wysocki here this week.
Nevertheless, he did finish with an 8-down round today at Fox Run Meadows, a quality round that was matched by James Conrad. And honestly, Val, this is just a feel-good for James Conrad right now, because he also gets a share of that 13-down course record at Brewster Ridge alongside Kevin Jones. He did it in the first round, of course, but then he just kind of disappeared in the middle 2 rounds. Those 36 holes, not very kind to him, but he comes roaring back today, finds himself up in a tie for 4th place. I think that's still a victory for Conrad at this point.
For sure. Yeah, it's great to see players coming back for those redemption rounds. And, he clearly was very comfortable in the woods and playing those incredible rounds. And then he knew what he had to do to make up for what he did in the second round, to come back even stronger in that final round. And I think that's a great position to be in for next week. A little bit more technical golf, and just for players to kind of, you have to be confident in your wood shots, and it really takes this crazy amount of focus to every shot matters. Every line that you pick, you have to be confident in. You have to execute it, and it's tough. It is draining if you are playing in the woods all the time. But players that are comfortable in the woods, they're gonna get their stride right now, and that really pays off here in the Northeast.
Yeah, I mean, in real talk for James Conrad, 2 of the next 3 events that he's going to play, or that we have on tour, I don't know if he'll actually be out in at Jonesboro, but 2 of the next 3 events he's won. Okay, so this is definitely a good feeling for him to have. If I'm his caddy or his coach, I'm saying, we're just working on the drives, man. That was what let him down. Had he driven the disc better in rounds 2 and 3, I think we'd be talking about James Conrad as the champion of this event. He definitely had it on the putting greens, but those tee shots and the 5 OBs on that Friday round, that dashed his chances to win, but he did good to battle back. And we always talk about it's not how you start, which he did well. He did okay. He did really bad in the middle, actually, but he finished on a high note, and now he's heading to a place that he's won before, and then he gets to go down and defend at the USDGC. So I think it's all good stuff for James Conrad here as we progress down the finish of the season.
As you mentioned, 5 OB strokes during the second round at Fox Run Meadow. He comes back today, only threw OB on the very last hole on number 18, and that was actually his only bogey of the day as well. I'm seeing a connection here between throwing OB and bogeying on this Fox Run Meadows course at the very top.
Absolutely.
The biggest difference, and I'll go back to what Nate's keys were, fairway hits. Round 2, 58% fairway hits for Conrad. Round 4, 84% fairway hits for James Conrad.
Wow.
Last player we're going to talk about in MPO for right now, we have to talk about Eagle McMahon. He finishes his day 29 under par, 8 strokes back of the lead. I think at any other tournament that's going, Eagle, you lost ground to the lead on the final day. You're the winningest player on tour this year. You're the front runner for the Player of the Year awards, and to try to finally get the monkey off of your back at USDGC now that we're in the final weeks focusing. But given the fact that he's never finished inside the top 30, I mean, this is a big achievement to go to a course where you have so many demons and then to find your way into that top 5.
Yeah, that is huge. And yeah, he fought his way there unlike any other player out here this weekend. I mean, choosing the craziest shots and different strategy. And I feel like that's a strength of Eagle. He has won tournaments, but he does have that chance to go for shots that we've never seen before. And I think that just helps, having a solid performance out here in a tournament that for some reason had been holding him back for so long. It's nice to see him playing well. And I mean, that just follows suit to how he's been playing this season.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm going to play a little game of two-face here because one side, absolutely, if you have never finished in the top 30 at a caliber event like this, oh, by the way, there was a world championship in there as well, then yes, you come out, you finish in 5th place or tied for 4th, to be specific, by all means, bravo. But on the other side of that, you had a chance here to win this tournament. You threw a fantastic drive on number 7, and you followed that up with an OB, another OB, and you just kind of lost it there. You didn't need to go so big on 7. Put yourself in bounds. At best Jones is going to bogey, chip away another stroke there. And I think maybe we're having a different conversation here. Either way, bravo for Eagle McMahon. I think this is a big part of his development and getting better. Certainly at this course, he's going to have some good vibes here now. And now we can move on from that because I think, besides what we're going to see down in Rock Hill in the beginning of October with him having to come back after the injury and dealing with all of that on the pay-per-view, I think besides that, this is the one thing he's kind of compartmentalized, and now we can open that box, put it on the shelf, and say, okay, we're done with that, and now we can move on.
Well, by the stats, I mean, Eagle McMahon, the best Circle 1 putter in the field. 94% of his C1X putts found the chains first. First in scramble rate, 75% of the time he was able to save it from the bogey. Third in the field in parked percentage, nearly 1 out of every 5 holes. So I think this does go to the points that both of you are making. It's not in the skill set that he hasn't been able to find the podium or find a win at this event. It's just in mentally unlocking when and where to push on these particular courses in order to suit his game. Eagle McMahon still the only player to have 2 Pro Tour victories this season over an MPO as Kevin Jones grabs his first. It has been an incredibly interesting season, and don't go anywhere. Make sure you're still subscribed to the Disc Golf Network, or if you're just watching for free on YouTube, get over there and get your subscription in. We still have the MVP Open, we still have the Jonesboro Open, and we have the Pro Tour finale. And between those last two, just a little thing called the USDGC and the Women's National Championship down at the Winthrop Arena. The MVP Open at Maple Hill starts this very week, and I think we can take the time to announce right now that we'll have a very special guest host for this show. Terry Miller is going to be replacing me in the seat sitting right here. I'm going to be sitting at home with my wonderful wife waiting on the arrival of our firstborn, but you can bet that we will be tuning in each and every single day to see who can come out victorious down at Maple Hill.
I think you are.
Hey.
Congratulations to you and
No
Jess.
bogeys.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Cheers. Looking very much forward to it, and looking very much forward to seeing what all of these excellent players can do at the treacherous Maple Hill course, one of the most anticipated events of the entire year. For Valerie Jenkins and Nate Doss, I'm Jamie Thomas. I will see you guys in a few weeks, but you'll come right back to see the first round of the MVP Open later this week. Until then, we'll see you.